Why can't you just be honest
Well,
about
no,
that?
my co-host is gone.
Where'd he go?
He's got stand-up every Friday.
Yeah,
and
you
he
know what
says
that
he'll be
means,
back.
right? He has to stand up or his doctor said he'll die. Stand up? That's not agile. That's a heart condition.
How right you are, dear leader. How right you are.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm standing back and standing by.
Really?
Yeah, for January 6th.
Really?
Yeah,
Really?
big time.
Really, Moot? Why don't you explain what that means exactly? Why don't you go ahead and tell us exactly what you mean? Exactly.
Well, I mean, nothing bad happened on January 6th. Everybody who did that got a pardon, so
Oh.
it's fine.
Really now?
Yeah,
Punch
it's
through.
fine.
Right.
You're allowed to do
You gotta
that.
hurry.
I'm just gonna go on a tour of the castle.
Unbelievable.
What's the problem?
I'll show you what I can do.
All right,
That'll
fill us in on
do.
the lore. What did we miss?
Go on.
Well, I'm walking around doing missions, because that's what I do.
How did Aerith join the party?
What do you mean? Because she's here. What do you mean, how did she join?
Yeah, but what's the lore behind it?
Well, we fell on our church,
Here goes.
and now we're best friends.
Hey,
How does
you
Jesse
asked
feel
for
about
it.
How does what?
How does Jesse feel about that?
She's
I keep my distance
sick
if
right
I
now,
were you.
so she can't pleasure us in the way that Clef needs to be.
Can I speak louder? Well, can he share the fucking game and turn his shit down?
Oh my god. Hold on.
Get him.
Is this supposed to wear off?
Get him.
Sorry.
I'll.
Here we go. Enough of you. Won't last long. Oh, you got?
Okay. There's a way to share this.
You haven't plugged the thing in yet?
That's a whole bunch of things to do, okay? Okay. All right. Okay, hold on. Shut up! Okay. I'm going to enable audio. Click OK. Oh my god. What'd you guys go over today?
The Tulsi Gabbard article, which is really good, which you should read. But you won't. You can even listen to it. There's a button to listen. I didn't even see that.
Okay, but isn't that like AI?
AI? Yeah, it is. Then we were learning about the Great War, and Dan yelled at me for an hour because he didn't want to learn.
What's so great about it?
You know, that's a good question. I don't think there's much great about it, actually. I think war bad. Clap.
Okay, why doesn't the volume...
JD Vance says that they're still negotiating.
Whoa! So they're close, is what you're saying.
That's what it sounded like, yeah.
Okay, awesome. Oh my god. Okay, hold on.
You're a genius, dude.
Oh, okay. And then I'm gonna monitor and mute output. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. There's no way this works, but if it does, I'm an actual fucking...
And if it doesn't, then what are you?
Then that Corey guy is a fucking retarded idiot, and I'm gonna go comfort his family. Okay.
Okay.
Where's the projector? Oh. Okay, and then...
Okay. Test, test.
Do you have volume?
Yeah.
Oh my god. And it's not you, right?
No, I can't. Yeah, I can't hear me.
I'm just a fucking god.
You're a god.
But unironically. Why study World War One?
It's a good starting spot.
Really? And not
Then
the
we'll
war
do
before World War One?
II, and then we'll do...
Wow.
no.
What a horrible starting spot. Did you go through the thing on stream where everybody tells you that's a bad starting spot and they all tell you 50 other million different places to start?
No, people were pretty nice.
Cringe.
Your chat is, you know, they might be mean to you, but they're nice to me.
That's super cringe.
Yo, what up, Kick Chat?
I'm with you. Let's go. One more shot.
Kick Chat, best chat, man.
Cringe. Why are you in simp mode today? What the fuck?
You know, is what it is.
Get him. Stay.
Get him!
They are resistant to physical attacks when pelted with magic. Oh.
Strong, okay?
Be strong, okay? Why are you playing as a lady?
What's wrong with that?
You trying to tell us something?
Hey.
That I respect women? Yes. Problem?
This one's for
Yeah,
you.
there is.
Oh, because you don't respect women.
No, I'm the supreme gentleman.
If I were you. You've got this. I'll show you what I can do.
My tweet of the reflecting pool was so much better than yours.
Really? What was yours?
It just didn't have JD Vance there. It looked way better.
Now you lead
Wow.
the way.
Let's do this.
So what's going on with that? Do they just...
And we're safe.
You know, I mean,
I feel like this administration has fucked up literally every possible fucking thing ever.
yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Can we get... Oh. Yeah, so what's going on?
But instead of talking about his Iran failures, we're here talking about his pool and the fucking ballroom, so I think he's doing what he wants.
Defeat monsters of 10 unique varieties. How have I not defeated? I don't think I defeated those monsters before.
Ooh, do you want to watch the Jubilee video?
With Dean?
With Dean. That could be content.
Yeah, could it be?
Your editors are slowly taking the noose off their necks right now as they hear me speak.
I have to put in that other card today if I do that.
They just do it. You're on fucking ADHD meds. You should be a god.
That's how you make me feel.
Shut the game down.
Moot. Can it really just
What?
be that you can just never rule on a thing?
Yeah, it can.
Moot! At least if it was
Just
a crime, I would have like a right to a speedy trial. I think this would be like illegal. I feel like
Get ready.
I wish the cops would have just come for me. That's what I want to say. I wish it would have just been cops. Honest to God, criminal stuff seems so much better than civil litigation. Holy shit. Do you have evidence? No? No subpoenas? Problems? Yeah, you have nothing. Okay, then we're done. And that's it. Oh, you do have evidence? Then put me in jail. Let me go to jail. Fine. Jesus Christ.
It's your turn.
Oh my God, Mootin, do you remember how big of a fucking deal it was that Jon Snow was actually a Targaryen?
It wasn't.
It
I think
changed
it
the
was just 'cause
whole
he was
world. It changed everything, Mootin. Everything.
Does she use magic to cast?
You handle them?
She's magical. Yeah, what? It's a rod. Do you think stuff like that normally comes out of maybe my rod? What?
No, I'm asking, is it like the magica shit or is it something else?
No, it's just her physical attack, but she's a magical girl, okay?
Okay, whatever.
She has magic genes. You wouldn't get it. Jesus Christ.
I heard you got him. Robots from the reactor getting lost in the
He kind of looks like the guy from Oblivion.
protecting the reactor
What?
and figured I was trespassing on their turf or something.
Maybe.
Anyone know what I'm or the RuneScape one?
Getting all lost in
What?
I don't remember one of them.
Now hold on.
Anyway, I think they do have a market for a merc again.
Sure.
Please do not skip through the dialogue. We're trying to fucking enjoy.
Well, you want me to put in a sound card and watch a video, so I'm not going to be able to listen to the
Okay,
dialogue
all
anyway,
then fine.
right?
No, that's fine.
Right?
Yes. No, skip through. Skip through. Yeah, yeah. Put the sound card in the bag.
Hold on.
Don't worry, Ark. I got him.
I hate that guy. Huff Daddy was right. He's typing in chat like he's somebody, when really, he's a nobody. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. What are protective boots? What did I just get? I don't even know what these are.
I'd be honored.
Is 50 max level?
Yeah, what do you think?
So you're fucking over leveled.
No, I'm in hard mode, idiot. You're supposed to be. There's no way that I'd already killed those enemies. Why? Whatever, don't. Doesn't matter.
Ties clearly brainwashed.
Oh, you scared me.
Let me just finish a few of these, and then I'll go put the sound card in.
Good.
Fuck!
Good. Then we can do audio terrorism for 10 hours.
Did somebody say audio terrorism? This is
Don't
the
worry,
type
man.
of shit.
I'm on MSJ watch today. I know today's the day.
This is the type of shit he sends me, okay? Are you ready?
Yeah, where?
I get this.
Who is sending you this, though? Oh, is there audio?
No, my fucking kid.
No.
And then I get this.
Oh.
Bruh. Why? This kid is cooked.
I mean, I think he's got the full spectrum there.
See you soon. Oh, I have a problem.
Oh
It's
my
the
God.
anniversary, But I can't because could you do me a favor?
It'll cost you.
That's fine, that's fine. The graveyard right at the end of now that those creatures have moved.
Didn't we buy a Queefar key off Moggy? We did.
Yeah, we got a key for that. What is the... I'm not gonna tell you what it is. You can just... You either know it or you don't. It sounds like this. You either know it or you don't, okay?
I'm just a customer.
They won't target
What's the coolest thing you've learned about World War I so far, Mooten?
That this guy, Franz Ferdinand, is a fucking retard, was told that there's gonna be an assassination attempt. He said, I don't care, I'm coming anyways. They failed the attempt, and then he went and checked out the fucking place that they failed the bombing at. And then he got shot. So, I mean, he's just fucking retarded.
Nice. Okay.
That's not enough. Well, if you want.
Wait, I can kill anything.
The guy was literally asking to be murdered.
I'll do it for 3.
3 kill! One thing you'll learn for history when you start reading stuff is everything you learned that was monocausal is always a fucking lie, and it's always like a whole cascading series of things. Yeah, like when people say like the assassination of Franz Ferdinand started World War I, it's like that's like the straw that broke the camel's back. It's never like this is the, everything was chill until the Fire Nation killed Frank Ferdinand, and then everybody fucking People do this to Israel for the Second Intifada. They're like, one day there was peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians, and then the other day, Prime Minister Sharon walked on the Temple Mount, and then all hell broke loose. It's like, okay, but they do this with everything.
Yeah. Ooh, is there gonna be a chest back here?
No. Well.
Oh, children's park, huh?
Yeah, what? I can't just hang out here? If you have problems with me hanging here because you immediately think of something bad, that's on you. You're the one with the bad thoughts.
Just getting the lazy river, man.
The lazy river?
It's a joke from earlier. Context. You had to be there.
Wait, have we gone to one of those before? Wait, have we been to a theme park thing before?
I don't think so.
Well, you met Melina, right?
Yeah.
Where I feel like we went to some place where there was like a very slow, like floating river thing. Like people were in like inner tubes. Am I making this up? Like a water park?
You are.
No.
I don't think we ever did.
Well, I know I did with Mel. I don't know if you were there.
Yeah, I don't think I was there.
Fucking loser. We probably went with me and Dan, and not you. We probably explicitly.
You and Dan probably went and
we
rode
didn't
down,
tell you. We literally did. We were like, don't tell Mooten. Fuck that guy. He needs to stay home and stream League.
You gotta stay home.
He needs to go solo queue.
I can fight too, you know. That's it.
What level are these guys that you're attacking right now?
Is that the place we made the chocolate eating meme? I don't know. What level? I don't know. They don't have levels. They're monsters, you idiot.
That wasn't so bad.
You can't jump down? You have to take the fucking ladder?
No.
Man.
Hedgehog King. Okay, I definitely haven't killed this guy before.
Why are you genociding the hedgehogs?
Because they don't deserve to live. Jesus. Wait, did you ever play Xbox Live?
That wasn't really a game, but...
Sorry, did you ever
I had
play
been
on
on
Xbox
Xbox
Live?
Live.
My bad, Mooten.
Probably a few times. I didn't have an Xbox for myself.
Really?
I had a PlayStation 2. My brother took the Xbox because I traded him. And then I mainly played PC after that.
Wait, you didn't grow up on consoles at all?
No, I grew up mainly on PC.
That's kind of weird.
No, it was base.
I'm hanging out.
My mind isn't burdened by shitty fucking console knowledge.
Yeah, clearly. People will never know the magic of playing games with people on microphones and shit. For the first time, what was just really rare. You just didn't really... Nobody really had like a mic or webcam or anything on computers way back in the day. It was pretty rare.
No big deal. I'll take care
So when Xbox Live came out, that was like the first time you had like a ton of people like talking in a game lobby and playing games in real time. It was fucking crazy.
Never in doubt.
Yeah, really fun. A lot of N-words, I assume, being thrown around.
Yeah, from like 9-year-old boys, yeah.
Did you defeat the Toad King?
Duh.
Kicks butt real good.
Awesome! Now we don't have
That
to
wasn't a
worry
Toad, it was a
about
Hedgehog
so
King.
much.
That was a Toad King.
This is for you.
Okay, kids. One that
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
Wow, Miss Folia.
Oh, if they're always on the move, looking for new adventure. I try to make sure they don't stumble and fall. But I want the children to know that until they can, that even if we're not actually. If I
Oh
can
my
get
god,
them
we
out-
get it. It's an
I
orphanage.
know you are.
My predecessor taught me everything I know. Not that I'm.
Do you have somewhere?
More like a dream. Thank you again for your.
I wonder what.
Do you know where you see the tiger guy in this game? His name is Red 13. Do you know when you first meet him?
In return.
No.
In the original, there's a professor called Hojo, and he's trying to get him to doggy fuck Eris in a container.
I don't believe you.
It's 100% true.
Help people out.
I don't believe you.
How much you want to bet?
I don't. It's not that I want to bet. I just don't believe you.
It's real. It's weird and it's real.
Afraid to show it more. Don't forget, it's all about service and sales.
I'll leave that to you.
His name is Red 13.
Yeah. I think as a kid, you don't really understand it because, like, breeding is not like a word you ever hear associated with sex, but they're definitely just trying to fucking, yeah, it's I don't understand it, but I don't think they included that in this game, but what are you going to do?
Tifa also calls you a retard. Good.
Does she? Oh, and I finally understood in this game, reading the dialogue yesterday. I thought that when Barrett was calling Shinra like pizza ass and all that shit, that was just like a random word, but I understand now. It's because Midgar kind of like looks like a giant pizza. I get it now. Under the rotting pizza, the pizza. I never, for some reason, in all my 30 years of Final Fantasy VII, I just never understood that.
I don't like the Chadley guy.
Why?
He gives me weird vibes, man.
It's because he looks like Killua.
He gives me AI.
Well, I think he... Don't worry about it.
Is he a robot?
Dude, the internet is fucked now. Do you understand how fucked it is?
Yeah, go read the Tulsi Gabbard fucking thing. You'll see how long it's been fucked.
What are we gonna
Like,
do,
if
man?
you think the
we gotta
signal
start over.
boosting shit is new, it's not. They've been doing it for fucking 20 years now.
Yeah. Whoa.
I hope you will continue to help me gather vital information.
What are we gonna do, Mootin?
Then I invite you to ready the battle simulator.
Butlerian Jihad, I think.
What? Butlerian? Jihad?
It's you watch Dune?
Yeah?
You know when they got rid of all the machines, all the thinking machines? That was the Butlerian Jihad.
All the thinking machines.
Yes.
I'm coming.
No, but okay.
Get him.
You know how in Dune there's no fucking computers and everything's just humans?
Okay.
Yeah, okay, never mind. Just fucking play your shit game.
I guess
No,
that's
it's
like a
okay.
thing that they just didn't explain it in the movie, I guess?
They do. You
Really?
just weren't listening.
Really?
Yes.
When did they explain it?
Yes. Multiple times.
Okay.
So it's my turn? One more.
Anybody else remember this in Dune?
Gotta heal first.
This guy got confused about shields. You're wasting your time. Oh, did you not like the slow blade penetrates the shield?
I just didn't understand it because it literally doesn't come up a single other time in the entire fucking movie.
Yeah, and it won't.
You'll see.
Like, I thought that would have been, like, integral to their combat or something at some point, but it literally just never comes up again. So I don't know what the fuck the whole point of that...
Let's switch it up.
I'll show you what I can do. One more shot.
Fuck, do I need to put, like...
Tagging
real
out.
materia on? Dune 2 specifically? I don't remember.
Let's do this. Here it comes.
I'm coming. You can do it.
All right.
Do I need to be parrying this guy's physical attacks? Can I do that?
Get him. That'll do. Don't give up now, you guys. What the?
Good one.
This guy's kicking your ass, man.
Well, I don't. What do you want me to say? He's good.
You're never gonna get the achievement.
Do your thing.
They couldn't use shields on Arrakis because it attracted the worms. Oh, really now?
Yeah, it did actually. Because it was vibrating.
How did they get all the worms together to ride like 12 worms at once?
By using the vibrating things.
Yeah, really? And they managed to line all of them up, huh?
Yeah,
seems pretty convenient.
Doesn't seem too convenient to me. Seems pretty well established in the lore.
What? Why
you know
is this
the
guy
worms
coming?
are the aliens, right?
No. When did they say that?
It's extra lore. They haven't said it in the movie yet. Well, they kind of actually do explain that. I think they say like it used to be like an arid place and really nice.
Oh, and arid places don't have worms, so I should have just known that. Thanks, true.
Not those worms.
Here goes.
Oh, cool, and Cloud is dead, nice.
Yeah, well, you suck.
Do you know what arid means, retard?
Yeah,
Doesn't
I
arid
fucked
just mean
up.
dry?
I meant to say non-arid.
Oh, then you are retarded. Have you ever thought about...
Oh, then you're
Ending it.
retarded, mate. You retard. You fucking retard.
Holy shit, Moot. I don't know if you've traveled enough or if you've watched enough YouTube videos to realize this. Bro, you can totally tell who a bonger is. Oh my god. When you're out in public,
Yeah, you can
they
tell.
have like a build. They have an archetype. They're like stocky. They're always wearing shorts. They always have stupid sunglasses on. There's like a bonger archetype. And now every time I see them, oh my god, I see them. And I'm like, what the fuck? And they start talking and they're bonging out. They always have their hair cut short and stupid. Like they're, oh my god. Oh my god, I hate him. Ugh.
They're just people from Liverpool, mate. We ain't all like that.
Oh my god, I hate him.
Put on your good materials.
This is what they feel like in Spain and France. I got it. What?
I just want this shit to be over, man. I fucking hate this lawsuit. It's pissing me
Girl,
off.
I'm sorry. No, it must be so hard for you.
Yeah, it's so hard for me, man. It's pissing me off, man. You still retweet Lauren Southern and stuff, right?
Yeah, why?
Do you think there's a chance we can play Arc Raiders again?
I don't know. Why are you asking me this?
I need you to cut it to me straight, man.
It's not a 0.
Okay. All right. I enjoyed the gaming nights, man.
Yeah.
And then they suddenly came to a halt.
Well, sometimes that's just life. Things
I guess
just end.
you didn't even explain it to me.
Well,
Is what it is.
what do you want me to say?
What do you
Life
want
is
me to
mysterious. Life's mysterious that way sometimes, okay? It was your fault, okay? Let me just put it that way.
I knew it. I fucking knew it was my fault. Shut up, Azul, you're banned. Play Sea of Thieves with Lauren. I think she'd be a natural. That would actually be... Sea of Thieves is ironically a fun game.
My subreddit is unhinged, bro. Every time Lauren posts an article or whatever, they're like, she got raped and I'm glad. Like, Jesus Christ.
No fucking
Oh my
way.
god.
Yeah, your subreddit is kind of crazy sometimes. It's
bit.
interesting how different your subreddit is from
My
your like
chat and my
chat.
Discord,
Yeah.
Okay, this guy doesn't have like an elemental weakness, right? Okay, no. Use Tifa? Wait until you have 3 party members?
How do you not have 3 party members?
Well, because the people come and go. Oh, wait, can
Yeah,
you
wait till you have
actually...
3.
You can wait? And do... Oh. Oh, I didn't even know that. Never mind.
All right, come on. Put the thing in the...
In the thing?
Put the thing in the thing.
Hold on.
Jesus Christ, your subreddit is fucking nuts.
Fuck.
I think anybody that grifted and lied in an attempt to get fame should definitely be... I don't think she was grifting, though. She says that she believed that shit. I don't know. I read like half of her book, and then when they broke up, I got sad and stopped. I was like, all right, well, I'm not gonna need this fucking lore anymore.
I don't know where my... my knife is. It doesn't matter. Oh, I do need my screwdriver, so...
Okay, Steven,
Wait.
I need you to read this. You know, I sure do love family-friendly content. Wait, the orb? Hold on, I'm pulling it up.
You need me to read what?
Check your Discord and then don't read that out loud. I was told to ask you.
Why with that? Shut up.
That's all we need.
Don't care.
It's just a bulb, you mangoes. What are you talking about? It's just a bulb.
What's a bulb?
What? Nothing. Oh, it's shutting down, bruv. Wait, why can't I hear myself?
Is it really bad?
No, it's not too bad.
Good.
I don't want to wear me headphones, bruv. It was flickering last night like Morse code. Holy.
Could you give YouTube some love and shout out from YouTube chat? I love you, Sid. From my favorite YouTube mod. Are you allowed to donate and call yourself my favorite YouTube mod, bro? Oh, okay.
Hutch's title, The Tulsi Gabbard Cult Story is absolutely insane. WTF.
More like an insane nothing burger.
No, it's not a nothing burger, man.
You kind of gave the game away when you said it was a nothing burger, Moot.
I never said that. You've been saying that. I've been saying it's a burger. Ooh. Run away?
That wasn't even the right note.
It was close enough.
Wait, fuck, hold on. Wait.
It was the right note.
No, it wasn't. Hold on. Wait.
Nope. Yeah, I think it is. That was it. And then you go down an octave.
I think it says,
No.
is it C sharp or D flat? Somebody check.
It's E.
Shut up. Wait.
It is E. I'm not kidding.
No. Wait. Oh, wait, it is. I think it is E. It might be E. Okay. Hold on, I don't know where my knife is.
He's just using that knife to cut boxes. Family friendly here. He's getting old, guys. I might have to retire him to the place we put Dan in. Going to the home. Am I tone deaf? No, I'm not. Fix UK politics. Don't worry, guys. I'm sure that the next guy who's going to be MP is going to fix it. Surely it's the MP that matters and not how people are feeling / voting and populism. Sorry, PM. It's the Prime Minister, bruv. It's the Prime Minister.
God damn it. Mootin! You lost my shit.
I didn't lose anything.
Really? Then where is it? Bruv.
The knife?
Yeah.
Probably in the kitchen.
It's literally
Bruv.
not there.
So you have no knives in the kitchen. So Lauren was right. You have no food things.
What?
She said you don't have anything to cook with in your place.
I have things to cook with, just...
She was right.
Kidding. What? Oh!
I'm obsessed with Lauren, bro. Yeah, I am. Problem?
You're supposed to say problem troll face.
So right you are, dear leader. Why would he need to cook? He has McDonald's and Vivan. Sure. Subway too.
Oh, true. Good one, dear servant.
And it's vice leader. Get it right. Did I see did I see this earlier? No. It didn't.
Oh no.
I'll save that for Dan.
Wait, what is it? Why don't I get it?
Well, you could. It's apparently a San Francisco uses a drone to disarm someone.
Base?
In a nationwide first, a drone was successfully used to disarm an armed suspect, helping bring the incident to a safe resolution. I just don't know how I feel about this, man.
Oh, remember we got to do the drone swarm to protect kids from school shooters.
What is that?
The drone swarm. You don't remember the story, whatever?
No?
Wait,
Like the El Paso stuff?
Is Moot fucking with me? There was that proposed technology where you send like 5 drones at like a school shooter.
Just no,
never
I
mind,
didn't see
forget
this.
it. You're getting old. You're old. Honk.
Back to the nursing home you go, buddy. Ghanaian witch doctor pledges to curse Harry Kane ahead of England's World Cup match with Ghana. No!
Do what?
No! That's evil. You can't do that. Cheating. Oh, are people still using the laser pointers this year? Or do we not do that in America because we're not actual...
Savages.
Savages, yeah. I'm gonna be... Whatever country that happened in last time should be permanently banned from the fucking hosting. What's going on under the desk? You know.
This sound card has headers on it for the motherboard. How tryhard. Oh my god.
What does that mean?
Like your motherboard headers can plug into the sound card instead of your motherboard. Just don't worry about it, Mootin.
Just plug that thing into a PCIe and move on. The next time I get a PC, I'm just buying pre-built. I'm not building another one.
Yeah, because you can't hack it, Mootin.
No, I'm over it. I've built like 7 of them. I got a graphics card here that I need to put in for like a month now.
Wow, 7 computers, Mootin? I didn't know you were a professional hacker.
Yeah, I've built tons. And if we're gonna call the servers that I built in Dan's Slave Shack, I mean, I don't know, hundreds then.
Remember back in the day when normies used to think when you said you like built your own PC, they thought you like fucking put the motherboards and the printed circuit boards and shit together because they're fucking retarded?
Yeah, when it's really just adult Legos. I do remember when you had to delid the CPU or whatever.
Well, I was a god. What do you want me to say?
You never fucked one up, I don't think, either.
Nope.
Those were the days. Just want to say, everybody who told me don't buy a new camera, you were just wrong. You were just wrong. God, you're so wrong.
Who was telling you that?
Just a bunch of absolute idiots.
Wow.
How's the stock market today?
I don't know.
BOO stock.
Oh.
Okay, we're down. Okay, what else do we got? NASDAQ?
Okay, but down by how much?
0.23. It's really a nothing burger day. The market doesn't know how to feel. What's SpaceX at? SpaceX. SpaceX is down 10%. Yeah, that was a good pump and dump. I should have pumped and dumped it. I knew it.
Wait, how old were you when you realized you were colorblind?
Genuinely, probably in high school.
Jesus.
Yeah, because I remember I was in a high school art class, and I think one of my friends was calling me a retard for how I was like doing the colors. And then I was in a psych class, and in the book, there was like the colorblind shit, and I was like, look at this. You can't even read it. Like they're doing it in there, and they're like, what are you talking about? I was like, wait. I was like, hold up.
You were the meme.
Yeah, it was the meme. And then my mom, she always just said like I was an idiot and just didn't learn my colors. Like she refused to believe that I actually was colorblind. She just was like, no, you just don't know your colors. You've always been an idiot. You refuse to learn them. And I was like, okay.
Damn. How long were you suicidal for after that?
6, maybe 7.
That's crazy, Mootin.
That's crazy. That's so crazy.
Damn, your life is just one big fucking limbo right now.
What? With my YouTube stuff in limbo and my court case stuff in limbo? Yeah?
At least the Twitch stuff isn't in limbo anymore.
Now I just need a fucking biopsy and like a fucking benign, unknown tumorous thing, and then who knows? Dolby Digital Live Pack. What the fuck do you think this is? DTS Connection Pack. This is probably for the old sound card. I don't need this, right?
If you get your YouTube monetization back, do all the old videos get remonetized?
Yep.
Nice. The floodgates open.
Yeah. But it's all good, you know. I'm just the largest source of money entering the political space for liberals on the internet. You know, no big deal. That there's a conservative-led hit job against me. Just, you know, another day in
We're
the
gonna
life.
have to get the Destiny Super PAC going to start currying favors and
True.
friendships. Everybody else is genuinely doing it, so.
Power automate. No. Quick assist. No. Tell them the idea with cards. We need more money. What's the...
Oh. It's a genius idea. April Fools, you do like a card release on on Destiny.gg/store, and then all of the orbiters will buy them, and then they'll like open them, and it'll be like, oh my god, look, I got a pre-Pixie lawsuit holographic, or I got like a Golden WoW, or you know, I got a 2 Mootin Theory Mootin.
Jeez.
I got a Dan.
That's what we need. The
Dan.
NFTs.
Yeah.
Couldn't you argue the judge is violating your Sixth Amendment right? Right to a speedy trial has to do with like the cops can't arrest you and put you in jail forever and not like read you your charges. It has to do with like habeas corpus and arraignments and stuff like that. And you can't be held like indefinitely waiting forever for a criminal trial. Usually criminal trials are delayed because the defense is trying to put together the strongest case they can, but it doesn't really apply to civil cases. What percent of your annual income would you say is from YouTube? Back then, probably 50%. It's a pretty big hit.
Sheesh.
Pretty big deletion of money from the space, but what are you going to do? Can the judges theoretically not roll on it and make you go to trial? I mean, they could. The problem is I don't care about the going to trial part. I just don't like the not knowing any time period on anything part. That's the thing that's annoying as fuck to me. So, like, I probably am going to end up missing this entire, midterm cycle. Like, I really wanted to do that one Texas district, but they were too nervous to work with me during the court case being open. So that we probably missed that entire thing, and now that fucking YouTuber retard is going to be, he's just going to glide into office. Feels pretty stupid.
Feels dumb, man.
How do you feel about a combo with Adam and Stitch? Stitch? Isn't it Stitch? I don't know, man. This politics feels real stupid right now. Xbox. The fuck is all this shit? How do you feel about no more vaccines? I was gonna tweet stuff out about that. That maybe that's the thing that'll make me fucking move out of this fucking shithole state. I thought it was like not real or a troll or like a small org or whatever.
What do you mean no more vaccines?
I don't know. There's some guy who, I mean, the way the video is positioned, it looks like he's a political guy, like in office or something in Florida, where the guy was saying that they're working in Florida on rolling back all vaccine mandates for everybody in the entire state. So for kids and schools and everything, like getting rid of all of them.
Was this like a black guy on the stage?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I think I know what you're talking about now.
He's the Surgeon General of Florida? Well...
Come to New York.
Why do you have Creative Alchemy installed? It's pretty neat. What? I don't even know what that is. I don't know. Was I doing this when we were doing our one-day stint of Python, maybe? If you did move, what state would it be? I mean, I'd always say I would want to move to either New York City, LA, or DC. It'd probably be New York City. Probably between New York City or DC.
would be so sick, though.
Yeah. The only thing that would have kept me before would be the state tax kind of sucks, but I don't think that'd be prohibitive. But if I'm not making that much money and I just have my investments, then I guess it doesn't really matter what the state tax would be. Because it's not like I'm...
You're just being chilling, yeah.
I'm just living off my capital gains anyway.
What do you want me to do? I think DC would probably be the best idea out of them all because you could like actually do fucking interviews and shit in person.
Yeah, or New York City's a big one too, but yeah, DC would be nice.
New York City's huge, yeah. I'm only like an hour flight from DC.
Army PCIe card. All right, what do we need? This one, I think. I keep reading horror stories about all these Windows slop updates going out. Is this actually happening, or?
I haven't seen anything.
Most of those were for Enterprise? Oh, nice. Also, do they put something below the reflective pool so water doesn't just seep through the concrete and destroy the sealant from below? I don't even know. So what was the problem before? It wasn't reflecting enough, or?
I think it wasn't... I think it was leaking water was the problem before? Am I wrong?
Also, what does it mean? I keep saying, or I keep hearing that they put in a no-bid contract. Does no-bid contract just means that the government just picked somebody and just they got it and there wasn't like a bidding process to see who could do the job the best?
But apparently these are only supposed to be for like national security reasons. So like these exist, but it's like if something is like absolutely fucked, that you need to do it. Otherwise, everything is done through a bid process. So this going through a no bid and Trump just giving it to his friend is criminal.
Gotcha. But it's over such an insignificant amount of money. It's... What are you gonna do?
It's over like $20 million, but yeah,
I think it was 14.
What do you want?
Tens
14,
of millions. Yeah. Who cares?
Hopefully, the next administration moves on that. But
all
the
right.
president is immune from prosecution. Oh, yeah, that's true.
True.
Wrong, you can do no bid for plenty of reasons. I do them sometimes. A, do you work for the United States government? B, I don't know. It was a representative in the House who was saying this, so I'm going to trust them versus random white name in DDG.
Ooh, that guy kind of fucking owned you, Mootin. Sorry. Okay. How does this work? I'm looking at the input for my... I don't even know. Hold on. We'll figure it out.
Again, you're talking about California state no bid contracts. I'm talking federal.
Ooh.
I don't know how each state does the bidding process.
You tell him, bro. I think we're at 48, aren't we?
Oh, you got voice meter banana up?
No, fuck you. I don't know what I have to change over here to get this to... Okay, I know. Don't worry, I know everything. Okay. This is 48. Optical is ADAT.
I was an engineer for the Navy for 16 years. We don't even do no bid contracts for $200,000 projects.
That's not true. I fucked his mom for $200,000. Trust me.
Oh, yeah? And she didn't bid?
No, she begged. How do I see everything? Hold on. Options.
You would need to open your eyes.
Oh my god, so deep. Channel layout. Okay. Inputs. Let's unhide all of them. Okay. These are my hardware outputs. Analog? I don't even know what possible... ADAT should be the thing in the back. Oh my god! Ah! I'm a genius. Okay. I wonder what this is even outputting to. Don't know, don't care. Okay, so... Wait, do you hear this like normal?
Yes, me or stream? Because I can't hear anything.
Through my thing?
I can't hear anything through your streaming on Discord.
Okay. I know why. Oh, wait, you guys can't even see any of this. NDI, open.
All your YouTube editors are rooting you on right now.
I don't care. I'm rooting inside their mom.
Hey, you need help. Oh, I can hear that.
Yeah, okay. All right. All right, I'm done. Okay. Inputs. If it's not named, I don't need it, right? Boom, 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 boom.
Thoughts on Steam machine specs? I thought that they looked good. I just think it's expensive, no? Yeah, it's 1500 CAD. Like,
what's like the controller support like for that?
I believe it's a Steam controller. I don't know if it comes with. I don't know if you can put others in, I guess.
Who's lagging? Me or Discord?
Test.
Well, you're lagging, but I don't know if it's like Discord's servers are having problems or if it's me or...
You sound perfect.
Yeah, get him the fuck out of here. God damn it.
Testing. Test 1, 2, 3.
Boy, I sure have been getting a lot of press recently in regards to the reflecting pool and the...
This works for you, right?
Yeah, click it
color
again.
was painted and it turned green. And in my most recent video,
Yeah.
It does work, but your audio is ahead. I hear the audio before the video is...
I explained how it's very likely that this is something that, you know, it's called New Pond Syndrome. It can happen to a natural body of water, and it can turn green upon a fresh fill. And I heard reports first thing this morning, it's actually looking a lot better. Isn't that great news?
So it's like...
Huh?
20 ms ahead.
Okay, so not a significant amount.
No, I didn't say that, did I?
Jesus. Fuck.
But it's noticeable for me.
Well, yeah, but
also,
you'll
it
live.
doesn't really
It's
matter
just
a
for you.
ton. I will live. Yeah,
My
I'll live.
God.
I'll live.
It's peeling off in sheets. There are videos going around that show what very much appears to be large sections of delamination happening of the interior surface of the reflecting pool. Even I'm getting tired talking about swimming pools and reflecting pools here, and surely you must be as well, because I have absolutely never in my life been too tired to talk about swimming pools, but we're getting close here. I know you want to know about what's going on here, and I think I know what's going on, or at least I have a pretty good idea. Having worked with interior surface systems like this before, this is kind of like a hallmark thing that can happen. I see a big mistake going around or something that I don't think is being attributed correctly. People are saying, hey, this peroxide, is that what's caused this interior surface to fail?
No.
And there's merit to this, that, you know, really concentrated
Definitely
environments of something like hydrogen peroxide could cause...
Okay, I don't understand how this is so hard. Like, Small, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. It's just like a pool, right? Like, this can't be... We're not doing, like, novel things here. How could somebody fuck this up?
Yeah, I don't know.
Cause a kind of failure to a surface like what was used in the reflecting pool, but that's not really the case in my opinion, because the failure would look different. It would be like a faded, hazy look. It might start to crack, something like that, but what it wouldn't do is peel off in sheets. That's not what I would expect to see if there's been some sort of chemical damage to the interior surface here. What would be extremely common, and anybody who's worked with a polyurea interior surface like this probably knows this already, the product itself is incredible. It's amazing. It's so strong. It's elastomeric, meaning it's a polymer, but it acts like a rubber. It's incredibly impact resistant and strong and robust and waterproof, and it's all really good stuff. But you know what it has a problem with? It has a problem with the bond layer. When you bond this product, which can be bonded onto many things like steel and concrete and all sorts of stuff, there are a long list of surface preparation guidelines and specifications that you absolutely have to nail with a product like this. If you are deficient or insufficient with your surface preparation of the substrate before you apply this product, man, you're in for a bad time. And what would that look like if you were to see that? Well, it would basically look like it would start peeling off in sheets. So I can't say for sure that's what's happening here, but it's definitely something I'm thinking about when I start seeing videos like this with what appears to be large sheets delaminating and peeling up of the interior surface. Even if the surface preparation was done extremely well and there was like a mechanical profile of the surface, like you use a scrabbler and you can't really apply this stuff over a smooth concrete surface. It's supposed to be a rough concrete surface that you apply this over. If the surface was too smooth, that definitely would be a concern. If the surface was old and eroded and wasn't exposed, and by that I mean old.
Most pools can have a turbulent top. It's a reflection pool, so it has to be abnormally still. Was it in the past? Like, is something wrong with it that Trump felt the need to change it, or what?
Concrete, as it fails and gets older, it can start to deteriorate and lose some of the strength at the surface level. The polyurea coating that was applied
is what I believe read. Yeah, it's been like leaking and stuff. So he wanted to make it so it didn't have any algae and looked perfect and beautiful and blue, which is why they put like the bond layer at the bottom in American flag blue, I think is what they call it. Yeah.
Okay.
Is only as good as the bond it makes to the substrate that it was attached to. And here's another thing. These products, typically speaking, at least with the polyurea coatings that I have worked with before, they are incredibly resistant to hydrostatic pressure from the positive side. They're basically like a big liner or a membrane, and they're really, really good at doing that. You know what they're not very good at all is dealing with negative hydrostatic pressure, which is to say water coming from the other side and contacting the underside of this interior surface coating. In situations where you have like a high groundwater table or persistent hydrostatic leaking happening, whether during the application or after it's been applied, you can definitely see some widespread problems with water getting underneath and causing a debond of the layer between the coating and the substrate. That's pretty common to see with these kinds of products when they fail, and that's basically what I'm thinking as I see the videos of this product, you know, what appears to be peeling off in sheets. I'm immediately thinking something to do with the bond layer and possibly to do with hydrostatic pressure of water underneath of this feature. So this is still an emerging news story now. We're just seeing today about this, you know, it potentially failing. And if that is the case, if it is failing and peeling up in sheets and delaminating because of some sort of problem with hydrostatic pressure or water interrupting the bond between the interior surface coating and the substrate, then it's not likely to be contained to a small area. What happens is once water gets underneath of these coatings, it will spread underneath there and it will cause the entire thing to debond like you're peeling a sticker off, basically. So I think we're going to probably learn a lot in the next few days here in terms of just how serious or widespread this potential delamination failure is. I think it's in everyone's best interest here that we hope that this is a very limited concern and we can see this reflecting pool up and running soon. If you found this information helpful, please be sure to like this video, subscribe to my YouTube channel, and you can check out my website, swimmingpoolsteve.com.
Wow. That's crazy, fam. You were mentioned in Dreg's pod.
An unfortunate stop for Vice President J.D. Vance.
I love reels. I'm always scrolling reels. But the problem is I can't like stuff now because it shows when I've liked stuff to my followers. And then all my message requests are, why did you like this video? And it's just like a milquetoast fucking like TikTok. And they're just like, okay, I can't believe
that was such an awful change they made to Instagram.
I know, I see a lot of things that Destiny likes. And there's sometimes things you shouldn't be liking.
Yeah.
Like, it's really funny actually.
I like the best things on Instagram. Stay mad.
I watch it and I see that like halfway the reel, like the bubble pops up, it's just Destiny's face the heart around. I'm like, I think why did he like this?
Yeah, you don't know that.
I think I've done a podcast with Destiny before.
What?
Yeah.
They go, what?
Just Destiny's face the heart around. I'm like, I think why did he like this?
Yeah, you don't know that.
I think I've done a podcast with Destiny before.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, Wilbur Suit. Wait, I recognize this name.
Was he
Wilbur Suit was on Destiny?
No, I feel like I did do a show with him or something.
No, not on Destiny.
With Destiny? Oh, you were
I was on. Yeah, I was on Austin show, and I think Destiny was there. I don't remember.
Oh, was this one of the really young Minecrafter people? Oh, maybe he is a Minecraft. Never mind. You Minecraft?
I remember the name, but Destiny's also like that's such a.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the first name I come up with on Xbox Live when I'm like 15. So
yeah,
there could be 1,000 Destinies. But like, I'm pretty sure, and I'm pretty sure I argued with him. I'm pretty sure we had a pretty heated argument.
Yeah, he does.
I was about 22.
He does that. He doesn't know how to just have a conversation without turning into an argument.
I think it was Destiny and Soda Poppin'.
Oh,
it was Soda Poppin'.
One of these other streamer guys.
He got canceled for the biting shit. Oh, the biting.
He's really funny. Big Soda Poppin'.
He seems like a good guy. One thing I'll say about Destiny, great guy, kind,
I am a great guy.
loving.
I am.
Good relationships, and just a very caring person, very level-headed, reasonable, down to earth, kind of community of like real world people around him.
Yep.
And so that's what I appreciate about Destiny.
Yeah, he came off that way.
Yeah.
Top right.
Absolutely true.
Top right.
What?
Oh, top right of this
Oh,
YouTube?
I didn't see it. You've watched this whole video. I know you have.
Oh, yeah. I watched the whole thing. This guy's king.
What a miss.
God, you're such a king. I saw the Aiden thing. I don't know what you want me to say. Wait, what is this? Jesus Christ!
The crystal ball thing?
No. The Faye Valentine thing.
Oh, wait, where's the link? Oh, Jesus
Faye
Christ.
Valentine, Cowboy Bebop. No, you don't even know, dude. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Oh, Jesus.
Is a laughably sexist caricature of a female action character. It makes Cowboy Bebop a far more uncomfortable watch on that front than Naruto or, what is MHA?
My Hero Academia.
Or almost any other show you could mention. Wow.
I mean, it's on the right subreddit. Or CharacterRant, so.
True. Oh, we're treating Krystal Ball like a serious political actor too. Nice.
Krystal Ball's the lady who did the hit interview on, you know.
Yeah, she's on Breaking Points with Slotkin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where are you at on this? There is kind of an ongoing conversation. This is going to be happening now for a while. Like the supposed MOU will be Friday. 60 days from that is the end of ceasefire. There's going to be a lot of jockeying. The pro-Israel lobby in particular, I think, is going to do everything they can to try to scuttle the deal.
No doubt.
Many people trying to convince
and
Trump to get back. Yeah, they may succeed. There'll be people internal and external to the administration trying to get Trump back in. So there's a lot of jockeying ahead. And because of that, there's some on the left, like your colleague Ryan Grimm, Bernie's old former policy advisor Matt Dust was saying this, that people need to chill out about, like the Democrats need to chill out about like calling Trump a wimp and saying he's been humiliated and like putting up the big L in the forehead, because that is in some way in service of.
Didn't we do this before? I'm trying to remember. I don't even know. There have been so many stupid fucking conflicts. Was it with Iran before? Was it with Venezuela? Where people were like,
Venezuela.
Don't make fun of Trump, guys. He's getting peace now. You can't call him weak or taco Trump when he's being
but who's saying this?
It was like a huge thing several months ago. I don't remember. It might have been for the first Iran war. But it was a big thing. People were saying that, like, calling him Taco Trump, or maybe it was about tariffs, actually. That calling him Taco Trump or whatever was really bad because we should be celebrating whenever he makes peace deals or something. And so people who were
No, fuck him.
Egging him on, it was like a bad thing. Fuck, I don't remember what it was for.
You should scream his failures.
Yeah.
Like a campaign to get him back into the war. And I disagree with that personally.
Oh, maybe Greenland, I guess?
She was on the other foot. Fox would be, making fun of Obama and talking about how wimpy he is and how he's an arugula-eating bike rider and whatever. And I think that like Trump deserves that. Like he said, we are going to ask for unconditional surrender, and now Trump is surrendering. And I think the shine should come off his tough guy act. But I at least understand the argument from the other side. How do you kind of hash that out and think how Democrats should handle this?
I mean, I guess I don't think of it too much in like political strategic terms. I just think about it in terms of telling the truth about what the original sin was here is not now the inevitable deal, which is going to improve Iran.
Okay. We'll listen to her. I'll say this now to be fair to her, because I don't think she's quite on like the hate the West train. But for some people, you really should think about the things they say. So like for Hassan especially, he maps onto this 100%. Anna Kasparian, I think, is there 100%. Cenk, I think, might be there 100%. Ryan Grimm, 1,000,000,000,000%. Emma Vigilant and the Majority Report people, 100%. You should be thinking when you listen to these people, if I were to assume that this person was an enemy of the West, like hated the United States and hated the Western, the new whatever, first world, what are the things that they would say, or what are the things they would advocate for? And then is there any difference between that person and this person? I think is a useful framing for some of these people, because for some of them, their rhetoric is indistinguishable from just like, I hate everything about the First World and the emergence of the First World from the Cold War as the victors, and I want all of them to fail. And I think that should be, that should just be a thing that people are aware of.
Iran's position because they won the war. The original sin is the war, right? That's where the problem really lies, and that's where the criticism should go. So, for example, I saw your post about how this is a quote gift to the mullahs, which I don't know if you're trolling, I don't know if you're like relapsing some of your neocon ways, but
it is a gift to the mullahs, is it not?
It's not a gift. No, it's not a gift. It's what they secured.
I mean, the mullahs
on
are stronger now than they were before the war.
And also,
They're going to have more money than they did before the war.
Framing is also very right-wing coded, but in any case,
they are mullahs.
But
I mean, they're bad though. We can agree they're bad.
What are mullahs? Was that the name for the leadership thing in Iran for mullah?
Like the IRGC?
No, I don't think so. Let me look it up.
Oh, the cleric.
Is it not related at all to the, there's another name for like their parliament or whatever. Mullah is an honorific title for Muslim clergy and imams. Okay.
This war has been like total Iranian victory.
Unfortunately, yeah. Although it is annoying because like, there's a hint of when she's saying this, she's like happy that Iran won. You can tell that she's like, oh, they won, total victory. But
this is a quote gift to the mullahs, which I don't know if you're trolling, I don't know if you're like relapsing some of your neocon ways, but
it is a gift to the mullahs, is it not?
It's not a gift. No, it's not a gift. It's what they secured.
I mean, the mullahs
on
are stronger now than they were before the war.
And also,
they're going to have more money than they did before the war.
Framing is also very right-wing coded, but in any case,
they are mullahs.
But
I mean, they're bad though. We can agree they're bad.
Sure, but like Israel is the biggest terrorist in the region. We funded a genocide. Okay, so
this is like not when you hear shit like this is just I'm sorry you
when they pivot.
Or just like the idea that Israel is the biggest terrorist in the region, you just have no business talking about the Middle East. It's such a, I can't say what should happen to you because I would get whatever, but like it's just such an unbelievably stupid fucking thing to say that in the past, 20 years, the stuff that's happened in Yemen with the countless tens of thousands of children that have starved to death, malnutrition and everything else, you could even argue maybe between Saudi Arabia and their attacks in Yemen after their last leader got ousted or whatever, and them fighting with the Houthi family and everything was atrocious. Everything that's happened in Syria, Assad chemical weapon attacks on his own fucking citizens, Hezbollah going into Syria and helping Assad kill tens or hundreds of thousands of people. You've got conflict between Iraq and Iran. You had Saddam Hussein and his chemical weapons attacks. And it's just like the people that are so hyper fixated. And then we're not even getting into the African continent, right? Of which I don't even know half the shit that goes on there. But when I say African continent, I mean stuff that's still considered part of like the greater Middle East region. It's just an unbelievably, or south of Egypt, like stuff happening in Sudan and stuff. For them to be doing this, like Israel's the greatest terrorist, the greatest terrorist. It's like this is like I hate the West speak. That's all it is I hate the West speech. That's all it is. It's super fucking cringe. Yeah.
So I'm not really feeling too confident in our ability to moralize about really any regime in the entire world. But Tim, it's more.
Iran killed like 42,000 unarmed protesters earlier this year.
I'm not here.
She's not gonna. Oh, okay, never mind. I was gonna say.
She probably agree with that.
I was gonna say she's not gonna believe the numbers on that, but yeah.
I don't want to live in Iran, right? I don't want to live in Islamic Republic.
Do you want to live in Israel? These talking points are stupid, but nobody ever knocks them down. Like, this is the one question I hear when idiots say shit like this. They'll always say, well, we don't support Iran. We do support Israel. It's like, oh, okay. So if the U.S. stopped supporting Israel, you'd have nothing left to say on it? Really? That's not true. It's bullshit.
But I also think that us bombing them has that helped the protesters? No, I'm sure it's given them pretext to be able to crack down even more aggressively if that's what they want to do. But the framing of it's a gift to the mullahs, it's not a gift. They won the war. This is what is going to be required to end the war. Is it a disaster? Of course. But disaster comes from starting the war in the first place. Really, the disaster comes from getting out of the JCPOA to begin with. But there was a deal on the table before the bomb started flying that is significantly superior to what we are getting now. And that is a result of our hubris. That is a result of the fact that Trump did not take seriously that they could close the Strait of Hormuz. And, now with regard to the nuclear negotiations, I think Iran could afford to be, in a way, much more generous simply because the ability to control the Strait of Hormuz is in itself a sort of nuclear weapon. Because what is a nuclear weapon? It's about deterrence, right? They have now demonstrated they have this incredible economic power. They are going to, be much more of a force in the region, in the world. And no matter whether we give them the $300 billion reconstruction fund or not, there's no putting that toothpaste back in the tube. That's just the reality that has been sort of birthed by this entire disaster.
I agree with all of your assessment. I think that we can nitpick each other over our language choice of how to describe it. I think that the Iranian regime is certainly strengthened. Like whether we want to use the word gift or whatever. Like the mullahs that run Iran are stronger now than they were before because of all those reasons you laid out, and because of the fact that our position is now weaker. And like they were a weakening regime. Like in addition to the fact that this deal is worse than the deal that was on the table, like if you are of the view that it would be good for there to be regime change in Iran, regardless, like putting aside whether or not you think we should be involved in that, but like if you're of the view that that would be good, like that's less likely now, right? Like that the regime, their regime is stronger than it was before.
Perhaps that may be true and very difficult to say. But, you know, the government there is very unpopular. You know, it's not like people are enjoying the repression. Our sanctions have also been devastating, though, to the people of Iran. I mean, that has been genuinely harmful to the entire population. And so, you know, in the same way that our long-term sanctions policy in Cuba has not succeeded in creating the regime overthrow that we thought that it would pressure it to do, there's a possibility here that with the sanctions lifted, where the U.S. is no longer an excuse for the failings and incompetence of the government, that you actually have more of a shot of some sort of a change. But regardless, that's up to them, right? That's not up to us. And when we get in and try to do it, we just make life vastly more miserable for the people of that country. You know, if we haven't learned that in Afghanistan and Iraq and Syria and Libya, I don't know when we're going to learn that lesson.
Wow. The fuck? White House will be Q posting today. Jesus Christ. Good one. Oh, there's a drop site news post too. Nice.
And so, well, listen, because he obviously got really upset. So, like, obviously there was a terror attack yesterday, and because of that, people like Hassan are going to go out and counter signal as hard as possible about this terror attack to distract from the 250,000 plus rape victims that were, you know, systematically protected and ignored by the British government. So, you know, this obviously makes, you know, the influx.
Jesus.
Of Islamic terrorism look bad, so you're waiting for something like this to happen so you can counter signal it, right? And so we'll go ahead and we'll watch a few of these and go through all of it. Never stop talking about it? Oh, we never will. We're not going to stop talking about this at all. And I think that's what bothers them the most, honestly, because they know that it looks very bad, and that's the reason why they have to counter signal and bring up Jeffrey Epstein or something, as if everybody is, you know, against Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, here we go. Let's watch it.
He doubles down and explains why he doesn't care if Muslim people get stabbed in the UK. I have zero sympathy, and I don't give a fuck about some guy stabbing people because they let stuff like this happen.
I have zero sympathy, and I do not give a fuck about some guy stabbing people. Yeah. It's because they let stuff like this happen on a day.
Who's they? Like, who is the...
you. It's you, Mehdi Hassan, and all the people that are trying to spread social political Islam in Western countries and enable the bad actors and never hold them accountable. Specifically you. You do this. You downplay terrorism, you gas it up when you can, and you support it. That's the problem. That's the big issue.
That's letting stuff like this happen.
Allowing huge amounts of migrants to come into the countries while supporting parties that
the problem is that between, like, a fight between Asmongold and Hassan, especially in this format, Asmongold will always win because Asmongold can engage with the facts more honestly than Hassan can. Hassan is like having to fight Asmongold on like 2 or 3 different levels here, where one, Hassan might legitimately be intellectually outpaced. I don't know. I don't actually know where this guy's mind is anymore in terms of like learning facts or anything. And then 2, Hassan is fighting on Twitch, which in terms of just the demographics of the audience are probably going to be more favorable towards Asmongold, we might guess. Like, tend to be more white, tend to be more first world, tend to be more, you know, non-Muslim, Christian, whatever else. And then 3, Hassan is trying to do propaganda for everything. Hassan is no longer ever communicating on any factual basis. It's always through this cringy, like, Marxist analysis. So Hassan is, like, on so many different levels trying to do this fight. Meanwhile, Asmongold can just read, the, you know, like an actual far-right propaganda piece from the UK and then just clobber Hassan over the head with every single thing he says. And Hassan can't counter anything he's saying because Hassan doesn't exist in the world of fact anymore. It's pure political propaganda. So it's so fucking cringe.
Can you give like an example of like a Hassan and Asmongold like talking point that would happen?
So like Hassan is going to be supportive of, and he will downplay Muslim extremist violence in Europe. He will do that. There have been people that have done this, and it's stupid when people do it. You shouldn't do it. It's cringe as fuck. Asmongold will exaggerate the fuck out of it, but when you have a normal human brain and it looks at a situation and one guy is hyper fixating and exaggerating it, and it's already a narrative that you kind of want to believe in, which is what Asmongold is giving you, right? That all the Muslims are coming and killing and raping all the poor children. And then another person like Hassan is trying to sweep for it. You're going to probably just believe the guy who's exaggerating it more than the person who's going to sweep for it, especially when Asmongold's evidence is going to be plastered. Like, Asmongold has a huge boost here from all the social media algorithms that are feeding him all the videos that you need to see of the evil black people, and you've got all the talking points of the narratives from all the other politicians, and Hasan is a little bit more out here on an island for it. So, I like, my guess is going to be that there's going to be a 54-minute video where Asmongold is going to be pulling bunk facts out of this stupid fucking, far-right, 250,000 raped children report, and then Hasan is going to be giving, like, political talking points and then calling Asmongold racist. So Asmongold is just going to come out looking a million times more informed and better on this issue than Hasan was. Hasan can't fight Asmongold on this platform. He can't do it.
What? Why? I know you're saying you can't fight him because like Asmongold is like dealing in facts, etc. But we probably disagree with like the quote unquote facts that Asmongold is like putting forth. Why can't Hasan contest this? Because Hasan hates the West. So Hasan isn't going to give you... Like, if I were to fight Asmongold on this topic, then we would do the research. I would actually read this stupid fucking report, and then we would dig through the studies, and we would try to figure out, like, okay, well, what are the most effective solutions to this problem? But the problem is those effective solutions probably aren't incorporated within some Marxist framework that Hasan wants to analyze things through. So Hasan isn't going to care about the fact that there are going to be some places where the immigrants that come from these places just have a higher proclivity to crime. And there's probably going to be some solutions that don't fall squarely within the kill all billionaires and attack all capital owner class people. So Hasan's not interested. But that's a bullet he won't like take.
Hasan will never. No, he hates IDPOL. He's squarely in like this kind of like ML camp now. That's why he gets mad every time a black person or a trans person tries to bring up identity in his chat, and he tries to like wave them all off, and he's getting frustrated with it because he just wants to move squarely into this campist, anti-Western, anti-first world, pro-second world, Marxist-Leninist camp. But like,
so then,
yeah.
I was gonna say, so then this is a way that Hasan is absolutely detrimental to like Democrats and or liberals, because you'll have Asmongold fighting him on something. Hasan, people will view him as like, oh, this is like a Democrat. This is like the Democratic side of it. And then he's going to come out looking like a complete fucking retard.
A little bit, yeah. But also, yeah, I mean, remember, the meta today is to just not engage with your political adversaries ever, because your ideologies oftentimes won't survive contact. But here, Asmongold has found a really good vector to hit Hasan through. Hasan can never, ever, ever respond to legitimate criticisms about immigration or Muslim stuff, because Hasan doesn't want to analyze either of those two things, because they're always going to come off as more pro-Western and anti-Western, I guess, if that makes sense. Because like Muslims are usually not coming from like first world places that they're immigrating to the West, and Hasan is always going to want like, or Asmongold is going to have a view of like Western culture in some regards is superior to the culture from some of these places, which to some extent is a true statement. People don't like to acknowledge that, but I mean, like, generally speaking, democratic regimes where the women have the right to go outside and not be, getting 72 lashes because they sing a song without their fucking burqas on or whatever, like, this is generally a better thing. But Hasan can never, ever, 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 ever acknowledge any of that, because it would be acknowledging something good about the West.
So let's get the liberal take here then.
Well, I would have to go and read this fucking report, and I'd rather kill myself than do more immigration Europe shit, because all the European people are fucking mind-fucked on immigration harder than the Trump people in the United States were mind-fucked on immigration.
It was interesting in Britain, they used to get a lot of like European immigration. They were super pissed off about it. And then once they did Brexit, now they're getting a lot of like non-European integration or immigration, which is what I think that they were the most scared of. So yeah.
A little bit, kind of, yeah. Benji boy, thank you for the 5 gifted kick subs.
Allowing huge amounts of migrants to come into the countries while supporting parties that enable this to happen without any sort of safeguards, accountability, or any level of legal repercussions for the bad actors. So you've allowed a systematic rape of hundreds of thousands, probably millions of girls across Europe in an effort to push identity politics. This is what you've done. You've tried to push identity politics, and the result of that is that millions of women have been raped. Girls have been raped. That's exactly what I mean.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
And this is a what, like a random black guy in Portugal?
Who should never be in Portugal. He should be deported immediately. We shouldn't have random black guys running around throwing rocks at people in Portugal.
Does he not know where Portugal is?
In Europe, so they're all white.
These are African migrants, and they should have never been imported into the country. It's a mistake. And the difference is that you want to try to...
African migrants that should have never been imported into the country. Bruh. Right across the Mediterranean. Hello?
to create ambiguity around that, and I don't. So my mindset is that these people should be deported wholesale, right? I mean, I'm sure there are some exceptions to people that can stay. They're not problematic, obviously. But I would say, like, overwhelmingly, over 90% of them should be removed. Yeah, I mean, they probably don't improve the economy. They're, in a lot of cases, more violent on average than the average people. That's the reason why many of these countries don't want to even record any statistics about immigration status or race, because they know that it will lead to conclusions that will make them look bad. And I think that Hassan supports those things. You want to have somebody on, you wanted to have Zach Polinsky on your stream who retweeted Mehdi Hassan, who said that the rape gang inquiry was, quote, bullshit. And yeah, I don't really have a lot of sympathy for those people. No, I don't want to hear about how, you know, how bad this stuff is when you're trying to say that people that are systematically raped constantly, and then you can't even discuss any sort of factors around it. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Duh. How does this majority of the economy is from immigration worldwide are uneducated? Do you really think, how is that true whenever China is the second biggest economy and they don't have immigration? Majority of the economy is from immigration worldwide are uneducated? Exactly what I mean. Duh. How does this majority of the economies from immigration worldwide are uneducated?
The majority of economies from immigration worldwide are uneducated.
Do you really think, how is that true whenever China is the second biggest economy and they don't have immigration? Like, just think about this for 3 seconds.
How is this in any way, shape, or form connected to the Islamophobic hate crime that took place?
First of all, China's a fucking huge population of 1 point, how many? China population. Secondly, they steal all our fucking technology, goddammit.
Was it Edinburgh?
Islamophobia is a made-up word that's used to silence criticism of Islam. It's not a real word. You know, obviously, you should be able to be critical of any religion. It's not a phobia to be afraid of a religion. It's
like, this is, like, he's right, unfortunately. This, like, thing of fighting, dude, I hate this. I just hate this. This is why politics is so boring right now. Like, this thing of, like, hey, I'm right here, and then you've got, like, fucking Asmongold, who's, like, right here, but then he, like, pretends to be right here, but then he's like, well, I actually believe that your position is actually, like, over here. And I'm like, no, my position is not over here. But then you have, like, fucking people like Hassan whose position is over here, but they don't represent, like, everybody over here. But the people to the right of Asmongold on the Trump side claim that they do represent everybody. And it's just, like, such a clusterfuck. It's so stupid. Like, the reality is, like, when I said a long time ago, like, I am Islamophobic or whatever, because I have no problem criticizing Islam, and I think sometimes there are shit ideas that come in, and I think that, especially in the 2010s, for some reason, progressives thought that they were, like, holier than thou by pretending that every fucking religion is beautiful and everybody is the same and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, shut the fuck up. Like, there are dog shit ideas in certain cultures and certain religions that are more pervasive than others. We can acknowledge that. That's totally fine. It doesn't mean we're attacking an entire group of people. It doesn't mean that most of the Muslims in the United States don't have a lot of these fucking crazy beliefs. They really don't. Like, we can have these opinions. We should be able to have this conversation. But when Asmongold says things like, oh, well, you know, you should be allowed to be Islamophobic or criticize Islam, like, sure, but a lot of the people on Asmongold's side will literally say, like, all Christians are better than all Muslims. Or not exactly, but basically, their takes are, they actually are, like, crazy fucking Islamophobic. They just hate brown people. It's really brown people. It's like a
Well, they believe we have, like, a better culture, right?
They believe that culture emerges as a phenotype from a genotype. They think that genetically we are imbued with traits that cause certain cultures to emerge from us, which is why you can't import these people. So, like, it's a crazy take. But Hassan really does use Islamophobic the way that Asmongold says that I would use, like, Islamophobic. Hassan, when people criticize Frogan, or when people criticize Hassan says, oh, they're being Islamophobic. No, they're not, motherfucker. Nobody sees you fucking retards as Muslims. They see you as spoiled white kids. You're fucking retarded. They think you're terrorist supporters because you are. It has nothing to do with you being a Muslim. You're not even a Muslim, bro. Yeah.
You know, obviously, you should be able to be critical of any religion. It's not a phobia to be afraid of a religion. It's not a phobia to disagree with what a religion teaches. That's not a phobia. That's an idea. That's a disagreement. So you trying to reframe people that don't like a religion as some kind of phobia like homophobia or racism is just inaccurate. Islam is a collection of ideas. Disagreeing with that collection of ideas is not in any way, shape, or form a unique thing or a problem at all. Disagreeing with ideas is what Western civilization is built on. And words like Islamophobia work to subvert Western civilization by making certain ideas and groups of ideas off limits. So this,
like, it's so cringe. It's cringe because Asmongold is correct here, and he's correct about people like Hassan. But Hassan is busy trying to say that all the people. Okay, Hassan will say that Asmongold represents everybody who is not a communist, so people like me. Meanwhile, Asmongold does represent a troubling number of people on the right, like 80% of them in the United States. But then Asmongold will say that Hassan represents 100% of Democrats, but that's not true. He's a very, very small sliver. All of this is just like games and posturing and rhetoric and misrepresenting like populations' beliefs and everything. It's so fucking stupid. Cringe.
This is just not true. It's fake. daily basis. They never police these people. They never hold these people accountable. And then they want us all that empathy for 5 people that get stabbed. That's right. Meanwhile, this is happening on an industrial level all across Europe, and they refuse to even talk about it.
Who is they? Like
you. It's you. You're the one that said that white women being raped is a utilitarian, better alternative than non-white women being raped in colleges. It's you that said that it doesn't matter whether the rapes happen on October 7th. It's you who didn't cover the rape gang inquiry at all, but spent all day talking about the Epstein files. So whenever I'm saying these things...
What?
Hassan is getting mogged here.
Yeah, he is, and these are all good examples.
I'm talking about you. Now, it's not just you. There are other people too, but you're one of them. The white girl clip? Yeah, let's watch that, because this is, in my opinion, probably one of the...
This is such a crazy clip, bro. Oh! If I said this, I think this would hurt me more than my BLM clip. I honestly do. I honestly think this would be used against me more than the BLM clip.
Worst Hassan clips ever. And I don't think people talk about this one enough. Watch this.
Doing one good thing, which is that, like, if you have these...
It's a good thing. Keep in mind, doing one good thing.
Billionaire, WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other millionaire failed daughters is, like, in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like,
so if you're a white girl and you're watching Hassan, he literally views it as a lesser of 2 evils for you to be raped by a white man. That's right.
Destiny, but Asmon doesn't just disagree with Islam. He truly has an irrational hatred of these people, not just Muslims in these foreign nations that hate the West, but our fellow Muslim Americans. Do you feel like I said anything different? Did I really need to hedge more than I already hedged there? Did I really need to explain that more than I'm sorry, what percentage of chat right now thinks that I'm saying that Asmongold has fair, good, and honest critiques of Muslims in the United States or of Islam in general?
Nobody.
Right.
Oh, I was
That's literally
ask,
him saying.
You were saying earlier that Asmongold believes like that these people are like genetically inferior, blah blah blah, and the culture comes from that. How do you think that he feels about like Christian people in those areas? Does he just not believe they exist, or
in what areas?
What's going on there? I don't know. I know that
in Muslim majority countries, or
yeah.
He probably wouldn't have strong feelings about it at all. What do you mean? He just wouldn't think. They don't think about those people much. Yeah.
They just don't think about them. Okay.
Dang it. Watch. Oh, we'll play it again. We'll play it one more time.
Like, doing one good thing, which is that, like, if you have these millionaire WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other millionaire failed daughters is, like, in some respects...
WASP. I'm sorry. WASP is a term that's used white, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant. So whenever he says WASP, he is explicitly and deliberately, like definitionally, referring to race. It's literally the first letter. That's what WASP means. So he's saying that it is a...
I know Twitch feels this, but how does Hassan have so many abhorrent quotations but so little mainstream pushback? Because the online political sphere, somehow... I think that the people that exist in our space are more sophisticated political actors because they've had to navigate these environments than a lot of the mainstream left-leaning media, at least, has figured out. The right also have a lot more, they have more sophisticated political actors. The lib-left, I just don't think has very many sophisticated political actors right now. I can't think of any on like MSNBC or CNN or like they just don't exist. So they're played so easily by a lot of these other figures.
Basically, lesser of 2 evils that white women are being raped. That's right.
You know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like, taking these...
A little bit better.
...guys and putting them in a pen...
What about Mehdi or Mogler? I don't know if either of them are sophisticated political actors. Mehdi Hassan seems to have his beliefs, but I don't know if he realizes sometimes how much the super far left people are insane. I don't know. And then Adam Mockler seems to do like his lib left commentary, but very few people are ever willing to like step into the trenches to do this type of shit where like the fighting kind of has to happen. I mean, like it's important to have your lib left, like your unapologetic lib left creators, but at some point, like you're going to have to step into this and deal with it. And you can't just pretend it doesn't exist and hope that it just goes away, I think.
What do you mean by step into this?
As in, you need to be able to say like these far left Marxist like political actors are bad. They're not good people. We don't need to align with them. We should disavow them. We need to make it clear to everybody that they don't represent our beliefs. But too many of them are afraid, or they'll brush it off as calling it simply drama or political stream drama or whatever else. So they have like some excuse to feel like they're above it and then to move away from it. But I mean, like we've seen like the drama, manifest in so many real world physical ways. Like Taylor Lorenz attacking Chorus, I think, for instance, was an example of that.
A little bit better.
Guys. and putting them in a pen with one another is ultimately getting them away from the broader society.
Wow. So this is the person. So whenever I'm talking about who's doing this, I'm talking about you. You're the one that supports this. You're the one that does this. And you've done it for years. Like, how many times did he talk about the rape gang inquiry?
What is it that causes disagreements on Israel-Palestine between you and, say, Josiah or Tim Miller? I don't even know what Josiah or Tim Miller's positions on Israel-Palestine are. My guess is we would probably say, we'd probably be mostly aligned, would be my guess, but
I'm pretty sure he didn't read any of it. And if it was, he was trying to read it to disprove it. So he doesn't really care about Jeffrey Epstein. He doesn't really care about the Epstein files. If he did, he wouldn't be defending a country whose Epstein files are their marriage records. Look at Iran's fucking age of consent. They're marrying children over there, and they're raping children there, and it's part of the law. That's what they do. But you're going out there carrying water and making memes about how it's poetic that the Iranian government killed their own people. This is insane.
Are there people who are pro-crime? Is that what
you? When you support the Houthis that take over ships.
It's brutal because Hassan, remember how many times he keeps saying like Hassan is like Trump, Hassan is like MAGA? He is. And ASMONSLOP here can play my role where we don't have to speak in hypotheticals anymore. There are so many examples that you can beat Hassan over the head here with. There are so many examples. If I'm arguing with MAGA and you want to talk about corruption, are you sure? Are you sure? Because there's like a billion examples. There's not a single hypothetical you could give me where I can't give you a real life Trump analog.
And they bomb people, and they kill them, and they take them hostage, and Hamas kills Palestinians. It's not Israel only that's killing Palestinians. Hamas is killing them too. There was a big protest that was led as a resistance against Hamas and their occupation of Gaza. And you know what they did to the leader of that organization? They killed them because they killed their own people. You are supporting literal terrorist murderers. That's what you're doing. It's obvious.
What it is there a big they out there that's like pro-crime, or they're like, oh,
it's not a big they, but I think that they're influential.
We love crime. Let's have more of it, please.
Give an inch. Yeah, that's exactly it.
I'm surprised he didn't bring up the micro-looting thing. Like, is there a they out there that supports crime? Like, dog, you were on some shitty New York Times slopcast talking about how important it was to steal from corporations. Like, what, bro? What happened to Steven Crowder's face? Is it shrinking like Charlie Kirk's?
He's getting mugged.
If
one could
cringe.
It's obvious.
What it is there a big they out there that's like pro-crime, or they're like, oh,
it's not a big they.
Pro-crime.
Would you pirate a car? Yes. You know, if you could, if one could pirate a car, it was just a classic thing back in the day. The government-funded anti-piracy initiatives would be like, would you steal a car?
Oh,
like, yeah.
Hey, but I think that they're influential.
We love crime. Let's have more of it, please.
Give an inch. Yeah, that's
sure. If I get away with it, if it was as easy as pirating IP, I would do it.
Would you steal from the Louvre?
Yes.
I would not be logistically capable of executing such a fact, but would I cheer on every news story of people that I see doing it? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's cool. We gotta get back to cool crimes like that, like bank robberies, right? Stealing priceless artifacts, things of that nature. I feel like that's way cooler than the 7,000th new cryptocurrency scheme that people are engaging in. Well, by the way, ironically enough, I don't personally do it. I never do it. When I was younger, I stole some Pokemon cards from a friend, and my father punished me, and it was such a harrowing experience that I literally can't even steal like a candy bar. When we were in college, a lot of my friends used to love doing that, getting drunk, going to the gas station, 5-finger discount. I would never participate in it, and I still can't to this day participate in it. I'm just saying that I personally don't really care. If someone needs the food.
Like, how can he say this on stream? Are there pro-crime people out there? Like, oh my God, bro.
That's exactly it. Never give an inch.
Happening at an industrial level. To be clear, the terrorist already explained why he committed these attacks after he got arrested. I'm protecting my country from these fucking Muslim bastards raping our young daughters, is what he said, yes. It's so clear what he's trying to do, man. It's always the same. It's fucking rich people that don't want you to recognize that Muslim immigrants are no different than you in any way, shape, or form. As a matter of fact,
absolutely are whenever they exhibit own group preference and they protect their own, whenever there's somebody that's raping and killing people in their community. This is a problem. It is a legitimate problem. All of them are not like that. Obviously not. But there is a subset of people that are like this, that are exhibiting tribalistic,
Where the fuck does he think stolen historical artifacts end up? No, the reason why he brings that up is because there's the huge talking point that like the British Museum and all the Western museums that have all of these artifacts actually just stole them from other societies and they should all return them. So he thinks that, remember, for Hassan, when black people break into trucks and they steal Nikes, they actually take it back to the neighborhood and they engage in redistribution of wealth to help everybody out in the neighborhood. Unironically, Hassan has given this fucking argument on stream before. So he probably thinks the same. If we steal priceless artifacts, we'll go give them back like we're, Killmonger from fucking Black Panther and redistribute them to the countries that had them stolen from them. Like, it's cringe as fuck. But
behavior.
that's why he brings up historical artifacts. And the bank thing, probably just because rich people have their money in banks. Or somebody said in the 70s, I guess, the Black Panthers and people stole from banks to fund their orgs. I don't know how true that is, but...
Obviously not. But there is a subset of people that are like this, that are exhibiting tribalistic, behaviors this way that are putting everybody at risk. And that's a huge problem. I have more in common with some billionaire or a millionaire that's living in my country than I do with a jihadi who wants to kill everybody in my country because we don't believe what they believe. This entire ideology that we're all in this together and this is some sort of a class war. No, it's not. If you really cared about a class war, you would be talking about how bad it is that Cuba is being controlled by one corporation of people that are billionaires. They have more disposable income and more liquid money than Elon Musk has. But for some reason, you never talk about that. You don't care about billionaires. How many billionaires are there in China? There's billionaires everywhere. So this is the problem.
It's just so annoying because Asmongold can smack Hasan over the head with all these things, and it's like all true. But Jesus fuck, bro.
Problem that I have is that you're trying to use the carrot on the stick of the class struggle in order to push your ethnic identity politics. And on top of that, you're using it as a way to distract from bad actions like, for example, the industrial scale rapes.
But Asmongold doesn't see the larger game that Hasan is playing, maybe because Asmongold is not as sophisticated a political actor. Hasan doesn't actually care about the identity politics, but Hasan wears identity politics as a shield to get progressives to become more Marxist-Leninists. That's the goal. So when Hasan pretends to care about IDPOL, so for instance, when Hasan is out there saying things like, I just want good healthcare, I just think we should have good healthcare, that's him with the veneer of progressivism, and then he's trying to perniciously insert his more like ML framing of society.
So there's billionaires all over the world. Putin's trillions as assets. Yes. Think about how many assets, like, for example, the Iranians have. Think about how much money Khamenei had, right? Probably billions and billions of dollars. But you're going around defending them. Never listen to these people whenever they try to bring up any idea of a class struggle. They don't care about a class.
Oh, wait. Was it originally? The ACLU's next action was the armed robbery of the Hibernia Bank branch at 1450 Norwegia Street in San Francisco. I don't know if this is the reference or not. I just haven't heard these memes. It might be. This is the Symbionese Liberation Army. It was a small American far-left militant organization active between 1973 and 1960 or 1975.
Struggle. They're using that so they can use you as sheep to Trojan horse their own identity politics into the country. How do I know this? I'll say it again. The core of Hasan's ideology is completely Muslim Islamic terrorism. That is the one thing that he will never compromise on. You'll compromise with rich people because you have no problem with Cuba.
Wow, Small, thanks for the 15 subs in DGG chat.
Iran and China. You'll compromise on LGBT rights because you support groups that want to kill LGBT people.
I have a Hasan viewer friend who likes him because she finds him attractive and he gives the normie left-wing talking points. Is there anything I can do to get her out of the funnel? They probably just see clips. Usually when I find somebody who's like, yeah, you know, I watch Hasan, I'm a fan of his stuff, I'm always like, have you seen the some women should get raped more than others clip? And they've never seen these. And same thing with the dog one too. A lot of them just haven't seen the the dog shrugging clip. So always funny to have those on hand.
You'll compromise with anti-Semitism because you support groups and you say that you're 10 toes down with the Houthis that wants to literally kill all of the Jews. It's in their mission statement. And then you go around and you say that your favorite flag is Hezbollah.
Cringe.
What do you think Hezbollah thinks about Jews?
Bro, it's like so many.
Care.
It's so many examples that he can just fucking shoot at this guy over and over and over again. And Hasan has no way to counter any of this.
What would it look like if I said my favorite flag was the Nazi flag?
Yeah.
Everybody would realize that I'm crypto messaging that I support the Nazis.
Not even crypto.
But somehow we're supposed to expect that you're not doing that? Are you kidding me? That's obviously what you're doing. So every single other value that Hasan pretends to have, he will easily compromise at the first step of a possibility of the influx or the increase of Islamic terrorism or Islamic influence. This is what he will do. And that is the one thing. Think about what else do Ethan and Hasan disagree on.
Is Asmongold actually getting good at this rhetoric shit? No, not really. He's got all this fucked up, super crazy MAGA beliefs. But the thing is that the MAGA belief can be more honest than the Hasan propaganda. That's the only reason why I think he can more effectively fight against Hasan than if he were some weirdo crypto dude or whatever.
Besides Islamic terrorism, besides Hamas. What do they disagree on? Basically nothing. So why is it that Hasan was willing to destroy and throw away a relationship with a person because of that one individual disagreement? It's because that is the core of his ideology. The core of his ideology is Islamic extremism and terrorism. And that is the one value that he will never compromise. You the other day said that you don't have a problem with people posting.
Like, Asmon is close here, but it's one level deeper. Hasan will always defend Islamic extremism and terrorism. That is true. But it's not because he identifies with those things. It's because he, on a deeper level, those things are usually a vehicle for anti-Western arguments. That's why Hasan will generally support that. But like For instance, because this is a thing that Asmongold's analysis wouldn't be able to deal with. Why is it Hassan was so against the Saudi Arabian attacks and the Saudi Arabian coalition against the people in Yemen? Why was Hassan so against stuff like that? The reason why is because Saudi Arabia is friendly to the West, right? His Asmongold's analysis here will break down for Hassan's ideology when it comes to the fact that Hassan will attack Muslim extremists or will attack Islamic extremists, but only when they're the type of people that are Western aligned as opposed to anti-Western.
About Yahya Sinwar. This was the guy who was one of the main architects of the October 7th attack in Israel that killed thousands, I think it was over 1,000 people, including Americans. How would you not have a problem with a person who, orchestrated a terror attack that killed 1,000 people? How would you not have a problem with people?
Oh, and it's also why Hassan doesn't ever talk about the Uyghur stuff. Hassan doesn't give a fuck about Muslims. Nobody from Turkey really does. But like Hassan doesn't care about Islamic shit or ideas or whatever else. He'll never touch any. That's why Hassan doesn't say shit about Russia and the Chechen stuff or the China and the Uyghur stuff. He just says Hassan will never have anything to say about any of this.
Talking about how he's a good guy. It's because you obviously support it. That's it. So keep that in mind. That is the one value he will never.
Do you ever think the left will just own all their terrible shit like Asmon does, like a populism, sincerity drift? I don't know. It feels like it. As much as I love people, like I love Ryan Getty and I love all the good faith left actors on the left, we just don't have any limiting principles when it comes to sliding left. And you have people who I consider to be incredibly intelligent, people like Pisco or people like Ryan Getty or these other types of people that are pretty smart. They just have no way. It is inconceivable to them that they need to like say, whoa, the people over here are maybe not good, right? They just can't do it. They don't have that inoculation or they don't have that ability to fight against those people. They just can't do it. So I don't know. At some point they'll learn. They should learn. The arc of history bends towards good
Liberalism
shit.
is inevitable.
Hopefully, I guess.
Never compromise. All of this other class, oh, he cares about the working man. No, you don't. Give a shit about them.
What do you think is the chance that Hassan will actually watch and respond to this complete destruction of him as a political entity? A whole video? Probably not. Hassan probably only responded to this because it popped up on Twitter. Both of these guys live and die in their Twitter feed, so.
You have a lot more similarities with.
Does he actually follow anything according to Islam? Like, does he even consume food that is halal or do Ramadan? I can't speak for Europe, although it might be similar, but in America, when people say they are culturally Muslim, that means that they are white and they don't want to be like, they don't want to be non-binary, so they need some other fucking thing, and they're not like Irish or whatever else, so they just like say that maybe they don't eat pork. That's all that means. Anybody in America that says they are culturally Muslim, all jerk off to porn, they'll go to casinos, they'll drink, they do drugs, whatever else. Maybe they don't eat pork because they just didn't grow up eating it, but that's it. No Ramadan shit, none of that ever. Every single time. Every single time.
These Muslim immigrants, that then you do
some of them, but not all of them. If there is a person that comes into the country and they're talking about forcing everybody in the country to think like they think, they want to live in a completely different way. No, you don't. You don't have everything in common. This is a total psyop and it is a lie. No, you don't have a lot in common with many of these other people that have completely extremist, radical, violent ideas.
I hold you personally responsible for not talking more and spreading the deprogram clip in which Hassan openly talks about how he uses Dems only to funnel them to ML ideology. This is the clip lib commentators should confront Hassan with instead of the US Scissors 9/11 shit. The problem is the only consistent and coherent group that can represent itself against Hassan are, unfortunately, Jewish people because they've had that training and that programming in the past to represent themselves as a group against like anti-Semitic entities and everything else. But in my opinion, the anti-Semitic attacks, especially against the far left, are very weak. They're just shit attacks, and they don't really hit at the core of what Hassan's problems are.
Ideas, and they create a mosaic network of an ethnic demographic that effectively protects people from consequences when they rape your daughters. Absolutely not. No, you don't have anything in common with them. To the extent that they're saying that, it's because they want you to, for some reason or another, not criticize this behavior. No, I don't have anything in common with that. Absolutely not. Like, remember whenever Henry Novak got stabbed, and then the mother was out there at the courthouse, and the sister...
The problem is, Asmongold... So, like, remember 3 years ago, you guys were all mad at me because you were like, why don't you cover Asmongold more? I was like, oh, he's not really that political. And he really wasn't. I still stand by that. But obviously, over the past few years, Asmongold has gotten far more political. And as he covers the news... and he continues to watch Twitter and all this bullshit, now he is starting to build up an arsenal of examples that he can start to use against people like Hassan or other political actors in the space. So like when he first started really getting into it, you know, a couple years ago, he kind of, it was all like vibes and kind of like standard mega xenophobic, whatever bullshit, but he's like an enlightened centrist YouTuber or whatever. But now as he's been inundated with this insane propaganda slop from fucking X all day long, all of the MAGA shit, now he has like example after example after example that he can start to pull out, and it makes him a more dangerous actor for spreading this ideology and for fighting against retards like Hassan.
Was talking about how they were racist. Do you want to tell me that I have more in common with that person? No, I don't. Absolutely, I don't. I want them out of Western civilization entirely.
Read my dono. Asmon is intentionally describing these idpol characters to Hassan because it is important to Asmon's alt-right narrative, not because he's too stupid to realize Hassan doesn't care about idpol. You're the one missing the bigger picture. Okay, we just agree to disagree.
Your landlord or your boss or faceless, lifeless, parasitic forces of capital, they don't care about you. Okay, these guys are your neighbors. But as long as
they're your neighbors. That's the problem. That's the entire problem. If you read the rape report, you'd know that, but you don't want to read that because you don't actually care.
Hate your neighbors instead of recognizing who actually controls the levers of power, you are the easiest of
the people that are controlling the levers of power are enabling this because they want votes. That's the reason why. They want votes, and they want to not hold these people accountable in order to maintain those votes. That's the reason why. It's obvious that's what's happening. It's the same thing that happened in Minnesota with Somalians, and this is just a common behavior.
Minnesota?
Reason why, it's obvious that's what's happening. It's the same thing that happened in Minnesota with Somalians, and this is just a common behavior that's happening where primarily, I would say not always, but primarily leftist policies and leftist policymakers try to import in entire voting blocks and then base their politics. Minnesota? Did I say Minnesota? Whatever the hell. You know.
Is Asmongold actually radicalized by Twitter slop, or is he just grifting? He seems like he would be too smart to be indoctrinated that easily. It is very, very, very difficult to not be indoctrinated. That is an entirely different part of your mind. It might actually be, okay, so sometimes, all right, I don't know if I'm like a fucking IQ realist or whatever. Maybe I got too hoodwinked to this shit. I think that IQ tracks an unimaginable amount of characteristics in life, such that like if I could boost any individual trait of mine to make myself a better person every way, it would be IQ. Okay, I just think you're the raw whatever general intelligence you have in your brain, that raw processing power, it just helps you in so many other regards, even when it comes to things like emotional intelligence, whatever else. Like, I genuinely believe this. However, I don't know if having more intelligence is a protective factor against getting hoodwinked by propaganda bullshit, because the mentality or you need to have learned like psychological mechanisms to protect yourself against being indoctrinated. I don't know if you ever discover those things naturally on your own, or you have to be predisposed towards it in a very unique way that's not. I don't even know. I don't know if it's correlated with IQ. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't actually know. I'm sure there probably is some loose correlation with it, but like it is so easy for even smart people. And this is not the cope thing where, no offense to you guys, this isn't the cope where it's like, oh, like I'm really smart, but I just fail all my tests, or oh, I think the SATs and I think that standardized tests are like, I'm just a bad test taker. Cope, that is massive cope. These are some of the most G-loaded things that exist in all of human society. If you're an intelligent person, you will pass these tests. If you're an intelligent person, you will pass the class, unless there is some extreme extenuating circumstance. Okay, but when it comes to falling for like bullshit and like kind of getting like crazy mindfuck, the problem is that it's not just your general intelligence now, it's you against so many other people who are highly motivated to twist and contort your view of the world using incredibly sophisticated technology that is overbearing in all parts of your life, that is coming from everybody else around you as well. That's a lot. It's a lot to resist that. It is super, 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 super difficult to resist all of that stuff.
You know what I'm saying, okay? You know what I'm saying. So, really loud, surreal, on, systematic, overlooked, vulnerable girls. Yes, obviously, this is what happened. So, anyway, this is what's happening, is that you are importing in these voting blocks, and that's it. That you're importing them in order to make them continue voting for you.
Is it more about not being overly prone to groupthink or trying to fit in with others? Yeah, but I think that's just a supernatural thing, that even intelligent people, everybody is prone to some degree of, like, group think or wanting to fit in with groups. That's just a very, very, very human thing. It's a superhuman thing.
Manipulate. That's all this is. And Asmongold is a champion of this cause.
Yes.
Asmongold is the great divider.
I am absolutely the great divider. I do not see you as an American in the way that I see other people as Americans. I see you as a subversive force who are trying to insert yourself into American politics, force Middle Eastern identity issues, and then divide the voting population around those issues.
Like it's true. I'll watch a minute and a half more of this. It's sad as fuck.
Total Asmon victory.
I mean, like, but I said this. I think I said this a year ago, where like Asmongold is always going to be able to do a more concise and honest analysis of Hassan than Hassan can do about Asmongold. Hassan just doesn't have the tools for it because of the route that he's taken.
That's what you are. And I think more Democrats are starting to realize that. That's why you're getting your talks canceled. That's why you're getting, people are moving away.
What are the best strategies to not fall for bullshit? Well, the first thing is, and this is the hardest thing, is you have to admit to yourself that you don't want to. And that is a very, 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 very hard thing to do. I think, especially in liberal society, we kind of have this concept of, wanting to be unique or special, but like it exists within this like narrowly defined view of what it means to be unique and special. When somebody says like, I want to be unique, or I want to be special, what they really mean is that society has broadly defined some category of things, and you want to be at the very top of this category of things. It doesn't mean that you want to be here or here, but that's kind of what people sell it as. Like, oh, I want to be unique. Okay, well, here's like a scar. Or, oh, I want to be unique. Okay, well, now you're really good at playing the bongs or something. I don't know. Like, it's just people want to be unique such that they actually have the most coveted thing that all these other people want, but they can't have. Right? That's what it means in our kind of liberal capital society to be like the best or the most unique. You have to have like a desire to truly like want to be on your own sometimes and understand that you might not be like the popular person in a group, or you might have a belief that other people are going to look down on you for. But this is like very, very, very difficult for most people to even start from that place of internal desire. Usually when people think like, oh, I want to be resistant to bullshit, they don't view themselves as being like, I might be on the outside sometimes for some issues. They view themselves as being like, I'm going to be the truth sayer that everyone else is eventually going to agree is correct. And these are two very different things. Once you've established that, I mean, like I've talked on stream before, usually when you ask somebody, how do you not fall for bullshit, the stock bullshit answer you get is, I read news from a variety of sources, which it doesn't mean anything. It means that shows me you've never thought about the subject at all. And I'm sure there are people who thought more about it. A couple of things that I say is you have to be aware of your biases. So something I've done a couple times in the past is like if I'm going to review a video and it's like I think we did one for Joe Rogan talking to some vaccine guy, and I think I broke out the notepad and I was like, okay, I hate Joe Rogan and I hate this other dude. So I know that anything they say, I'm going to be predisposed to hating these things. So I probably have to look into them a little bit more carefully because I'm likely to just hand wave it just because I know that I fucking hate them, right? It's good to be aware of that bias. Another thing can be, I've talked about this before, switching subjects when you have emotional reactions to things. Switching subjects in the statement can help give you some guidance as to whether or not you're being fair. So you find out that Trump just skipped a Medal of Honor ceremony to go and spend time with his kid. I might have an immediate reaction of like, this motherfucker. But I might think, hold on, okay. What if Obama skipped some reaction, or what if Obama skipped some ceremony to spend time with his kids? Would I have the same feeling? And then when you start, swapping subjects, sometimes maybe you feel a little bit like, okay, maybe I'm overreacting just because it's Trump. For different specialties or different fields, there are different tricks or things that you pick up. So when it comes to scientific research, right, like knowing the particular authors or papers in a field that are big can help. When it comes to research for history, there are certain historians that are in fields that are big. Like, I don't know, you get into the weeds on it, but you have to have some like concrete things like this. If you just like wander the planet and you're like, I'm going to be independent and I'm not going to fall for bullshit. You probably are and you don't even realize it. But what are you going to do, That's starting to realize that. Sure, but genuine curiosity.
Genuine. Yeah.
Somebody, I saw a thing pop up on a subreddit. Fuck, I don't remember what it was. I have RPG games now that pop up on my fucking phone. But somebody was asking, like, why is it that when people in games are given the opportunity between making like a good choice and a bad choice, why is it that it seems like 92% of gamers or something always make the good choice? There's actually, in my opinion, there's one real correct answer to that. Does anybody know what the correct answer is?
Why they make the good choice versus like the evil one?
Yeah.
I would assume validation from like the NPCs?
Nah. In like 95% of games, or at least in maybe the ones that I've played, usually the good path is like a little bit harder, but the reward is way greater. That almost always is the case. And in real life, sometimes choosing like the right or correct path, that reward sometimes never comes, or it's going to be way further down the road, or it's going to require way more work to get to, rather than just like, oh, I did the right path and now I get like the really good reward,
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's why you're getting your talks canceled. That's why you're getting, people are moving away from you. They're trying to, not associate with you. Even Zoran Mendami condemned you inside of the NYC debate. That's what you're doing. It's obvious that's what you're doing.
Jews.
There's on. What is this here? Is a full stop prime examples enemy of the West? What is this here? Can I find this? Oh, yeah. And then this is the other person, by the way. This is the person I was criticizing.
Different from the rest of the non-Muslims, from the rest of those human beings who live their lives as animals, bending any rule to fulfill any desire. Once we do that, the rest of those human
that keeping the moral high ground is key. Once we lose the moral high ground, we are no different from the rest of the non-Muslims, from the rest of those human beings who live their lives as animals, bending any rule to fulfill any desire. I wonder what the context of this is.
Beings who live their lives as animals, bending any rule to fulfill any desire. Once we do that, we are lost.
Oh, that's Mehdi.
No, I don't.
Oh, Mehdi used to say some crazy shit. Uh-oh.
Any desire.
Wait, is that really Mehdi Hasan?
That's your man's.
Damn. He looking like a Metal Gear Solid 1 PlayStation original fucking block character there.
Once we do that, we are lost.
No, I don't have anything in common with that person. I don't want them in my country. I don't want them in my culture. I don't.
I think Mehdi used to be like a pretty radical Muslim, but he says he's moderated and changed, which I mean, it feels like he has in terms of that, but...
No, I don't. I am absolutely a divider. I recognize that that person is my enemy, and they recognize that I am their enemy. But they lie to people that are good-natured, and they try to play to this idea of class politics.
They do, that's true.
If you really cared about class politics, you wouldn't sabotage every single instance of class politics done by Democrats if it doesn't follow your very, very strict regiment of enabling Islamic terrorism through Iran or through the Middle East in general.
They lie to people who are good-natured. Can you give an example of like that?
Because I think that 90% of Hasan's audience legitimately does just want like healthcare and a bigger social safety net. Like there are people, it's why I have such an overlap sometimes. And I probably still do to this fucking day. I have an overlap between me and like Vosh viewers or me and Hasan viewers to some extent, where people are like, yeah, Vosh is a little bit more radical. But, like, I feel like Destiny's too harsh on him. And, like, yeah, I don't want to go quite as far as Hasan does. But, like, I mean, it would be good if, like, housing was more affordable and college tuition was more affordable and we had, like, social health care. And I do think that, like, it's kind of crazy that we still have so many homeless people in California, despite the fact that Democrats have been running it for so long. And now Elon Musk is worth, like, over $1 trillion. Like, I feel like Hasan is speaking a lot of truth to that. Like, there are a lot, like, I would say 90% of Hasan's audience probably genuinely feels that way, right? Because Hasan is, especially he started growing as a mask-on progressive, and he's still like wears that veneer of identity politics sometimes, although he's gotten more avowedly anti-Western and Marxist-Leninist now, but...
Okay. It's manipulation. It is. He does not want you to get mad at the wealthy. He wants you to get mad at others, okay?
The wealthy are the others.
And like Hasan constantly having to redirect to the class politics or redirect to the... to Israel or whatever is so weak. And I think any like independent viewer is looking at it and it will look weak because Hasan can't, he doesn't have the toolkit to address anything that Asmongold is saying here.
He wants you to get mad at other working class folk.
Yeah, because they're causing problems they shouldn't be here.
That's it. He wants to make you feel like there are some of these like super woke forces out there who actually don't think that crime is a bad thing.
And that's correct because the report proves that. And I think that the continual protection of these people by these insular secondary immigrant communities indicates that they don't think the crime is a problem. Yes, this entire idea, see, this is what somebody like Hasan does, is they try to make this argument ad absurdum, right? It's like, oh, well, this is, it's so absurd and so crazy that somebody would do this. I agree. I don't know why they're doing it, but they sure are. That's really it. You're going around and you're supporting these people that are literally enabling rape. This is what you're doing. You're downplaying the rape of hundreds of thousands of people, and when it's happening to white girls, you're saying that it's, from a utilitarian perspective, a lesser of two evils. That's what you're saying. You're literally saying that.
Don't you feel, though, that conservatives always feel this way regardless? Like, I was speaking with a conservative, and she said, I feel the way I do because I just hate Trump. Yeah, I mean, there will be, conservatives will be conservatives, sure. But, you can sway voters, like they are swayable to some extent. And we should be able to do this. We just don't have the media apparatus right now for it. Question, was Hasan an anti-Western guy before all the Israel-Palestine stuff popped off? I feel like he became way more ideologically radical over the past couple of years. But, like, could somebody really be subversive for half a decade? I don't know. I don't think so. But there are some things that, I truly am... listen, I love my family, and I love the United States of America, and I love everything that I have been gifted, a lot of it through luck, but like genetically, I truly am an aberration from my from my white trash roots, okay? So I don't have the elite political background class. I don't have a parent that could come to the US to have a kid and then go back to the home country to be educated in that country and then come back to the US to be a political actor working for, like, I don't have all the background to that. So in my mind, the idea of being some kind of subversive political actor for half a decade and to masquerade as something different is, when I say inconceivable, I don't mean that as like, I can't even believe you would. I just mean, I don't have a theory of mind for that. So I don't know if Hassan became more radical or if he's always had these ideas or what. I don't know. Like, there are things he does that where he's very clearly a sophisticated political actor. But then there are other times where it seems like he's just kind of goofy and doesn't understand what he's trying to do. Like not having a book to name, for instance. Like, how could you not have like, I should have remembered. What is it? A Road to Peace? What's like Nelson Mandela's autobiography or some, like just some standard thing that you've memorized or whatever. To be able to rattle off like
say Obama's book.
No, what?
What? You're just saying like any book?
Yeah, but Hassan and them hate Obama. They hate that guy. They don't like him. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, Long Walk to Freedom is what I was thinking of. Yeah, or something like that. Like, I don't know how you don't just have a thing like that. When you guys used to hang out, did he ever speak about stuff like this behind the scenes? Like when we went to dinner and stuff, he would always talk about politics, kind of. Like his mind was always there, and he had a harder time being social, I think. And he also comes off as like a little bit like a minorly autistic kind of, but not like this guy's a fucking loser or anything, or not like crazy like that.
It's like he has a one-track mind for politics.
Maybe a little bit, yeah. But not like insanely radical, I don't think. But also, I mean, if he was and he was hiding it, maybe he would never show that to me. So I have no idea. But mostly our conversations were about like networking with streamers or doing other things like that, you know?
Yourself. And should be solved in any meaningful fashion. He has no solution to it. As a matter of fact,
absolutely have a solution for it. I think we should deport all of these people systematically, use the National Guard, the military, the police force, and every other lever of government to not only freeze their funds, but remove them, revoke their citizenship, send...
True. Not what Asmongold said. Sorry. I just read a thing in chat. I also think one of the reasons Hassan can't contend with Asmongold is because leftist primary attack vector is posturing for moral superiority, but Asmongold just concedes the moral argument right from the start and appeals purely to logic and rationality. There's no avenue for Hassan to attack. That's true, because Hassan will say things like, oh, well, you're just trying to get rid of all of these types of people and the working class people. And Asmongold's like, yeah, I think they're evil. And I think we should get rid of them. I don't care they're working class. Fuck them. Like, he'll just say it, you know?
Send them back, send back their families, send back these entire communities. That's my solution. It's very simple, actually. I made it very clear. That's the solution. Go back. Yeah, what do you mean I don't have a solution? I've had a solution the entire time.
Benefits from crime continuing, so we can always point to it and try to make it into racial agitprop.
Well, 87% were one racial group from Pakistan. That's substantial. That's a really substantial number. Yeah, this is true. That's what's happening.
One racial group from Pakistan.
There are problems with capitalism. There are problems with class dynamics. But people like Hassan don't care about those problems as ends. They care about them as means. They use those problems in order to push identity politics. They don't actually care about them.
True. Unfortunately.
There's always this like other. Problem is this kind of racist agitated propaganda is very effective because a lot of people want to abdicate responsibility, and a lot of people also don't want to look at the current system, the current design of the system, and want to believe that actually there is like some kind of nefarious shadow elite that's like...
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. It's obvious that's what's happening. Everybody can see it.
Demographically replacing them.
It's kind of funny, actually, when you think about it. Hassan is like the Jew. He actually, like the mythical Jew who's like engaged in subversive politics to try and destroy the Western world order to further whatever campus ends they have. Except he's like actually doing it.
Yeah, there is a demographic replacement that's underway. It's obvious that that's happening. You can see that's represented in statistics, and you can also see that in statements made, for example, by Angela Merkel, for her saying that she was importing people so she could offset the far right. This isn't a conspiracy.
How much does your media theory have clouded everything? You see, it seems like it's if you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. I mean, I try to find disconfirming evidence. If I feel like I see stuff that contradicts it, or I can't make accurate predictions or understand a certain thing, then I would change my mind. But it seems pretty predictive of a lot of things right now. And it also seems to explain a lot of the bad analysis, but other people keep trying to figure out like, why does this happen? Or why are conservatives able to get away with this? Or why can't we do this? And I feel like all of the lib people for the past 5 years have never been able to come up with a satisfying answer. And I feel like my answer is satisfying, but I mean, what do you want me to say? Mootin.
What do you want me to say?
Did you know that when Leonardo DiCaprio was doing this scene, he broke his finger?
Hurt his hand.
Oh my God, and he continued doing it. And it was
he didn't break his finger. He cut his hand. You idiot. You absolute fool.
This isn't behind closed doors. He's right about that. It's something that they openly state. They openly state that, and they want to do that.
And creating an existential crisis.
Yeah.
The existential...
It is an existential crisis.
Why doesn't Hassan just go full mask off? His true views of the West and how he wants communism to thrive the same way Asmongold can go mask off. And just be an avowed ML because society hasn't been massaged enough to go in that direction yet. That's why you see Hassan using terms but not explaining them to kind of like get them into the vernacular of his audience. But I don't think that the feeling is that we're not like fertile enough, I guess, for a fucking revolution or some bullshit. So they still have to be subtle about it.
So it absolutely is.
Crisis is here. It's capitalism.
Capitalism is the real problem, not the institutionalized rape gangs that are going around and have the support from the government that are basically allowing this to happen for votes. No, all of your daughters and sisters and mothers and, you know, like nieces and all of this, and even nephews, right? Them getting raped. No, that's not the real problem. That's not the problem, guys. No, the real problem is the guy that built a business that made a lot of money off of it. Oh, right. Yeah, for sure, man. Definitely.
He said, I've spent hours covering the UK grooming gang reports. I have zero sympathy for people who are downplaying it and calling it bullshit. The atrocities against those children and the years of authorities covering it up are disgusting.
What are you laughing at?
Jesus. Does he have
What's
a
so
response?
funny about this?
Is he gonna? Can he even respond to it?
What is this?
Epstein defender, by the way.
Oh, okay. Isn't he the guy who? And Asmongold isn't even an Epstein defender. I'm pretty sure Asmongold has said a million times that it's bad that they didn't do the fucking investigations and blah 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 blah.
I think he's mad at Trump over the Epstein shit.
Yeah, so it's not even an accurate attack. But but maybe Asmon has changed his position on that. I don't know. Whatever. I don't think he has, but
we've probably covered Epstein more than anyone else. So, by the way,
yeah.
Epstein defender, by the way.
And you see how he puts himself into full cam to say that for like extra emphasis. So if you look at, for example, Asmongold Epstein, these are the videos that I've made about Jeffrey Epstein. Uh-huh. It's still going. Yep. You can see his photo in all these, right? I mean, it's clearly me talking about it. That's it. I'm an Epstein defender. I've probably made more videos that have gotten views for Jeffrey Epstein than Hassan has views on his entire channel. And if I had to guess, it's probably not even close. And that's okay.
I've spent hours covering the UK grooming gang reports. I have zero sympathy for people who are downplaying it and calling it bullshit. The atrocities against those children and the years of authorities covering it up are disgusting.
He has nothing to say.
Yeah.
Nothing to say because you know it's true. Except for a snort. He's going to give it a ceremonial snort.
Epstein defender, by the way.
Calling somebody an Epstein defender that's made more videos about Jeffrey Epstein than probably... I'm not even kidding. Look at all these. I've made...
Pick one, Hassan presidency or an Asmongold presidency. I mean, like, it sucks and it's terrible, but, like, it would have to be the Asmongold one, right? Like, everything about this guy is abhorrent and terrible and disgusting, but, I mean, like... I think Asmongold would try to turn us into whatever quasi-fascist nation he wants us to be, which I think is bad for a billion different reasons, and that it cuts against the core of every American value I think anybody that appreciates the founding of the country should have. But Hassan, I think, would legitimately try to destroy the country. Like, legitimately get China to fucking nuke parts of California or New York or some shit. I don't know.
Made more videos about this time, and this probably isn't all of them, by the way. There's probably a handful that aren't aggregated here. And this is just on YouTube. I've talked about this more...
Can we please talk about how the suit in a streamer room aesthetic looks absolutely ridiculous? Yeah, I don't understand that. I think if Hassan wanted to wear suits to like political events and rallies, I kind of get that. But in a room, he just reminds me of it doesn't really relate, but he reminds me of the kid in this movie.
Those are it's
the Elijah guy. That's just all I see. I don't know, like, bro, what are you doing? You got all dressed up today for stream? I don't know, whatever.
He isn't all of them, by the way. There's probably a handful that aren't aggregated here. And this is just on YouTube. I've talked about this more than anybody. I can almost guarantee you that there are more clips and more videos of me talking about Jeffrey Epstein collectively than probably any other person on the internet. I genuinely believe that.
Well, okay, for me, thank you for the 40 gifted tier 1 subs.
Okay, props to Rokana. I did. I talked to him actually, and like say this during the period I talked to him, and you know, like I said, like if there's more information, I'd love for you to come on my stream because there is a greater like I don't agree with Rokan on a lot of things, but something like the Epstein files needs to be addressed. And whenever you're looking at institutional capture from both sides, you have to try to get allies wherever you can. And if he is an uncommon or an unlikely ally, I was more than willing to take it because it was such a huge problem.
Because Twitch is terrified of actually offering consequences to anyone that is right-wing. Okay.
That's right. You have to get people banned. That's it. So now you're up. So now, oh wow. Hopefully, please protect me. Hopefully somebody gets banned. Oh no, I can't actually talk about this or address the point. Pay back 1 second. Points. I have to go and say you need to get banned. Oh my god. This is the person that literally supported terrorists killing people. Like,
okay, that's it. They're absolutely and utterly fucking terrified. There is no dedicated mass, mass banning incident. Like there are no forces in the same way.
There's no dedicated mass banning incident to people who are spreading right-wing beliefs. Right. Yeah, definitely not. No, that's never happened. That's never happened, guys.
Like right-wing Discord servers, including ASMONGOLD server, will sit around and wait for an opportune moment, like a clip that looks weird or a clip that they can clip out of context to immediately mass spam reports. We don't do that.
Yeah, you do.
We don't do that.
Yeah, you do. You obviously do. Like, you do the exact same thing. Like, you have dozens of Twitter accounts that you retweet and signal boost and elevate all the time. You signal boosted Twitter accounts that accused me of killing my own mother. How can you possibly say that you don't do that? I never brought your family into any of this. All of those accusations about your dad, I never even talked about that ever. But you're going and you're elevating that. I never do that. That's insane. We never did that, by the way. People on Discord only report people who make threats of violence. Well, that's probably why he thinks he's being targeted.
Not at all. And that's part of the reason why that, these guys get away with whatever the fuck they want. They also run a fairly tight ship. Like, I'm willing to bet this kind of stuff doesn't get boosted on LSF. Whenever a clip like this,
well, they have a no politics rule. So obviously, if I'm talking about something political, it wouldn't get boosted on LSF because it's politics. Logically, that's what would make sense, right? Like, I mean, obviously.
Clip like this is out there, okay? It gets deboosted.
No, the reason why I don't push, like, I mean, why would I go after his dad? I don't care. Nobody cares. It's just stupid. It's just stupid, childish, personal attacks. Like, whenever people are saying, like, I killed my mom, like, nobody gives a shit about that. It's not like it's going to change anybody's mind. It's just nasty personal attacks made by people that have nothing left to say. It's not like it's going to move the needle. It's not going to help my strategy. It's not going to improve anything. It's just nasty, mean, stupid, destructive behavior that helps no one. So why would I use a strategy that way just to hopefully inflict more personal... I don't care about people's personality. Like, I don't hate Hassan as a person. I hate what he says. I hate what he stands for. I don't care about what he does personally. It's not relevant to me. He could be the greatest guy or the worst guy ever. It's not relevant at all. It's what you're saying.
It's deboosted. Here he is endorsing an Islamophobic hate crime that took place one day after he was reading the Rupert Lowe rape report that falsely claimed that all Muslims are doing mass rapes against white women.
Falsely claimed that all Muslims are doing mass rapes against white women. This is why everybody hates you. This is why the entire commentary community and people on YouTube and everybody on the right and the left all hate you. It's because you can never engage with or deal with any sort of legitimate criticism without reframing it into a lie. You are insulting the intelligence of all of your viewers, and you're just misrepresenting things for no reason in order to push a narrative that's not even real. Believe all victims except this time? Yeah. So this is, you literally just lie and reframe it and turn it into something that it's not in order to hopefully make it more, like worse. You're trying to downplay the rape report because it's inconvenient to your core politics.
Rarely do you ever see this kind of clip make its way to livestream fails or numerous other subreddits where people can upvote it and complain about how disgusting or how odious this conversation is, how odious this and toxic this person is, and their worldview being repulsive, okay? Twitter is already dominated by the far right, so when this kind of stuff goes viral on Twitter...
Isn't it crazy how every platform that isn't massively censored is dominated by the far right? Wow, I wonder why that is. And also, it's not dominated by the far right. Like, this isn't even true. You have tons of people that are left-wing that are saying things all the time on Twitter. Hassan gets thousands of likes on Twitter. What do you mean that it's dominated by the far right? There's tons of lib-slop opinions that get 100,000 likes all the time. It's not even true.
People actually celebrate it. They cherish it. They think it's awesome. And Twitch is terrified of taking any action against someone who is actively championing hate crimes taking place.
3 hours since this event happened. And now 250,000 plus rapes, sexual assaults, and abuse, or sorry, victims. Because the rapes obviously happened multiple times. Not a single peep. Not a single, not a bit of conversation. Never wanted to talk about that even for a second. And the reason why is because you don't actually care about it. You only care about the political implications. And in the instance where you did acknowledge it, you poisoned the well by falsely framing it in something that it wasn't. Everybody knows what you're doing. Everybody else has to listen to this narrative. Who gives a fuck? Who cares?
Scrutiny on this. His audience will then turn around and claim falsely that I say this exact same kind of thing about Jewish people, and then they will do a counter-messaging campaign.
Well, you don't say that same thing about Jewish people. You just support people that want to do the next Holocaust. Whenever you're supporting people that actively want to genocide Jews worldwide, like the Houthis or Hamas or Hezbollah, yeah, I'd say that's anti-Semitic. That's like saying, well, I'm not anti-Semitic, but I support the Nazis. What are you talking about? Really? Like, what are we even doing here? They want to kill Americans too? They do. But this is the reason why you're being called anti-Semitic, is because you openly express support for groups that want to systematically kill Jews. That's the reason why people think that you're anti-Semitic. I don't know why this is complicated. It's obvious.
To make it seem like I am actively demanding hate crimes happen to Jewish people or whatever.
It's like saying I'm not racist against blacks, but I support the KKK, but you literally say the KKK should have the right to exist. Well, the KKK, number one, there's nobody here supporting, I hope, right? Nobody here is supporting the KKK. And on top of that, like, I'm not saying that. I've never said that. Obviously, people have a right to freedom of speech, but no, I don't support them at all. It's like an insane comparison. What?
So just wait. I know exactly how this song is sung. I know exactly how this song and dance goes.
Because you know what you're doing. Of course you know how it goes because you're the one that's doing it. Yeah, you're supporting people that are going around saying that they want to kill Jews. And then you...
Okay, I think we're good. I mean, like, what do you want me to say? Jesus.
I think that we need...
What is this?
I want to show you another one.
Many of these...
I want to show you another take. ASMONGOLD begs his chat to stop criticizing Israel and claims it's a distraction from Trump's amazing presidency.
These people are actual...
Wait, what? Is there a link to the VOD where this is from? There's no way... Like, Hassan trying to tie back anything from ASMONGOLD to fucking Israel? Really, bro? Is that really all he can do?
And you've been convinced that Israel is your biggest enemy while you side with other people that want to ethnically and demographically replace you in a different way, and you think that they're on their side. That's what's happening to you, and you're being played for a fucking fool. You've been poison pilled. And do you know why? It's because you're winning. It's because you're winning astronomically. You're completely destroying every one of their designs. You have totally removed the idea of, genital mutilation for children because they've been psyoped by their parents to think that they're the opposite gender.
Yeah, this was a real thing that was happening all the time. I'm glad that it's been destroyed. Yeah. Has Twitch changed its policy to allow white supremacy now? Yes. Okay, sure. It costs a fucking arm and a leg to keep up with your groceries and keep up with your bills, but you're winning. Why are you winning? Because we're owning the libtards. Okay? Also, it's perfectly cool and normal and valid to have to sign a document that says you will never disavow the beautiful nation state of Israel if you want to keep your job. It's good. I love signing loyalty pledges to Israel so I can be a school teacher in the state of Texas. Why would you ever say that that's strange? Excuse me? What are you, an anti-Semite? Why would you talk about that? Just stop talking about Israel, please.
Stay focused, because
there's never been a moment in my life where I have maintained this position that, like, TV shows are woke now, so that means it's good, and that means we're fucking winning. As a matter of fact, during peak woke, many people might not have known this about me. I routinely railed against the quote-unquote SAW messaging campaigns that hyper-focused on television shows. And I said that this was a byproduct of, being powerless and recognizing your powerlessness, which is why you were choosing to have some semblance of control and some way of feeling as though you have, as though there is an avenue where people are responsive. An institution is being responsive to your needs. And it was usually during, it was just Hollywood, right? And I kept explaining to people that this was silly. And a lot of people would get mad at me for that. And I was like, no, the real power comes from actual political organizing, labor militancy, being able to claw back some of your own productive output that you are responsible for, having some autonomy in the workplace.
He's using this term a lot, productive output, productive output, productive output. I don't know if he's ever explained it, but that's another kind of like dog whistle towards a more Marxist framing of society. Productive output is, you know, labor's owning the capital as opposed to having an owner class or whatever.
Or getting your wishes across to politicians. That is real political power. All this other stuff is bullshit, meant as a distraction to make you feel like you are, you know, actually accomplishing something. Asmongold is now doing the other side of that. It's the reverse SJW. It's the anti-woke SJWs. The injustice, the social injustice warriors. Okay? From the social justice warriors to the social injustice warriors, that's precisely what Asmongold's goals are here. Do not focus on material needs. Do not focus on making demands that will change your material reality. Focus on television shows that are now anti-woke. That's idiotic.
Like wine. That's not how their hormones work. That's not how they work. Yeah, I gotta find my 16-year-old life.
What do you say? Oh, it's cool, man. Well, Asmon Dad watched me. But yeah, these are the guys.
I wonder if it's Hassan's new little management company or whatever. Whatever those people, if they prepare, they're the ones who prepare clips for him. Maybe they're the ones that mastermind all this shit behind the scenes, so he has his like little hit clips ready to go.
Guys who are like, Asmongold is not a particularly clever orator or a decent propagandist, because he's just like watering down shit that he sees on his Twitter timeline, right? He's just like basically rehashing tweets that he reads.
Oh, nice. I wonder where Hassan got that take from. I'm also super tired of whoever gives him fucking talking points, like scraping so much shit from me. Whoever you are, you should legitimately fucking rope.
Off of his timeline, he doesn't actually have I mean, he has right-wing opinions, obviously. That much is clear. But he doesn't have the capacity to push for these values on his own. All he can do is just, like, respond to stimuli. And that's the reason why he keeps going back and forth on the Israel stuff. Like, one day he'll lean into anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, and then the next day he'll be like, while I do genuinely appreciate people like Nick Fuentes for all the bold advocacy that they're doing. Do
you think Hassan will break down eventually or not? I mean, my feeling, I guess we'll tell when these elections come up if like more success happens. Like if Plattner loses, I feel like that hurts the Slopulous people. If El Sayed loses, I think that hurts quite a bit. If they don't have any star performers, in the upcoming midterms, a lot of all of their California people lost. I just don't ever see like leftism taking hold in the United States the way these guys want it to. But the annoying thing is that they might not be able to secure any political power for themselves, but Jesus Christ, can they constantly fuck with lib-left people who are trying to secure political power? And that's kind of the annoying thing.
And I agree with. At the same time, we got to stop talking about this Israel stuff, right? And it's inconsistent. And as long as he keeps hitting...
Am I wrong, or is he reading a script? He absolutely gets talking points related to the videos and everything he reviews. That's why he's got like tweets and stuff ready to go. He's got like the talking points ready to hammer out. Like these are quasi-prepared content streams. I just don't know who's doing it for him. It could be that Austin Ox guy or whatever. Yeah.
The fuck us online. As long as he keeps saying like, no, these wokes are actually ruining your life. Think about the culture war. Think about the culture war. As long as he hits those lines, then it's fine.
Wait, Hassan starts talking about me in this video. Where is this?
Over and over again, and try to mobilize community, engage in mass harassment.
So you're trying to add an additional moral value that I'm trying to like single out and attack trans people. It's like a protected class, like, oh wow, I'm bullying all the trans people. No, just the ones that want to indoctrinate and talk to kids. Yeah, it's a problem. It's a huge problem.
Over and over again, and try to mobilize community, engage in mass harassment. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He takes advantage of the Epstein harassment shop as well.
Epstein harassment shop?
A person taking advantage of a harassment apparatus, which is what I've said Hassan does for all of the logistical shit. I can't wait till my case is over and I can put my video on all this, because I want all these people are getting tied together. The solo dude, Pixie and Lauren, logistical, and then Hassan. Oh my God, these people are all going to be sailing in the same fucking boat. One day. She's coming. My judge is coming.
What?
Like, Asmongold doesn't even understand what the fuck he's talking about, because this attack doesn't make any sense. It's just projection from the dickless losers that feed Hassan talking points from my stream. I guess I'm flattered they watch me so much, but...
Oftentimes their targets are aligned. Random left figures, people like myself. So they join forces.
Well, I think that's a good reveal on why you don't have the Democrats that support you and why they don't want to have anything to do with you. It's because you other yourself from them whenever you actually find it convenient. Destiny is a liberal. Destiny is a liberal Democrat. He has opinions that I disagree with, but Destiny is an American.
and do this kind of targeted smear campaigns and targeted harassment campaigns, and it feeds into this never-ending cycle of reactionary commentary on YouTube. And a lot of the slop tubers don't even care about it either. They don't have any sort of like real...
Yeah, because nobody is going to listen to you say that I'm an Epstein defender after I've made 100 videos on Jeffrey Epstein.
It's such a stupid attack to use against Asmongold.
And take you seriously. You just look like a retard.
Political opinion. They're just like totally fine with right-wing commentary or believe in right-wing commentary.
Yeah, totally fine with right-wing commentary, bro. I fought with Asmongold more than you have, and I'm not even on his fucking platform.
Regardless. And that's how you maintain an outsized right-wing slanted media sphere.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I am. Yep. I'm, you know, so endeared by the right-wing media sphere.
That has actually a very diverse audience.
It would be much better if I was aligning with literal terrorist organizations that rape and kill people like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, and trying to run defense for the Iranian government that's massacred and murdered tens of thousands of their own people. They had to turn off the internet so they could start shooting everybody. But no, the problem really is the fact that I don't actively view Destiny's community as some evil group of people. No, I don't like a lot of the things that they say, and they don't like what I say. But that doesn't mean that we can't come together and recognize that you are an external threat that's coming into American politics. You're trying to import foreign blood feuds that are thousands of years old into American politics. That's what you want to do. And I think that everybody sees that, and they rightfully completely repudiate it. And that's why your speaking arrangements are being canceled. That's why you're getting canceled from going to the UK.
With a diversity of opinion, but it's not really reflected because all of the top...
This clip is sped up? Oh, I didn't even realize that. Holy shit. Jesus. Yeah, wow. I wasn't even thinking of this.
Left content creators are ritualistically humiliated on the timeline.
Yeah, because they support things like child genital mutilation. They support things like the Iranian terrorist government. They support things like October 7th. They deserve to be humiliated. And they should honestly be humiliated more.
True.
By virtually every...
They support terrorist rapists and pedophiles.
Apolitical to far-right figure on the internet, and most of these websites, especially Twitter, which a lot of these kinds of smear campaigns aggregate from, are so boosted to the far right in their algorithm that it ends up having this exact same toxic attitude reinforced.
It's the algorithm. It's Elon Musk. It's never you. It's never your fault. It's always somebody else.
Worse than all the other platforms that rely on these smear campaigns are being boosted on Twitter. It doesn't just stay on Twitter. It makes its way to Reddit. It makes its way to TikTok.
Thank God. Thank God. People are seeing the message. By the way, about harassing smaller content creators, what's this?
Hassan is the king. This is a thing that I don't know if I've ever actually seen Asmongold do this. Like, again, I don't know if it's just the left or if it's just Hassan, but Hassan has ways of attacking people that I just don't ever see emulated on the right. Where, I mean, you guys see it. Hassan will dig down into the craziest Twitter feuds where it's like the smallest content creators. Hassan will be like signal boosting Pisco because he views him as like breaking away from the DGG plantation. Or Hassan will be attacking random people that he perceives as being friendly towards me on Twitter that are like, sometimes they don't even have YouTube channels. They're just like Twitter people, that the Black Cat Twitter person. I've seen him attack them before. Like, it's just crazy how deep Hassan will go to try to harass or target people that are around me. It's insane.
So I look kind of chopped, but Hassan Piker fans are actually rabid animals. My DMs are so I'm on break at work right now, so I look kind of chopped, but Hassan Piker fans are actually rabid animals. My DMs are full of people threatening to assault me, dox me, calling me Amber Heard as an insult, saying that I am using propaganda and I'm being paid by YouTubers that I also hate. Yeah, it's crazy that I called out Hassan for tourism and misogyny and being basically a passport bro, and I've got people calling me like a conservative in my DMs and just saying I'm spreading propaganda and that
it's not him that's harassing people. No.
Even if he did these things, we still need him as the face of the left. But yeah, Hassan fans straight up got me demonetized. And this is coming from someone that used to be subbed to Hassan. I was giving that millionaire money because I was an idiot. So yeah, maybe let's cool it with the threats because I don't...
Hassan never has to address this shit because he always has smaller... What are they doing on the balcony? I swear to God. Fuck no. Not this shit again. Please, God, no. Hold on. They're power washing the roof over there? Oh, Jesus, it's okay. Hassan never has to deal with these people directly because he has his smaller content creators who can attack these people. So his Frogans, his KC-Trons, his Denims, and then he's got his far-left media establishment that will never ask him critical questions about this ever. So the Matt Berensteins, the Majority Reports, the Ryan Grimms, and then he's got a bunch of lib-left content creators who are too retarded to understand politically what's going on. So his Piscos and his Soybells.
I don't really think that's helping with the misogyny allegations.
It's so much cover. He has so much cover. It is. I am jealous. I will admit it. I am jealous of the amount of cover he has for his behavior. It's crazy.
That would be great if you could stop threatening to murder me.
Man, I don't know. I think that's kind of bad. When you criticize HASMASPIKER and he says you defend white supremacy and calls you a rabbit because you said white leftists shouldn't call Candace Owens slurs, and his followers mass report your video and flood your comments with snowflakes because you call them a misogynist.
You guys are developing this idea that someone like myself is constantly breaking the rules on Twitch.
Well, yeah.
Never getting punished for it.
You do.
Whereas someone like ASMONSLOP is simply a regular dude saying the truth.
That's, you know what? I'm glad he finally realized this.
Sometimes going a little too far, but ultimately he's just a regular dude, right?
So
I mean, he
true.
wears a white t-shirt.
He often attacks these people directly by pulling up their tweets on stream. Well, yeah, but he's not attacking them directly. He might be saying stuff, but he's getting it signals his audience to go and attack them. That's why.
So I can't possibly fathom that this is a
Are you really getting upset? Is this really like you're really in on he's all in on his suits, isn't he? This is the worst suit that I've ever seen in my life. Like, what is this? Is this like a 1968 trailer for like a Sears vacuum?
Okay, enough of this. Jesus fuck. 13-year-old arrested for stealing $50,000 from her parents to donate to Chinese streamers. God damn.
These are premium packs. What do I mean by that? I mean, these are from old sets, Scarlet and Violet, that these cards are worth a lot of money. Each one of these packs, no exaggeration, is worth $15 to $20 each. Okay? If you get a hit in one of these packs, you can get thousands of dollars. No kidding. Both of these sets have cards that are hundreds to thousands of dollars. There's an Umbrian in this one that's worth over $1,000. And I think there's cards in this one worth between 500 and 1,000. Okay?
What?
So these are absolutely premium sets. All right?
Okay.
But there's only 6 packs in each box. So basically, these are only for special occasions. Like when? Well, if someone does a $100 contribution, we'll open a pack. Or if we're on a stream and we hit $250 of support, we'll open one of these packs. But that's the only times we're doing it. I'm not going to be doing tons of these packs unless you have an insanely supported stream.
True.
I'm not, because I don't want to blow through these quickly. I want to have these be a slow burn kind of a deal as like a special rarity reward. Okay? It should be fun. And that is in effect as of right now. Okay? So that could happen tonight with Mina the Hollower stream.
That's crazy. Virtual Gemma crashes out over someone calling her lady in a video game.
Win? So you're trying to win? Okay, then we're gonna need the 2 tanks. Don't call me lady, firstly.
No time for me to even portal.
Secondly, can you jump up with the Angela and actually try get their healers? Because we're dealing with peeling against the magic. So if you're not peeling, you need to kill their healers. Otherwise, we're just going to be at a complete disadvantage the whole time.
Now. Why don't you respond to what I just said?
Because you insulted me by saying a lady. I didn't insult you by saying a little boy, did I?
Oh, remember what I said? How there's no equivalent to guys for women? Like, what are you supposed to say? Woman! That sounds crazy, right? Girl! That sounds crazy. Lady! I mean, I guess, but that also it does sound kind of weird. Like, there's this, like, weird attack. I mean, that's kind of true, where, like, kind of men online treat women like aliens sometimes, like female. But, like, female really is, like, the most neutral word. But, I mean, are you going to call someone female? Like, there's just no good word, you know?
Okay, little boy. Let's talk.
Did I call you little girl?
Why did you call me lady?
What do you mean? Have you heard your tone? You're talking about insulting.
Because I'm asking my tank to TP? Are you that sensitive?
Cut it out. Cut it out.
My tone is a problem because I'm asking my tank to TP?
And me calling you lady?
You're crazy, dude.
You're insane. Like what?
Fucking hell, these people. Go in.
Rip. Please execute anyone in chat that says gal is the equivalent to guy. I think half are Mimi and half are just autistic. I don't know. Ray clowns the U.S. education system finding out Rakai graduated high school despite missing 2 years of school.
Hey, bro, put a congrats in the chat, bro, for Rakai, man. For me, my boy finally graduated, bro. He finally a grown-ass man, bro. From now on, okay, finally, for me, do start to him, bro, because he a grown-ass man right now. But, I still don't know how the U.S. system works, bro.
Okay, I don't care. Gets fooled by a master of deception.
Works in that one room. Surprised nobody's using this legendary spot right here. Let me get another whistle real quick. They are? Chat, what y'all talking about?
Jinxie reacts to his friend Muda cheating in friend slop game. Cheating how?
Wait, Jinxie, speaking of getting cancelled, were you seeing the new cancellation threads on a certain streamer?
A streamer got canceled? No, who?
Over Mecha Chameleon.
Who?
Bro, Muda.
Wait, no.
Jinxie, he had an LSF thread hit the top, and then he's been getting cancelled with like 10k like tweets all over Twitter because that one clip where he killed XQC and Mecha Chameleon.
Say you swear to God, bro.
I swear to God, they're saying that he uses trigger bot in Mecha Chameleon.
I don't believe you. Let me look it up. XQC asks for Muda admitted cheater to get kicked. Muda POV looks like trigger bot.
Turn around. Go straight, left.
There you go.
Straight.
Where is this guy?
Straight. I like how you put panties on the character.
Wait, hold up. I'm not even.
There you go.
Where is this guy?
Straight. I like how you put panties on the character.
What did his aimbot go off or something?
Bro, if he's using trigger bot in Mecha Chameleon, I've seen it all. I've seen it.
Straight. I like how you put panties on.
Bro, but you don't really see anything.
Bro, you see literally nothing. Ask your chat. Type 1 if they think it was sus, and he was actually cheating in a friend slop game. Type 2 if he's innocent.
Bruh. Not good. Low tier god requesting video proof of homosexuality. What?
Weed. Smoking more weed. Smoking more weed. How high can I get? Yes. What the fuck was that?
Jesus Christ. Good one.
Thank you.
Wait, is this about to have some gay shit?
Different of me. I mean, I'm already like black and gay. Like, damn, God, give me like.
Man, if you gay, prove it.
Or like extreme.
The fact that he said he was gay, I don't believe it. Blow beefcake or get chakra on film. I'm gonna start calling niggas out that claim zesty. I need to see you blowing beef cake and riding with asshole before you could claim that shit. Otherwise, you're just doing it for some popularity. and I'm so heterosexual, I could just look at the proof and be like, oh, okay, yeah, he swings that way. And it won't.
True. Absolutely true. It's the funniest shit ever. You go into his chat and celebrate Pride Month, or even act remotely zest. He demands video proof of you being gay, or you get permabanned LeMayo. Honey, wake up. Trump's new record low approval rating just dropped. 67% disapprove. Wow! When did Vosh turn into a borderline national Bolshevik? Bill Maher takes an unnecessary shot at President Obama. Good meme. Instinctively generous and open-minded man, in 2003 he hosted a reunion party for his Yale classmates at the White House. One of his fellow alumni had since become a woman and wasn't sure how to introduce herself. Nervously she said, "You might remember me as Peter." Bush jumped in, "And now you've come back as yourself." Wow. Tried making this post before with direct, recent quotes from Vosh, but it was removed by Reddit's filters when I directly quoted him, which is telling. Most of what I'm talking about is referencing this video. 10 hours
Discuss
ago.
the move. From the book.
Member Vance during ICE, a single foreign policy win does not clear his name. Insipid, liberal, your brain is rotted by individualism. At no point have I cleared Vance's name. You're imagining, you're shadowboxing, you're fighting in the corner of a room right now. Men in white coats are approaching you from behind. They're going to put you in a straitjacket and take it away. You're going to the facility. You're going to a goddamn sanatorium.
After watching the vice president on the ABC News program this week, Donald Trump vented to others that J.D. Vance hadn't repeated his own new phrase, that Iran's nuclear program had been, quote, totally obliterated. Trump told one associate, everyone needs to say effing obliterated. That's the word.
This is excerpts from the book where New York Times, quote unquote, journalists withheld critical information about leaks within the White House so they could release it for a book, remember? Another symptom of Zionist influence decay in the United States.
I'm sorry, my head just spun on that. What? What?
Trump told one associate, everyone needs to say effing obliterated. That's the word.
This is excerpts from the book where New York Times, quote unquote, journalists withheld critical information about leaks within the White House so they could release it for a book, remember?
What, critical information about leaks from the White House? Are you talking about like how every journalist sources everything ever? Or were there like leaks from the White House to like Israel that journalists needed to report to the U.S. government? Or I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about here.
Another symptom of Zionist influence decay in the United States. The New York Times, if it was a real journalistic organization, would have put these two through a fucking pillory, or in the pillory. But instead, we all have to wait for them to give us the juicy drops after it's past time.
Everyone just needs to copy what I say. With Democratic Congresswoman Madeleine Dean of Pennsylvania. She serves on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Also joining us, Princeton University professor and political analyst Eddie Glaude. He's the author of a brand new book.
I don't care.
The courage of people who came before us. Okay. And to your question, I think about the smallness of what we were talking about. The smallness of the people in this White House. The smallness, sadly, of this president.
I don't care.
Solution to a calamitous war.
Oh, everything is at stake. The world is less safe as a result of this president and how he pursued this reckless...
J.D. Vance's book rollout hasn't been going that well either, about his conversion to Catholicism, particularly when you have the Pope saying, yeah, J.D., you don't really get this Catholicism thing. But, FDR's vice president, one of his vice presidents, John Nance Garner, once famously described the vice presidency as a bucket of warm spit. Well, I'm not sure that he actually said spit.
Ew. Okay. Well, this is worthless and I don't even care about it. Vosh gets angry for a while. That's what I'm going to name this one. It wasn't always like this. In other countries around the world...
Hold on. Vosh goes nuclear on chat over choosing J.D. Vance over Gavin Newsom. Now, is this Vosh going nuclear on his chat because his chat chose JD Vance over Gavin Newsom? Or is Vosh going nuclear on his chat over him choosing JD Vance over Gavin Newsom?
And in America in the past, it was possible for good politicians to do good things. People had hope. Now none of you have hope. The people who demand that I plug my nose and eat the shit the Democrats serve to us on a plate are people who have themselves given up hope. You're just engaging in smug contrarianism. You don't actually believe in a future. You know the Democrats offer you nothing. You know the world's not going to become a better place. You know that we have nothing but despair in our future. You know that it's over. You know that because right now the Democratic Party is incapable of doing anything against the tide that we face, okay? The storm is coming, all right? It is already here. It has been here for a while, but it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse with time. Democrats aren't going to fix it, and you know it. You know there's no future. You know that it's over. But there was a time when good men could do good things. We need to return to that time. It used to be possible. Now it is not. If you continue to wallow in the mire of, well, we can't do better than the Democratic status quo, then you are consigning yourself to every bad thing Republicans do to you. Every dead Gazan child, every Republican taking away your right, you co-signed all of it. Because we could have had an opposition party, and you said no. You're a traitor to yourself. Those things are not mutually exclusive. You are a Republican. All right, bro, guess I'm a Republican, lol. You're not even old enough to vote. It's immaterial. International incident for no fucking reason, just because Trump is really weird about women.
Dimostra molto più accondiscendente, però una cosa se la devi ricordare, io e l'Italia non imploriamo mai.
Basically what happened was Trump at the G7 meeting said that like Meloni begged him for a photo op or something like that. Begged him to like take a photo. Here, The Hill, take it away.
Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni is accusing President Trump of making up a story about her after the president told an Italian TV station that Meloni wanted a picture with him at the G7 summit. The president was quoted as saying, Meloni wanted a picture with me so badly. I wouldn't have taken it, but I felt sorry for her. Meloni responded back on social media saying,
this was like totally unprompted, by the way. Like, Meloni is a fascist heir to Mussolini, largely far right, not beefing with Trump, just randomly decided to start beef for some fucking reason, like a fucking YouTuber. True, like baffling, just baffling, you know?
Donald Trump's statements are completely made up. I am frankly astonished. I don't know why the president of the United States behaves like this towards his allies. There is one thing he should remember, neither I nor Italy ever beg. Here with the latest details is The Hill's deputy managing editor, Sarakshi Rai. Sarakshi, thanks so much for joining us. This spat...
They canceled a diplomatic visit to the United States over this.
President Trump has stirred up a diplomatic spat today after testing the patience of a key U.S. ally, not Israel. In this case, it's Italy's top diplomat there abruptly canceling a planned trip to the U.S. set for this weekend after a back and forth between Mr. Trump and the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni. Now, the two were together at the G7 summit in France this week, where the president claimed in an interview with Italian TV that Meloni, quote, begged him for a photo and that he felt sorry for her. Meeting. Meloni responded in a video on X, calling his account totally fabricated and saying Italy and I never beg. She goes on to say, I don't know why the president of the United States behaves this way with his own allies. It's not, after all, the first time this has happened. And I can only say it's a shame he doesn't show the same determination with the enemies of the West, with the enemies of the United States. Well, she's right. It's hardly the first time the president has belittled, dismissed, or targeted America's closest friends. Also at the G7, he called Mexico's president a sacred woman, make that a scared woman. He said the French president's wife treats him badly earlier.
I mean, typically he does this to people who aren't as like politically aligned with him as Meloni, but I don't know. To me, it just reads that Trump is stressed out and he's lashing out at people. Really, I just think it's that. I don't think this has anything to do with any specific policy or any specific belief or whatever else. I think it's literally just like he's upset because he knows everything's falling apart right now, so he just decided to start beef for no reason whatsoever. It's just the same reason what he's attacking everyone else. He doesn't normally attack Meloni. Meloni's a fascist. The walls are closing in, kitten. Yeah.
Okay, I don't... I'll admit I'm way more left-wing than most people in this community. I consider myself a democratic socialist. Ideologically, I've historically considered myself much closer to someone like Vosh than Destiny. However, over the past year or two, I'd say, but especially recently, Vosh's rhetoric about Israel has gone off the charts. He has specifically referred to Israelis as a people, not the government or even the state, was evil. He makes an equivocation between capitalism as a whole and Zionism. Almost any bit of political corruption or cronyism in America, he refers to as Zionist or Zionist influence. And to top it all off, he said, based on Vance's recent comments, that in 2028, if it comes down to Vance versus Newsom, with Newsom taking his current stance on Israel and Vance playing into some kind of America first anti-Zionism, he would not only vote for Newsom, or he would not only not vote for Newsom, not only would he personally vote for Vance, but he would endorse Vance and tell people to vote for him. Hold on. Oh, it's not even an intro clip. It's just right at the start.
Will you be promoting JD? Should Gavin Newsom be Democrats' choice? I don't know. like we're not there yet, man. The midterms haven't even happened yet, and it's not a very interesting hypothetical until it gets crunchy, you know, until reality makes it crunchy. But like in the abstract, would I prefer a JD Vance that unambiguously wants to cut off support for Israel versus a Gavin Newsom that's eating out their ass? Yes, yeah, I would support JD Vance like wholeheartedly, and I would endorse everyone vote for him. Yeah, support for Israel is support for mass death. It's not just for Gazans, but for everyone. It's support for the apocalypse. It's a demonic belief. There is very, not to suggest there's little that JD Vance could do that would match the evil and harm done right now by supporting Israel, because if anyone could figure it out, you know, JD Vance and the Republicans could. But yeah, no, I would hope all Democrats would take this as a sign that it is in fact really important for every possible obvious reason to not support Israel right now. Your constituency doesn't want you to. You're hastening our like oil claps by providing them political support. Nobody likes it. It's unpopular. It's morally wrong. It's politically wrong. There's no reason to do it. It's just like insane to keep doing it, but they keep doing it anyway. So, you know, whatever. Speaking of JD Vance.
What happens when like the Israel-Palestine thing is like not as salient anymore and people don't care? What are these people going to talk about? I just can't imagine being so single-mindedly focused on one thing. Holy shit. Whatever.
At the Obama, you guys were both at the Obama Library. Yeah. Do we have a picture of the Obama Library? Because it looks like Death Star. It looks like something aliens built in Dubai. I like it. Why do it cost $850 million? Yeah. I don't understand why progressives like this. Couldn't that, you know, money be better spent on something else? Who's going to go to this? Why do we need a president?
Well, what do you think?
Why does anyone need a presidential library?
Because we have history as a country, and it's a young country, and it's good to be able to like point to monuments and to go and celebrate the history of this country and everything. Like, isn't that like a thing that? Holy shit. Do we all have to be like crass, tasteless losers like the tech bros who just want to have their social media platforms and then I don't even know what the fuck these guys do for fun. Yachts? Do they even?
These monuments to somebody's ego out of office. I don't.
Ego? Yeah, okay.
Are you? Yeah, anybody here in this audience planning to go to the Obama presidential library?
Sure. There you go.
Really?
Oh, no, Bill, come on.
What a bunch of fucking liars you are. You're not going to the Obama library.
At a time.
Okay. Check this. Haven't we seen all these? Are there really more Anna clips? Can she get more insane? Is that possible?
I honestly don't know if it could be worse. America is going to be in a strategically, tactically, and militarily worse position than it was under Biden. He made a choice to test America's resolve, and he has choked. He has chickened out. He has bled himself dry. Trump, the crazy lunatic psychotic who doesn't care about lives and will do anything and do anything, could not bear the idea of putting a boot on the ground anywhere in Iran, and could not bear the idea of a single American possibly being taken hostage, which I understand. I'm not saying that either of those is a good thing, but if you're going to go to war, you have to put boots on the ground. Everyone in the military has volunteered to put their lives on the line for their country, and that the country itself may have to sacrifice in the form of wildly higher oil prices. If you think that the American national interest has to be engaged in this process, and if you go into the process and you lose it, and it's a complete war of choice, you have made things worse. The situation is worse.
Why don't you go put your boots on the ground in Iran, you piece of crap? How about that? I mean, can you imagine? He is complaining about the president of the United States having a difficult time stomaching the loss of American lives on behalf of a war Israel wants. This war in no way benefits us. It never was meant to benefit us. Jake, I can't get past the disgusting level of entitlement these gross Zionists have when it comes to sacrificing.
The thing that I will say, that I guess I don't know if I respect it or I am in fear of it, is how like every single day, the same thing always, every single day, the same fucking obsessive shit. It's crazy to me.
American lives for that god-awful country that honestly has caused so much pain, so much suffering, so much destruction. We have to sever our relationship with Israel. It is critical for the future of our country. I can't believe what that hog just said. I can't believe he just complained that Trump didn't put U.S. boots on the ground where they would be slaughtered in a country that has 92 million people in it who rallied around the flag as soon as the United States struck them on February 28th. How about you send the IDF, John? How come you don't want to send the IDF soldiers? Maybe they can take a little break from slaughtering people in Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon. Oh, but when it comes to the big kahuna, right? The real risky war where soldiers are very likely to die. Oh, send in the cattle. Send in the cattle. Send in the American troops. Garbage. What a garbage person. Let me just say, he's lucky I'm not allowed to curse on the show because I'm actually holding back. But go ahead, Cenk. I'm curious what you think.
So I'm very familiar with John Podhoretz. He was one of the main drivers of the Iraq War. Ben Mankiewicz
He's a pig.
Ben Mankiewicz and I fought against him tooth and nail 24 years ago.
Am I tripping, or is the point more if you choose to go to war, you have to be willing to risk lives? I mean, like, that would be a charitable reading of what he said. He did seem a little hungry for war, though, I would say. Maybe? He did seem a little hungry for it. But I mean, like, a fair reading of his point was that, yeah, if you're going to declare war on a country, you should be willing to risk your troops. And if you've shown the world that you're not, like, nobody's going to take anything you say seriously, which is, I mean, yeah. But obviously, anything related to fucking Israel, this stupid fuck will salivate over being able to virtue signal on.
Would not support the Republican Party. There's no chance I would support the Republican Party. I'm not going to support the Democratic. I would not support the Republican Party. There's no chance I would support the Republican Party. I'm not going to support the Democratic Party. I don't know what I'm going to do. But at this point, how could I or any American voter support a political party that's not loyal to the United States, that puts the interests of a foreign country above those of its own citizens? That's it's not possible to vote for people like that, and I'm not going to. And I think I voted Republican my entire life. I worked at Fox News, CNN, MSNBC. I've been a consistent defender for 35 years of the Republican Party. I mean, very consistent defender. But there's no defending this because it's immoral, and it's exactly the opposite of what a political party in a democracy is charged with doing, which is representing its own voters, its own citizens, its own nation, and they're not doing that. So, no, I'm out. And if I'm out, then I think a lot of other people are out. I would not support the Republican Party. There's no chance I would support the Republican Party. I'm not going to support the Democratic Party.
Okay.
Welcome.
Okay, this can't be this stupid, right? Please tell me this is not this stupid. Trump, when asked whether the next president would remove his gold decorations on the Oval Office. Cubans love gold. I'm trying. I don't remember because it's been so long since I've seen it. He's not just like talking about like fucking Scarface or whatever, right? Right. That advanced pick. Okay. I'm going to set my thing up here so my YouTube people don't kill themselves. Have a speech.
Wow.
Wow.
Hello, everyone, and what a beautiful day, right? Nothing like a project by my husband to bring out the sun. Let me start by thanking Addison for that magnificent introduction and for exemplifying the heart, excellence, and determination that has blossomed right here on the South Side for a very long time. I also want to send some love to everyone who made this day a reality. The construction workers, landscapers, designers, the architects, artists, chefs, our staff, our board members, our donors. Barack and I simply cannot thank you enough for the care and brilliance you poured into every square inch of this campus. I also want to recognize all of the elected officials and distinguished leaders from around the city, the state, the country, and yes, the world. Thank you for being here to celebrate with us, especially to all of my fellow formers, to Joe and Jill, George and Laura, Bill and Hillary. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for your service to our country over so many years. And for your constant friendship and support of our family. We love you guys, truly. Oh, to our daughters, Malia and Sasha, who will always be my babies. Even though we're no longer playing hide and seek on the South Lawn with Bo, or hosting sleepovers in the solarium. I see a lot of some sleepover girls here. You both have grown into such brilliant and beautiful young women, making your way out there in the world. Thank you for bringing so much joy and spirit and energy to a life you had no voice in choosing, and for making us proud every step of the way. Love you, babe. Oh, so please indulge me for a moment, because I'm gonna take a little time to do something that I know my husband will not do today, and that is to fully sing his praises. Barack, you gotta look at me. You told me all those years ago that you couldn't promise me the world, but you could promise me an interesting life. And of course, you outdid yourself and managed to give me both. I know it hasn't always been easy, but there hasn't been a single second through this experience that standing by your side hasn't left me in awe. 8 years in the crucible, and not once did you
Adam Wilson?
melt
Or Andrew Wilson? Fuck.
from the heat. Not once did you let it harden you. Instead, you used it to reveal your truest essence, your stubborn optimism and unflinching courage, your dazzling brilliance and unpretentious decency, your ferocious work ethic, and absolutely unshakable moral fiber. And to do it all as a first, and the higher standard that comes with all that, the claims that a U.S. senator and constitutional law expert wasn't qualified for the job, the lies about your birthright, your faith, your patriotism, the outrage when you stated the biological fact that if you'd had a son, that he too would be black. Yet, you were unflappable at every turn, always focused, always calm, always looking at the long view. How absurd it is to even imagine that you might have buckled under the pressure even once, lashed out in frustration, lost your temper. How absurd it is to imagine that you might have done anything but make our family and this entire country proud. No, you were too busy. I'm not done, y'all. Not done. So much to say. You were doing the people's work, rescuing our economy, expanding healthcare, ending a war, ordering the bin Laden raid, saving an auto industry, winning a Peace Prize. Keeping us safe from Ebola, regulating the banks, standing up for marriage equality, listening to science, and comforting and
Wait, can you hear me now? Hello, hello? Oh, weird. Is track 1 the only track that's ever played for stream? Oh, shit, I don't know, actually. I'll look at this later. Somebody asked about the, why can't Obama say he would have had a black son? I don't know what the reference to that is. I don't know if it was about the George Zimmerman stuff, saying that, like, children that look like us or something, or I don't know what, I don't know what, or the Zimmerman Trayvon Martin thing. I don't know if that was a reference to that drama or something else it was. Okay, that's what I thought, okay.
an entire nation in the face of unspeakable tragedies. And you did it all with such grace and class and cool that you made the hardest job in the world look like a walk in this beautiful park. Your mother, Toot, Gramps, you are a tribute to their love. They are up there grinning and hugging today because you never forgot who you are and where you came from. Single mother, working hard to get by and get an education and show her son the world. Grandparents who didn't have much, but they had the perfect recipe to nurture your flame. You never forgot the folks in the union halls and church basements here in Chicago, where you first put your ideals to this test. You never forgot all the voters you registered and students you taught and neighbors you organized. You never fell for the temptation of a quick fix, easy payday. You never changed from that idealistic summer associate who showed up on that rainy day when we first met without an umbrella. You always gave us the very best within you. And in doing so, you reminded the rest of us that we could too. Barack, there are no words to express how proud I am of the way you showed up and continue to show up every single day. It has been an honor to be by your side. You have made me a better person and have given us all an example that we should strive to emulate. And I hope you know, there is truly no higher calling than that. All right. To all of you joining us today, our invited guests, and everyone listening and watching from afar, the Obama Presidential Center was created as a beacon of hope, a monument to our unshakable values, the ones my husband has exemplified his entire life: equality, empathy, honesty, inclusion, fairness. And especially during these anxious and divisive times, it is so important that we remember that those values are not unique to my husband. They are the same ones that your husbands and wives, your parents and children, your friends and neighbors exhibit and pass on. Every single day, millions of people in this country wake up doing their very best to live decent and purposeful lives. Yeah, we're all tested in one way or another. And there are plenty of times we all fall short. But deep down in our hearts and souls, we all know right.
Wait, can you hear this? Hello, hello? There's no way now that this is... Oh. Oh, I understand everything now. Okay. Okay, hold on, I'll be back. I got it. One sec. Okay, you can hear me right now. Yeah, easy. Yep. And then you can hear this.
Money to take their students on field trips. The business owners struggling to meet payroll but refusing to close their doors. All those folks sweating over stoves to provide meals for their communities. Folks shivering in the freezing cold to deliver our packages. Picking up trash to keep our parks clean. Volunteers dedicating their weekends to coaching t-ball or directing the church choir, or mentoring a child. That's where the truth of this country lies. Not in grabbing as much as we can get for ourselves, or knocking folks down to prop ourselves up.
Okay, hold on, let me try one more. There was a way on Windows to decide what app goes to what output.
But in the overwhelming goodness, the relentless striving, the quiet dignity that is inside all of us, our greatest hope is that this center can reflect back just a fraction of that light. That it can capture the beauty of who we all are, no matter what we look like, or where we come from, or how much money we earn, or how we pray, or vote, or speak, or love.
this here, wait. And then...
It's why during our administration, we threw open the White House doors to all sorts of folks who don't usually get to meet the president or first lady.
Can you hear this right now? The audio sounds doubled? Okay.
The families pinching pennies to send their first child to college. The teenagers who know that a hot afternoon means the bullets start flying. The military spouses and children serving and sacrificing just like their loved ones in uniform. The Native kids showing us that resilience and pride can never. The 4-Hers and FFA members with calluses on their hands from feeding livestock. The immigrants proving what it truly means to be a dreamer. These folks aren't Americans too. They are America. They are the beating heart of this country. They are us and we are them. And to ignore this simple truth, to refuse to respect the contributions and experiences of people who aren't exactly like us, y'all puts us all at risk. Failing to see the humanity in all people puts us all on a slippery slope. And once that slide starts, there's no telling where it stops. A dangerous precedent that flies in the very face of our faith and of the founding promise of this democracy, that all of us are created equal, that each of us is a child of God with inerrant value. And no one, and I mean no one, has the right to sit in judgment of who's American enough. And that's why, folks, we simply don't have the luxury or time to be cynical or complacent, to wring our hands in despair, to wait for someone else to fix the problem. Y'all, hope is all we have, because hope is the essential spark that lights the fire of change. But hope is a choice. Whether or not we use our voices to speak up is a choice. Voting is a choice. Being a decent human being is a choice. Believing that we still hold the power to build a country that reflects us all is a choice. The Obama Presidential Center is a living testament to the power of choice, y'all. The historic example that millions of you gave the world about what this imperfect democracy has strived for and achieved. And an urgent call to go out there and do it again. So I hope that when you walk through this campus and bring your children here, you are reminded of the power of choice and the steady work of change. The arduous, unglamorous march up that mountain, 1 foot after another, day after day, generation after generation. But I also hope you fully absorb the elation of achieving something together. You know, that feeling when you clear the tree line and see a vista that takes your breath away. A feeling that can never be erased. And I know that can be hard to grasp right now, when everything feels so upside down, when fact and fiction run together, when folks seek to stifle speech, limit access to education, devalue diversity, erase the inconvenient parts of our history.
That's not good.
When our phones constantly buzz with the latest outrage. So I hope that this place can offer a respite from all that, at least for a little while. I hope it can reignite the optimism and empathy and ambition that has always powered this country's greatest change. So we want you to come here and put away your phones and talk and laugh and cry, because you won't cry, and make new friends. Get your hands dirty in my garden. Push your baby on a swing in the playground. Have a romantic picnic on the great lawn. Because that's the work of democracy too. Being neighborly, taking care of public spaces, having some fun, enjoying each other, shaking out of the isolation and division that have crept too deeply into our lives. And to my fellow Southsiders, I want you all to make this campus a part of your lives. Be inspired by the world-class art. Check out the books from our beautiful public library and bring them back on time. Drop some beats in the recording studio, hit some corner threes at home court, hold birthday parties, jumpstart clothing drives, host citywide cleanup days here. Use this campus to show off this place we call home. This joyful place where Marion and Fraser Robinson taught their 2 kids to dream big. This hopeful place where an unknown guy with an unknown name took flight. This stubbornly optimistic place where family after family scrapes and claws and laughs and dances their way to a better tomorrow. That's what this has always been about. Barack and I have always said that this center is grounded in our stories, but it has never been about us. It's never been for us. And it's gonna be here long after we're gone. So what it becomes and how it's preserved, that work has to be done by all of us, just like our democracy. And thankfully, you have shown the world what we are capable of. You've proven that a lasting legacy isn't an award or a name on a building or a number of zeros in a bank account, but the difference we make in one another's lives. It's about seeing each other and showing up for each other and carrying each other when we're weary or faltering or losing faith. That's how you build something that endures. And that's what you all have done at every twist and turn of this extraordinary journey. You have protected and proclaimed the hope that beats within the heart of this campus. You've rekindled and renewed this untamable, unpredictable, and unbreakable democracy. And I know that you all are going to astonish us even more in the months and years ahead, because you all have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that when we truly see each other, when we strive to bring out the best in ourselves and one another, oh, there is no limit to how high we can go. Thank you all. I love you all. God bless you, and God bless this country we love.
That's Bo Clinton playing, by the way. Okay. I think my audio tracks are separated now from my YouTuber editor people, I think. We have liberal versus conservative. Isiah the King versus whoever this loser is. We've got Dean Withers. And then we've got Hassan and Taylor Lorenz. Isiah. I don't know how to spell this. How do you fucking spell this stupid font? What? How the fuck are you guys this split?
Strong alpha males like Donald J. I think that we need strong alpha males like Donald J. Trump, Spencer Pratt, and our loved Charlie Kirk.
Did you just
On the street,
unironically say strong alpha males?
we have laws in favor of women getting leadership roles. We're
Is it? Never mind.
taking
Okay.
opportunities away from men. You are
You
oppressed
just-
more than me.
Men are men, and men have testosterone, and men love beautiful women. And trust me, I would prefer a man that actually looks at women and is sexually attracted to women.
Dude.
They had to make things up to get Trump. Trump
Bruh. This is not healthy.
doesn't have to be a sexual predator. Any woman would love to be with Trump.
All right, listen, put your hand up if you would have sex with Donald Trump.
Has Donald Trump been a good president for women, or has America moved backward from expanding women's rights to debating how far those rights
Why
should go?
these glasses?
I'm John Regalado, and from Jubilee Media, this is Surrounded, where one brave soul faces a room full of disagreeers. Today, we are diving into what feminism means on both sides of the aisle, abortion rights, and President Trump's record. I'm here with our featured guest, progressive commentator, Dean Withers. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
You ready to go?
Oh, I'm excited. This will be fun.
All right, are you all ready to debate Dean? Yeah! All right, let's get into it.
I'm Dean Withers. I'm a 21-year-old liberal. I do political debate for a living, and today I'm surrounded by 20 Trump supporters again. But this time, they're all women. My first surrounded claim is, men aren't better at leading than women.
If you would like to debate this claim, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Good to see you again.
Welcome back, Lori. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing phenomenal. So the first claim is that men are not better at leading than women. And I'm honestly appalled that you as a woman would disagree. But I mean, if you want to start it off by telling us why you do think men are better at leading than women, the mic is all yours.
Well, how I would like to start this off is I'd like you to define what a woman is.
Well, sure.
Oh,
I think that the
God.
definition of what a woman is ultimately irrelevant to this debate, and I'm willing
No,
to
it's
assume
not.
I'm willing to pre-assume your definition of what a woman is, i.e., an adult human female. See, if I were to give you my definition of what a woman is, an adult human individual that pertains to the social and cultural characteristics typical that of a female sex indexed to their gender identity, well, then all of a sudden we're going to be speaking past one another because we define the word woman differently.
Exactly.
So I'm more than
for
happy
you to
to
bring this
pre-assume your
prompt in the
definition.
first place is kind of silly because you don't know what a woman is.
Well, I just told you what my
And,
definition of the word woman is. You
You
just
know, and I
simply
think it would
overlooked
also depend on what leadership role that person would take. For instance, if you wanted Kamala Harris, who you voted for, to be the president of
Kamala.
the United States, we have a problem with that, and I'll tell you why. It's not necessarily the woman, but it is necessarily foreign countries. For instance, the Middle East. If I go to a Middle East country as a woman, I can't show my hair at risk of being stoned.
Why are we talking about Middle Eastern countries when the prompt is men are not
Because
better
you're
at leading than
asking
women?
about leading. You voted for Kamala Harris. I think she would have been a horrible leader. Foreign countries don't always see women as respectful as they see a man. A woman leading this country, for instance, when you go to doing foreign policy and all of those things, they would not have the respect that a man would. I can also say as a woman, depending on your age, if I've got PMS, honey, I'm going to make different decisions than I would as if I didn't.
Like, the funniest meme for this is that like Golda Meir was the prime minister of Israel when Israel was on its like ascent. Like, this is a female leader to a country fighting literally everybody in the Middle East that this woman hates. But I mean, like, it's such a stupid backwards way to view whatever.
Going through menopause, I might have hot flashes or whatever else. I believe as a Christian woman, men are supposed to lead. We're supposed to help. And I'm totally comfortable with that.
Okay, well, thank you, Lori. So the first thing that I point out here is that your position that maybe foreign countries wouldn't respect a female president as much as a male president, I don't think is represented through the fact that on the global stage, Harris had a significantly higher approval rating than Trump during the election. And there's a reason for that.
Because
but
she
I
would have been
digress.
pushover. They would have walked right over her.
And that's exactly why she had significantly better policy, better character,
No,
and a
not
better
at all.
president for
Not
America.
at all.
But ultimately, once again,
Ultimate
Lori,
failure.
the topic of debate is not, was Harris a better option for the president than Trump? Because even if we want to look at women and men on this macroscopic level of evaluating one woman compared to one man, even if it was true, Harris was a clown and Trump was awesome, that still wouldn't mean that generally speaking, men are better at leading than women. The last point that you made there was about PMS, and I think that you're like indicating that women are more emotional than men on average.
They are, 100%.
Okay. Then tell me why men commit 92% of violent crimes. Tell me why they're more likely to self-harm, commit
Testosterone.
suicide. So you think that testosterone is what makes men more emotional?
Absolutely.
Okay, well then you just conceded the debate.
No, I didn't concede.
You just said that
because it's a-
absolutely men are
it's
more
a
emotional than men
different-
5
it's a-
seconds after saying that women were more emotional
Well,
than men.
and that's kind of like somewhat of a red herring because what I'm trying to say to you, women are more emotional. They just are in more of a, I can change my mind depending on my mood. Now, you're bringing in anger, you're bringing in violence, you're bringing in...
Is anger an emotion?
It is, but
Okay.
to a different extent. And honestly, if you've got a man that's violent, out of character alone, I don't want him leading the country.
Yeah, that's why you
or
voted for...
anything. Oh, yeah. Do you want to get into that? I know that's another problem,
Well,
but I'm happy to get into that.
I guess we
He
can
was
get into
never
that on the
accused. Never accused of...
Okay, we got to pause there. You've been voted out. Please
Okay,
return to your seat.
good to see you.
Good to see you, Lori.
If you would like to be the next debater, please get to the chair.
Okay.
In 3, 2, 1.
That was kind of brutal.
Welcome.
Hi.
I'm going to give the mic to you. Why don't you tell us all why men are better at leading than women?
Men are better at leading because as a woman, I can tell you that we're emotionally manipulate it very easy. We tend to be compassionate because we, as a woman, and getting pregnant, it's inherent in us. Why? Because we deal with babies.
So women deal with babies, therefore women can be manipulated. I don't think that argument follows. But once again,
can be easily manipulated.
Women can be easily manipulated.
And convinced, yeah.
What's the argument for that?
It's inherent in us.
Okay, just saying that it's inherent is like me saying that what is actually inherent of women is that they can't be easily manipulated. That doesn't give me any substance to underpin your position when you just simply underpin your position by saying, well, it's inherent. And it doesn't push this dialogue forward. I would say that men are probably easier to emotionally manipulate than women, or else they wouldn't be culpable for 92% of violent crimes. We could emotionally manipulate a man by making him lose a game of Fortnite. The next thing we know, there's 3 holes in his walls. All right, same thing with self-unaliving statistics. Suicide. Suicide's a really bad thing, but it is true that men are significantly more likely to kill themselves than women on average. Same thing with drunk driving, gambling. And then when we look at women, they actually perform better in the fields that are less indicative of emotional outbursts, such as performing well in school. And I mean, this is all underpinned by biology. There was a study done by the American Medical Association that proved that if you're operated on by a female compared to a male in the operating room at a hospital, that you're less likely to die or to experience any post-negative operative outcomes. Why? Because women are biologically designed to deal with stress and pain better than men because they have thicker dendrites in their brain. So ultimately, the science and the empirical facts completely reject the conclusions that you formed.
Not at all. Men are more rational, and women.
You've been voted out by the majority, so please return to your seat.
Okay, next.
If you want to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hi. What's your name?
Annette Davis Jackson.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Yes, yes.
So let's hear it. Why do you think that men are better at leading than women?
How about I know that men lead better than women?
Okay.
Because women have the babies, you're emotional, but more important, I have a dad. I have a dad who is very strong, and when I see what President Trump is embodying, I say, and I know that you can roll your eyes, but you know what my grandmother used to say, you can roll your cotton balls, but you sure can't shoot them. So men are strong just like Trump because in the first
You can roll your cotton balls, but you sure can't shoot them? What? Okay.
100 days, what did he do? He started writing executive orders.
Yeah.
He started writing executive orders day after day after day after day after day after day. Women would probably say, hey, let me take a break. That's why.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, listen, clearly I disagree with you about Trump. But that's actually not relevant to my counter-argument. I'll tell you why. Because even if Trump was a good leader, that doesn't mean that therefore men are better at leading than women on average. Like, for instance, in the same way that you could give an anecdote of a man that you think is good at leading to justify the claim that men are better at leading than women, well, I could just give an anecdote of the opposite. Hitler was a man, he was a terrible leader, therefore men are worse at leading than women. All right? But clearly that's not how it works, because we cannot attempt to allow an anecdote of what we think about one individual man to then exist as a portrait for a generalization about all men.
Why did you have to say Hitler?
Because he's obviously a bad leader that's a man?
Yeah,
You
and
agree?
the president of the United States, which is the commander-in-chief, Donald J. Trump, is a great leader.
Okay.
And he's a great leader because he won a landslide.
Okay.
And if he could run again, he would run a landslide again.
Yeah, well, guess what? He's not. He's a terrible president. His policy sucks. How about this? What's your favorite Trump policy? I mean, a bill passed through Congress and signed into law.
I'm a former college coach, and not having men in women's sports.
I'm sorry, what bill was that?
Oh, no.
Well, I'm sorry, what bill was that? I asked you a very specific
You
question.
got to stop there. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Okay.
All right.
Got
If you
him.
want to debate this claim, please get to the center in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, Tracy.
How are you?
I think I remember you. Were you on my first rounded episode?
Maybe.
Well, I'm gonna pass the mic to you. Tell us why you think men are better at leading than women. It's worth me like reminding you and maybe everybody else in the room that so far a lot of people who've come up and sat in that chair have really missed the mark. Like that last lady. She told me that men are better at leading than women because she likes Trump. Okay, let's hear in general why men are better at leading than women.
Well, this is why I think you're going to be surprised. I actually agree with you.
And why are you in the chair?
And I respectfully disagree with some of them. Well, I'm just saying some of the points that they were bringing up about a woman being pregnant and because somebody can carry a baby that they're not fit to lead. I mean, it's the same argument where we say men go to work and come home and the woman stays and handles the household and the children. So is that not a powerful position? And I also have to, I'm respectfully disagreeing here, and I want you to give me an example. If you can tell me hypothetically of a woman that you think would be a better leader than Trump right now.
So just to clarify, you don't think men are better at leading than women?
No, Dean, because
Perfect.
if
I'm really happy that you don't.
I just told you, I agree with you, right?
I want you and everybody else in the room to obviously not think that men are better at leading than women. But unfortunately, the nature of this surrounded episode is where we have disagreeers in the hot seat.
Yes, so I'm asking
happy
you.
you're not, though.
So if we're walking down a dark alley, let's say we're on Figueroa or something, I would be the person having to protect you. I mean, everybody's built differently. I feel like I would have to be protecting you. I'm taller. I'm sure I weigh more than you. I mean, you can take as many classes as you want.
Wow. Yeah.
But it's true, Dean.
I'm not, listen.
Men and women are.
I'm not going to disrespect your ego the same way you're attempting to insult me, and that's fine.
Well, no,
See, I'll be the
it's
bigger person.
No,
That's
it's
the difference
it's a
between the
size
left and the right.
comparison. So it depends on where this conversation is going. If you're looking at body
That's funny,
type, I'm sorry, there are women that are larger
Can
than
you
men.
just vote her out because she doesn't think that men are better at leading than women?
Tracy, it does sound like you agree on this
Yes.
prompt. So we're going to have you return to your seat and bring in a disagreeer.
Okay.
All right, if you disagree with this claim and you want to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hi. Your name's Julia?
Julia Kate. So I want to ask you, inherent in your statement that men are not better leaders than women,
Yeah.
there's the sense that you believe men and women are different, correct?
I think that there's obviously distinctions between men and women, or else we wouldn't have two different words to refer to two
Okay,
different
so
groups.
what are some of the distinctions?
Well, I mean, there's distinctions in the sense of cultural and social attitudes and behaviors. There's going to be that are, of course, innate to men and women because
So
I
you
don't
don't
think that
believe in innate
prescriptive.
distinctions?
I don't think that prescriptive gender norms exist. Now, like from your perspective, that we were to define the genders on the basis of sex, of course, then there's going to be sexual dimorphism and there's going to be differences present within that. Of course, like there's a plethora of differences. Listen, I'm not denying that there are differences between men and women because once
Differences
again,
biologically
if there
differences.
wasn't differences between men and women, well, then we wouldn't have two distinct groups.
Okay, so we agree on that.
What my claim is I don't think that any of the differences that exist between men and women would amount to being relevant to justify the claim that men are better at leading than women.
Do you think women are better at leading than men?
No, I actually think that gender is completely irrelevant to the
Interchangeable is what
prospects
you're saying.
of if somebody is better at leading than the other person. I ultimately think that there's going to be no determinative ability, regardless of whether we claim that men are better at leading than women or women are better at leading than men, to ever make that
Okay,
prescriptive
so what I'm
claim.
hearing is that men and women are essentially interchangeable in your mind.
Well, in my mind, once again, I just don't
Just
believe
yes
in
or no?
prescriptive gender norms.
Okay,
And I think
gotcha.
that ultimately one's gender is irrelevant to
can I
their
ask you a
leadership
question?
capabilities. If you can tell me what are the relevant differences between men and women
Yes.
that make men better at leading than women?
Yes, we can go back to the hunter and gatherers when men were the ones going out to hunt and women were the ones staying with the children and gathering fruits and nuts. Men are the people that go towards risk, that go towards provision, naturally. Why is it that in today's, even our influencer community, we have more women that are drawn towards beauty, makeup, things like family, schooling, and men are more drawn towards traditionally masculine things? It's innate in every culture.
What traditionally masculine things like crypto scams and drop shipping? What are we talking about? What? And Joe Rogan?
That you see this trend. We are hormonally different. That's been mentioned throughout this place. You as a man do not know what it's like to have a cycle, to have a period, to have your hormones go up and down.
Yeah.
That is insanely significant for a woman's ability to lead. And women will complain about being scared to walk on the streets at night, and yet they'll elect the same politicians that release the criminals on the street.
Do you think that women should lose their right to vote?
I think that I'm not talking about that today.
You just gotta get a quick yes or no, then go
I
back to
think
the
that
topic.
we need strong
That's
alpha
yes,
males
that's a
like
yes,
Donald J.
that's a
Trump,
yes.
Spencer Pratt, and our loved Charlie Kirk, who
Oh,
will
Jesus.
have secure borders, who will not let criminals
Did you
on
just
the street.
unironically say strong alpha males?
Strong alpha males, yeah.
Bro, get a grip. Stand up.
You
Listen.
bro, get a grip. You're a man. Do you want to mansplain to me?
Well, I mean, actually, you just said that men are better at leading than women,
I
so you
do.
should listen to every word that
I
comes out
am
of my mouth
listening.
per your perspective, right?
Mhm.
So if you think that men are the strong alpha males and women are the emotional followers, why
I
don't you
think-
follow my lead and listen to what I have to say?
First off,
because
sir,
you don't believe what
that
you
is
say.
a straw man. I believe that male and female are created equal in the image of God. We each have the same dignity and the same value. We have the same brain, the same rationality, but we have different and distinct roles.
Okay.
Why is it that women can get pregnant? Only females can get pregnant.
Well, of course, that would boil down to the physical biology.
Physical biology.
Because
Isn't
that
that
of the.
innate that women are more geared towards child rearing and child raising than men are?
So once again, the way that we started this conversation was by me agreeing that there are going to be differences between men and women. You
Exactly,
just simply
so men
Can
are
I
better
finish?
leaders.
I would love if I could finish. You can't say because there's differences between two things that thereby innately one of the two things is going to be better at leading than the other. Like, I think that's ridiculous. Listen, once again, my claim is that the differences that do exist between men and women ultimately don't amount to justifying the claim that men are better at leading than women. Let me respond because you made a lot of claims. I think it's been the opposite.
Okay.
To respond to your claims,
Thank
you
you,
said
sir.
that there's a difference in the hormonal balances of men and women that make women more emotional. Well, I mean, I already went over this with.
It's not even just more emotional. It's that our bodies are not equipped to handle the same levels of cortisol as men. We
They're
need
actually
more
more
care.
equipped.
Look at Donald Trump. The
They're
man
more
literally lives off of Diet Coke and McDonald's.
Okay.
We could not do that.
Okay, listen. Actually,
my-
women are more
Donald
equipped
Trump
than
is
men to
barely
deal with
doing
stress.
that.
It is proven by
That's
the
actually
science.
not true.
No, I'll tell you. You can look this up. Anybody at home could look this up. Women have thicker dendrites in their brain, and study after study
I
after
don't know
study
about
has
this
concluded
meme,
time and
but
time and time
whatever.
again
Do
that
you
this
think-
gives women the ability to better manage their stress than men. And you actually brought this up. You brought up childbirth. The reason why women have thicker dendrites in their brain, giving
We
them
are
a
made
greater
to go through
navigation
physical
ability,
pain for
giving
our
them
children.
giving them a greater ability to deal with their pain and stress, is because of childbirth. Okay,
Yes, because
and that's
childbirth
exactly why
is a
women
big
can deal with their
thing.
stress better than men. So your claim that the opposite is true is wrong. And plus, once again, when we look in society, how men deal with stress compared to how women deal with stress, well, when a man gets mad, he commits a violent crime, he kills his wife, he kidnaps his
you know-
children, he sets his house ablaze, and this is why men are significantly
Wow.
more likely to commit every single crime on the books,
We need
including
strong
crimes
men.
that do not have a necessity
kidding.
for any use of physical strength, such as arson, cyberbullying,
If you think
or,
women are
or
such good leaders,
terroristic
why won't you
threats.
let me speak?
Well, I'll happily let you speak in response to the things that I've said, as long as you're able to stay on
I
topic
am
and
able to
respond
stay
to
on
me on the
topic
bone.
because I'm a woman and I have a brain. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, I guess women are better at leading than men.
No, we're not. We're good in our certain roles. We have our strengths and our values. We're good at raising children. We're very smart and adaptable. But men are the people that need to be out there fighting crime for us, protecting us, so that we feel safe and we can keep our children safe. Why do you think that just historically, more men are CEOs, more men are presidents, senators, whatever kind of leadership role you want to talk about? That is not because of white supremacy, colonization, or some kind of legal limit. It's because men are drawn to those roles. Today, women have the same exact rights as men, and still, a lot of them choose to stay at home or feel that they can't stay at home because of societal pressures.
Okay. Well, I think that you said it there at the end. Societal pressures. Societal pressures are the reason why I think that we've seen more men in positions of power, more men in leadership fields, and more men calling the shot. But if the position that underpins your claim here would be that if we see an overrepresentation of men in a field in comparison to women, that men are then by definition better performing in that field. So in the same way you're claiming that because of a vast majority of leaders are men, therefore women are worse at leading, would you also claim that men are better at surgery than women because 85% of surgeons are men and 15% of surgeons are women? I just want to direct yes or no to my question so then I can follow this up with a dialogue.
Become surgeons because it's a more masculine thing. It takes more masculine traits.
Did
To
you answer
have
my
to look at the
question?
blood. I said yes, but I want to ask you,
I
would
have
you
to hop
agree
in here.
that men
I
are
have to
more
hop in.
oppressed today than women? Men are told that they're toxic for being masculine. The only laws that prevent any gender
Please
from
don't
getting a
vote her
role,
out. I need to respond.
we have laws in favor of women getting leadership roles. We're taking opportunities away from men. We
Okay.
need, you are
You just-
oppressed
you just-
more than me.
This chick is crazy. Okay, listen, I think that you're crazy because you just said that I'm more oppressed than you. While also claiming that I'm a better leader than you after making the argument that disproportionately men have been in positions of leadership throughout history when leadership is what grants power. But anyways, insanity. Listen, I asked you a question. I said, do you think that men are better at surgery than women? Because 85% of surgeons are men and 15% of surgeons are women. The reason why I asked this question is because you made the claim that men are better at leading than women because a vast majority of leaders have been men. You said, yes, Dean, because a vast majority of surgeons are men, therefore men are better. The science says, no, men are actually worse at surgery. So the American Medical Association did a study in conjunction with the Journal of the American Medical Association. They did the study on 1.4 million patients over 6 continents in 14 years. And what they determined consistently is that when we account for every single confounding variable that could possibly exist, every single time, men are significantly more likely to kill a patient on the operating table or to give them negative postoperative outcomes in comparison to women. It is one of the most well-accredited studies ever conducted in human history that is...
I think he is dramatically overstating that. I don't give any of these guys credit for ever reading the actual studies that they cite. I do know that there was a study that looked over this, but I think that I think in the study itself, there were a lot of theories for why this might be. So for instance, I think one of them was that men might participate in surgical fields because I don't think they controlled for every surgical field that somebody was in, and that men could be in a surgical field that is more likely to have like a death-related outcome or something like that. And then there are other things for like amount of effort that it might take a male surgeon versus a female surgeon to get through or whatever. Not to say that his claim, there might be some truth. Maybe women do make better surgeons than men, but I feel like he's dramatically overstating the findings of this study. I'm too lazy to go look it up, but someone will post on the subreddit whether I'm right or wrong.
Outcomes in comparison to women. It is one of the most well-accredited studies ever conducted in human history that has reasonably concluded that women are better at surgery than men, even though they account for a minority of surgeons. And this is exactly what debunks your claim that if a field is overrepresented by men, that therefore men are better at performing in it.
Of our natural desires and what men and women are naturally drawn to.
But women are better at surgery, even though they account for a minority of surgeons. That completely debunks your argument.
Sure, that could be a thing, but I'm saying that naturally men are drawn towards roles of risk and provision. That's because of innate biological characteristics.
But women are better at surgery.
And I said that you're oppressed because of society telling you that you need to be a beta woke man. You are not like oppressed as a leader. Like instinctually, you want to lead. You want to teach me. That's because of your nature, and I appreciate that very much. But I disagree with your claims.
Okay, well, I mean, you have to concede here that your argument that men are better at leading than women because more men are leaders than women is false.
And the reason we got to stop there. We're out of time, so please return to your seat.
Pleasure.
That's a rounded episode you watching, got you scratching your head again thinking, damn, I've rage baited myself on a Jubilee video again. Well, I got something else that's going to do the same thing to you or possibly teach you something.
Hey,
You've probably seen me
guys.
before. I'm Austin Julio Broughton, and I'm a Christian populist.
And I'm David Mauricio, and I guess I could call myself a progressive. On this show, we're doing something revolutionary. We're trying to bridge the gap in a uniquely I guess I could call myself a
something. You've probably seen me before. I'm Austin Julio Broughton, and I'm a Christian populist.
And I'm David Mauricio, and I guess I could call myself
Oh, okay. I didn't hear the first part. It's like, that's David, right? Okay.
a progressive. On this show, we're doing something revolutionary. We're trying to bridge the gap in a uniquely divided America by destroying these echo chambers and addressing the issues plaguing everyday Americans. Tune into our show, The Split, Sunday, June 28th on Jubilee.
Wow.
My next surrendered claim is Donald Trump is a misogynistic sexual predator.
Whoa!
Okay, if you want to debate this claim, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hello, my name is Shiva Bagari.
What's your name?
Shiva Bagari.
Shiva Bagari. Well, would you like me to take it away by explaining to you why I think Donald Trump is a misogynistic sexual predator?
Yeah.
First and foremost, he's a sexual predator because a court has held him civilly liable for raping a woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll. Of course, in some city is something that would make one a sexual predator. In 2005, he also boasted about engaging in sexual violence by sexually exploiting beauty pageant contestants at the beauty pageants that he owned by barging into their dressing rooms and looking at their naked bodies. And this isn't an allegation from some woman that you could defame and say just wants money or fame. No, this was an admittance of guilt, something that Donald Trump said he did on Howard Stern's radio show. And I see you shaking your head. I'll happily play you the clip if you want. And we also
please show me the clip because I do not believe it. Yes, take it out.
Don't worry, I got it preloaded.
Okay, good.
So you have done that. Well, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
I didn't see that. That's the first time I'm hearing of it.
You know, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything is good. Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of
Yeah, they're beautiful.
Why don't we start there? Mike's yours.
They're beautiful.
Okay, well, he
thinks
said
they're
that
beautiful.
he probably sees them. It doesn't say they're naked there, so
It does.
they might have. No, it doesn't.
He said that they have no clothes on. When you have no clothes on, you're
No,
naked.
who said that they didn't have clothes on?
Donald Trump.
He didn't say that in the clip.
Yeah, I'll show you.
Okay, again, I want to hear
That's
it again.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay?
There you go.
Oh, well, it's like he didn't actually say clothes, but
Yeah.
he said clothes.
I think it's important for us to be intelligent, rational people.
Okay, so
You're saying no clothes. And then Howard Stern says, so you're like a doctor.
I definitely don't
Why
agree
did
with
Howard
that.
Stern
Okay,
say you're like
first
a
off,
doctor? Because doctors get to see people naked.
Okay, I don't agree with that. But men are men, and men have testosterone, and men love beautiful women. And trust me, I would prefer a man that actually looks at women and is sexually attracted to women than someone that is not. And I actually like looking at women too, and I'm not even a lesbian, but I think women's bodies are beautiful. It's
Ma'am,
like art
I'm
to
sorry.
me.
No,
it's art to me.
This is disgusting.
No, and
you just told me that you would prefer a man who, quote unquote, likes the female body and is willing to barge into the private women's only dressing rooms to look at them while they have no clothes on.
I said
compared
before
to
that.
you're saying I think that real men
I
with
don't believe
testosterone are
that's
sexual
right.
predators.
So you just lied about me right now because I said I don't believe what he did was right.
But it was
going in there.
but I would prefer a man who likes to look at the naked bodies of women. That got
I've been over someone that is attracted to other men. Yes,
Why?
Absolutely. Because it's not natural.
It's not natural to be gay?
It's natural to be attracted to the opposite
Define
sex.
natural.
Natural is what God made, Adam and Eve.
So God didn't make gay people?
Well, actually,
I thought that God was the creator of all.
No, that's sin, and sin came from the devil.
No, sin is a conscious decision. Being gay is not a conscious decision.
Well, actually, being gay is a conscious decision.
Okay, could you choose to be gay?
It's an action.
Could you choose to be gay?
No, because I'm
yes,
not a sinner.
absolutely.
Could you choose
I
to be?
actually could have choose to be gay when I was younger.
Could you choose to be attracted to your mom?
A lot of women actually.
Could you
tried to hit
choose
on
to be
me,
attracted to your
and I
mom?
said
If
no.
attractions are a
But I
choice,
do
could you choose
look
to be
at-
attracted to your mom?
Can you choose to be a pedophile?
No, I couldn't choose to be a pedophile. Could you choose to be attracted to your mom?
Oh, so there you go. He thinks, no, it's an action, honey. And you can choose to sin or you can choose not to sin. I try to keep the devil away from
Can I
me.
just get a clear answer to the question?
And no, this is a clear answer. But see, you don't come from a biblical standpoint.
What are
you
the
come
first
from
four
a
books in the New
worldly
Testament?
standpoint. I come from a biblical standpoint that there's two sexes. There's no 50
Dude,
different
that's a bad
genders.
one if you
That
don't
came
know.
from a pedophile named John Money who lied about a study
What?
to push reassignment surgery on thousands of people through his lie that butchered this poor boy and put him through hell. Reimer twins. Go look it up on Oprah.
Yeah.
Okay? So
I'm gonna ask
you
the
don't
question
live in
again.
you don't live in
I'm gonna ask the
reality.
question
I
again.
live in reality where I know that a tree is a tree.
Hold on. It's not funny. It's sad, I think. Isn't it a bit ironic that study that she's citing, I think that was a case study on a single guy. They tried to transition a child or whatever forcibly to see if it would be okay at birth. But I thought that the forcible transition happened as a result of an ultra botched circumcision. Isn't that what happened? Like something, I don't know what exactly, but I thought like the circumcision was so fucked that like the dick was totally mutilated. So they're like, well, fuck, maybe we just transition and maybe we can do this. And then eventually I think the person killed themselves. But they never bring up the circumcision part there, I noticed.
A woman is a woman, a man's a man, and if you are choosing,
a moron's a moron.
and if you're choosing, see, that's what they do. When they can't win an argument, they go for calling.
Okay, pause. Everybody pause. Dean, we gotta ask that you don't do personal attacks. That's a
Okay.
warning.
Okay. All right. So first and foremost, the question was.
Dean, we gotta ask that.
That's what they do. When they can't win an argument, they go for calling.
Okay, pause. Everybody pause. Dean, we gotta ask that you don't do personal attacks.
what did you say?
You don't live in
I'm gonna ask the
reality.
question again.
I live in reality where I know that a
Jesus.
tree is a tree, a woman is a woman, a man's a man, and if you are choosing,
a moron's a moron.
and if you're choosing, see, that's what they do. When they can't win an argument, they go for calling.
Okay, pause.
Okay, so her saying that he doesn't live in reality, that was okay, but him calling her a moron was not okay. Gotcha, okay.
Pause. Everybody pause. Dean, we gotta ask that you don't do personal attacks. That's a
Okay.
warning.
Okay. All right. So first and foremost, the question once again was, could you choose to be attracted to your mother? The reason why I'm asking you this question is because you had suggested that all attractions are a choice.
It is
so
a
please,
choice.
with just a concise yes or no, could you choose to literally be sexually aroused by your mother? So there's two possible answers to this question. The first possible answer is yes, Dean, I could choose to be attracted to my own mother. And the second possible answer would be no, Dean, I could not
But
choose to
you're
be sexually
trying
aroused by my
to
own mother.
you're trying to do a
so
hook
what's
on
your
me.
answer?
Could I just? Do you have a yes or no for that?
Yeah,
No, because this is a hook.
trying to hook her.
Because I will never be attracted to
But
my
could you
mother and
choose?
father because it's a choice, but I would never do that because I'm a Christian.
So could you choose?
That's it. I'm not going to say that on camera. That's weird. And I'm not going to be in the hook of this
Yeah,
young
clap,
man, this 21-year-old, telling a 52-year-old to say something disgusting like that.
So you admit that it's disgusting
Yes.
to think that you could choose to be attracted to your mother.
We gotta stop there. That you've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat. If you want to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Howdy.
Hi, Dean. How are you?
I'm doing phenomenal.
My
I'm
name
gonna
is
try
Zuriel.
Zuriel, it's a pleasure
Nice
to
to
meet you.
meet you.
We're going to go back to the prompts. I think that Donald Trump is a misogynistic sexual predator. The reasons why I think this are some of them that I shared with the last guest. It's because I think that Donald Trump is he had a civil court determine that a woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll. We listened to that clip of Donald Trump bragging about engaging in sexual violence. Listen, I take a sexual predator to be somebody that is engaged in sexual violence. Donald Trump bragged about that when he said he barged into the dressing rooms of the women at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. If Donald Trump's admission of guilt in that clip that I played to the last lady is true, and this is indeed something that Donald Trump has done, then by definition, Donald Trump would be a sexual predator, and thereby by definition, I'd be right.
Can we both agree that people in power of elitists, people up there in politics, all have their own immoral traits to why they're running for candidacy? Like you've heard about Epstein files,
Yes.
about all these different people, but maybe they're
That's
not
just
really there
Trump's.
to make a change for us.
Yes.
And can we
Walking
agree
into
with
young
that?
girls' dressing
I could
rooms.
care less
Oh
about
my
what Donald Trump says
God.
on the media.
Really?
As long as he does his very best to be a good president and do the best for this economy, I don't vote for a president based off their
Their
character.
morality?
I vote for them based off what they can get done.
Oh,
honestly.
I would like
of course.
to just take a moment.
What a
to look at what you
cocked
said.
position
Are you
to have,
saying,
bro.
Dean, It's true Donald Trump is a misogynistic
I just
sexual
don't
predator,
care.
but I could care less because of his policy.
What I'm saying is,
just say yes.
Can I just get a straight
we
answer?
obviously can't deny that maybe he has bad traits of his character. I'm not going to agree that, like, I don't know everything about Trump like you do.
Okay.
But I want to hear about his economy.
I don't know.
care about what he has to say on
Let's start from the top of this
the
debate.
news.
You sit down. I tell you Donald Trump is a sexual predator. I
You
tell you he's
say,
a sexual predator because he raped a woman
who's
and
not
boasted
these
about
days?
sexually exploiting beauty pageant contestants.
The reason why
you
I'm not
respond,
responding to
you
your
respond,
claim
you
is
respond.
I don't know much
okay,
about what
so
you
let's
see in
just
the
let's
courthouse
test your
and
logic. What do you say, Dean? Even if it was true, Donald Trump was a sexual predator, because you don't know about the evidence for it, which is something you should look into on your own time. I would
Right.
still support him as president and could care less. Is that your position?
I would still support him as president because he does what's best for the economy and for the American dream.
Yeah.
Every
We gotta
person
pause
within
there.
that.
You've been voted out. We got to pause there.
Dude, these
Quote,
people are getting
unquote,
voted
I would
off
still support
at
Donald Trump as
crazy
president.
speed. Holy
if he was
shit.
a sexual predator, if he was a child, they'd still support him.
If you want to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Liz.
Nice to meet you, Liz.
Nice to meet you.
Listen, I think that you've heard my arguments. You happen to be sitting in a position where you could hear my voice. Mic is yours.
Okay, so my question is, because you mentioned Donald Trump going into women's locker rooms,
Yeah.
are all trans people sexual predators?
So I would not say that trans women are sexual predators for using the women's restroom. I think that the definition of sexual
Damn,
violence
she
would be any
owned him
sexual
there.
act that is done without consent. And I don't think that this would be true of trans women who use a women's restroom. And I have an argument for why I think that trans women should be able to use a women's restroom. But let's try to take advantage of our time. Instead of me giving you my argument, let's just hopefully stay on topic with the claim that Donald Trump is a sexual predator because he's a woman. He's boasted about sexually exploiting women by barging into their dressing rooms and looking at their naked bodies without consent and telling Howard Stern how much he
Okay.
loved it and how incredible they looked. He's mentioned the Epstein files over a million
but the
times.
women, the young women in sports who
million
do not
times,
want
that's true.
biological men in their dressing rooms, doesn't that go against them?
Well, we
what
could-
about their safety?
I would love to have a conversation with you about trans people in dressing rooms, or sorry, more so locker rooms. And I understand where you're coming from if you say, well, I don't want a trans woman in my dressing room because I would see their naked body and their genitalia.
Well, no, it's
and
not-
the
it's
reason,
not about-
the
no.
reason why I get it, the reason why I understand where you're coming from is because even when I go into my gym's locker room and I see other dudes with their dicks out, I'm like, hey, bro, I don't want them to see me. I don't want them to see me. So I advocate. One moment. I advocate for unisex, unistall, one person at one time changing rooms in locker rooms and gyms and sports across
Because
the
the
country.
thing is,
That's my
part of your-
position.
part of
But let's
your
talk about the
claim-
claim.
part
that
of- no,
Donald
but
Trump is a
this
sexual
is part of the
predator.
claim.
Well, you're not.
First of all,
do you accept that
accusation-
Donald Trump is a sexual
I can
predator?
accuse you of being a sexual predator.
And if I admitted to doing it, then it would be true. Donald Trump admitted to barging into those dressing rooms, and a court found him guilty of raping Eugene Carroll.
No, he didn't. No, they didn't. That's a lie.
They certainly did.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. Listen, do you accept that the definition of rape would include?
Let me use the restroom. Hold on one second.
The penetration of a woman's with any part of a man's body, including his fingers?
Without consent?
Yeah. So specifically, the action that the jury found Donald Trump guilty for was
but
forcefully penetrating Eugene Carroll's.
I think what's going on right now in the world with men and women is that women are accusing a lot of men of rape. And until I see actual proof, because a jury can just agree with anything. That's something else, okay? Until there is actual proof and evidence. And if you can show me the proof that Donald Trump raped her, then fine.
Thank you so much for the great question. What's all the evidence? So the first form of evidence that we would have would be E. Jean Carroll's testimony, in which has maintained consistency for the last 30 years, as corroborated by 4 of her friends that testified under penalty of perjury. The second form of
And
evidence
no
that we
one's
have
lied
here-
under penalty of perjury.
Well, can you please like
Sorry.
examine the evidence in which I provide
No,
as soon
I'm
as I'm
sorry.
done
I
providing it?
apologize. Go
We have
ahead.
therapist notes from the 90s indicating she was by Trump. We had the testimony of a psychotherapist that said when E. Jean Carroll was testifying to the fact she was by Donald Trump, she was exhibiting signs consistent with true trauma that we'd expect to be onset by a true victim of. Then we have Donald Trump's lies and inconsistencies. He lied. He said that he never met her as a part of his testimony for his defense, and then E. Jean Carroll responded by submitting a photo of them together to the court.
Do you
We also
remember
have, I'm
every
not done
single
with the evidence. I'm not done with the evidence. We have another line inconsistency on Donald Trump's behalf. He also said that he never met her because she wasn't his type, but then he confused a picture of E. Jean Carroll to be his ex-wife Marla Maples under deposition, so clearly she was his type. Then we also have E. Jean Carroll's dress. E. Jean Carroll submitted a dress to the court, claiming it was the dress that she was raped in by Donald Trump. Court confirmed it had male DNA on it, and then when the court asked Donald Trump to provide a DNA sample to test against the DNA in the dress, he said no, 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 no. Doesn't sound like something an innocent man would do. And then the last and final piece of evidence we have would be his character priors. Listen, we all know that a one-time felon is around 73% more likely to engage in another felony compared to somebody that's never committed a crime in their life. The same thing rings true about being a sexual predator. So because Donald Trump has character priors with engaging in sexual predation, like the dressing room clip, proudly boasting about sexually exploiting naked women and girls, or like the Access Hollywood tape where he literally said that he would just grab women by their vaginas without asking first, and that's precisely what the jury found him guilty of doing, or everything to do with the Epstein files, that in consideration with the direct evidence submitted by E. Jean Carroll and his lies is absolutely what demonstrates Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll.
Okay, we got to stop there. We got to stop there. The flags are up. You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Got him.
If you want to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. I'm Gina.
Nice to meet you too, Gina.
Thank you. First of all, if Trump was...
Why wasn't Trump sued for this in criminal court? How is this a civil case? Probably statute of limitations. I don't know if you can come after somebody for 30 years after, for like if a DA could prosecute you for that long after. But the, I think the civil liability for rape thing, I thought that the time period for that in New York was extended dramatically. That's what let them go after Diddy, right? And then I think the same, and then that same statute they used for the E. Jean Carroll case. But my guess is it would have been, they also could have felt like there just wasn't enough evidence to go like the criminal route. They wouldn't have gotten a beyond a reasonable doubt conviction. Whereas in a civil case, I think you only need like 50% and half the jury, so.
truly a predator,
Oh, no, wait, it might have been Bill Cosby, not Diddy, my bad.
never reported Epstein to the feds.
Yeah, he didn't.
In the 90s. He did.
Do you mean
In the
2006?
Yeah, sorry, 2006.
That's okay.
Also, was he ever on the island?
Well, I don't think that there's any evidence to demonstrate he was
never
on
on
the
the
island. Because I don't think he needed to go to the island to get off. Listen, about the 2006 quote-unquote report to the feds about Epstein, he didn't report him to the feds. Epstein got arrested, and then Donald Trump turned around, called the local sheriff, and said, oh, thank God you got him. We've known about what Epstein's been doing all along, which A, indicates that Donald Trump knew what Epstein was doing with Maxwell and didn't report him to the cops prior to Epstein's original arrest, and B, indicates that Donald Trump has been lying to us about the nature of his relationship with Epstein for the last 10 years.
No.
We've all heard Donald Trump say that he never knew what Epstein was doing, was never involved, and was completely oblivious. But according to that report to the sheriff, of course he knew.
Okay, so first of all, if he did do something, believe me, they would have found it. They had to make the Russian dossier up. They had to make things up to get Trump. Trump doesn't have to be a sexual predator. Any woman would love to be with Trump.
Oh my God.
Okay, any woman.
Do you have a husband?
No.
Okay. Wait, let's actually test that. Could I have all the women with husbands or boyfriends in the room raise their hands? So her claim is that any woman would love to be with Trump.
Love.
Would you guys cheat on your husbands and boyfriends with Trump?
Well, we didn't say if they were married, not if we were married.
I mean,
instead of anybody who's in a relationship, is there anybody who would want to be with
Yeah,
Donald
let's do it the other way
He
around.
doesn't have to be a
okay.
sexual predator.
Who? Okay. All right, listen. Put your hand up if you would have sex with Donald Trump.
If I was married to Donald Trump, yes. And I'd love to be.
That's crazy.
Do you prefer Clinton? Why don't we talk about sexual predators as far as Bill Clinton?
Why? It's not
Okay,
about the
because he's a predator.
Okay, and if he
Trump
is,
doesn't
burn him,
have
throw him
to
into
be a
jail. I don't
sexual
care.
predator. Trump did report him to the feds.
I thought I clarified
When-
that's not what
well,
happened.
you're wrong.
I'm wrong. Show me that. Give me
Virginia,
evidence.
first of all, Virginia Guthrie worked at Mar-a-Lago in the early 2000s, and he prompted her to come and work for him as a massage therapist. Trump was pissed, and he reported Epstein.
Okay, well, I would recommend looking at the fact check that will likely be
Yeah.
on the video screen that says, actually, he placed this phone call after Epstein was arrested.
Police Chief Michael Reeder told agents that Trump called him in July 2006, more than a year after. Palm Beach police began investigating Epstein following a report involving a 14-year-old girl. According to Reeder's account, Trump said, "Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this."
to thank the cop and to tip them off about Ghislaine Maxwell, because that's what the fact check is going to say.
What's the difference?
Well, the difference is in one scenario, he's reporting the crime to the cop to then get Epstein arrested. In the secondary scenario, he's thanking the cop after Epstein's
And
arrested
he
and
added
indicating that he knew
to
about what
the
he was doing.
indictment.
I think that in many scenarios, what we'll see from quote-unquote co-conspirators of criminals is, well, once their friend gets arrested for the same crime that they committed, we'll turn around and be all lovey-dovey to the police to try to, like, you know, indicate and promote the idea that they were involved. And the only reason why I bring this up isn't to say I know with certainty that this is exactly what Trump did, but is rather to give plausible doubt to your argument that because he did this, we know he's not a sexual predator, even though he admitted to it on Howard Stern's radio show, and even though court found him guilty of it.
Court never found him guilty of. First of all, if he was guilty of, he'd be in chains right now.
That's not how civil courts
They
work.
had to make, yeah, it is.
Civil courts don't send people to jail. They hold people financially liable. That's the nature.
I don't know if you would say, I don't know what the technical term is. I don't think it's guilty of, but I think they would find, the finding would be in favor of somebody. I don't know what the terminology is. I don't think it's guilty though, but whatever. Maybe liability, liable for?
Of our criminal justice
But he
system.
would have been in jail.
You're not familiar with statute of limitations, then.
I'm familiar with
What's the
that.
statute of limitations?
You can only accuse somebody within a matter of time, but right now
so
it's
if
30 years.
So if E. Jean Carroll,
Right
came
now it's
out
30 years.
after the statute of
She's
limitations
out
had
of her
passed
mind,
for
she's
sexual
insane.
abuse in the state of New York
They
against
threw her
Donald
case
Trump,
out.
do you agree that even if she had a video of it happening to her, he wouldn't be in jail because the statute of limitations
That's
had
not
passed?
true. There is no statute of limitations when it comes to.
So by the law, the crime that Donald Trump committed, per the New York State legal definition of sexual abuse in 2019
He
to
never
2022,
committed that crime.
was specifically sexual abuse. Okay, because legally speaking, in New York, they only defined as penile penetration of the vagina, and she testified that he raped her with his fingers instead of his penis. So
No,
because of
that's
that,
a lie.
it would
There's no
be legally
proof of that.
categorized as sexual abuse, and that's the crime that had a
She's
statute
out
of
of her mind.
limitations on
She's
it.
insane, and they threw the case out just recently.
Okay,
Okay, we got to pause there. We got to pause there. You've been voted out. I just want to get a real quick raise of hands. This is not to shame anybody. I was just genuinely curious. Raise your flag really clearly so we could get a poll. If at Donald Trump's, like, you know, when he was in his 40s, if you think he was an attractive man. I just want to get a raise of flags.
The simping, bro.
This is so concerning.
Keep your flag up if you think he is currently still hot. Okay, I appreciate it. All right, if you would like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
All right, Lori. Mike and the floor are yours.
Okay.
What are your thoughts about Trump barging into the dressing rooms of the beauty
Okay,
pageant
you know,
contestants?
you may not imagine this, but when
Do they have a factory where they produce these people? The surgery, it's the Mar-a-Lago look thing. Jesus Christ. Sorry. Okay.
All right, Lori. Mike and the floor are yours.
Okay.
What are your thoughts about Trump barging into the dressing rooms of the beauty
Okay,
pageant
you know,
contestants?
you may not imagine this, but when I was your age, I was a model. And I can tell you for a fact, every fashion show, every modeling call, there are men in the dressing room. There are makeup artists, there are designers. It's not uncommon. And you're making it as if it's this big, huge deal. Donald Trump at the time was the head of the Miss Universe and Miss USA pageant. It wouldn't be surprising if I was in there changing for him to walk in. And you guys, let's look at the camera. He's got a face for that one too. Let's go to E. Jean Carroll since she already went over this for
Can I
20
respond to
minutes. Sure, but we're down to 1 minute.
It'll
You've
only
already
take
talked
me 5
about
words.
this.
Trump said that there were no men anywhere.
Well, I don't care what he said. I'm saying as a woman that's been backstage at many, many
Well, he
fashion
was the
shows,
owner.
there are
He was
men
the one backstage.
everywhere.
He said that he
well,
was
and
the
I'm
only
sure
man
that there
back
were
there.
other men. Forever or just that instance? I'm
said
not
it,
buying
bro.
it. Okay, we got
That's
50
what he
seconds. So I'm
said.
going
I
E.
don't
Jean
know.
Carroll.
Fuck.
E. Jean Carroll, number one, the statute of limitations had run out. Number two, for a very long time, she never reported it to anyone until Reid Hoffman paid her to freaking go after this lawsuit.
Base.
Why she is now being charged with perjury. Not only that, as a celebrity walking into Bergdorf Goldman's, you don't think that anybody would have a picture of him? And no offense, I don't trust a woman that named her cat vagina and freaking said was sexy and charged 21 other men with that crime.
Lori, you're
on
going to get
Larry
another
King.
fact check.
No, well, you go ahead and fact check. Larry King,
Yeah,
she
I will.
said rape
Check-
was sexy.
Oh, you're wrong about Larry King, too.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Your mind's a mess. Okay.
Your mind's a mess.
You know, Lori, there's something quite barbaric about MAGA, about this alt-right movement that's hinged on this paraxis of propaganda and useless and futile lies. And then when anybody tries to check these lies, well, then all of a sudden, the provocateurs of this movement get mad, start screaming, start yelling, start saying that they kicked our asses, and then they don't let us speak. Listen, you made a couple false claims. You claimed that E. Jean Carroll had said that rape is sexy on an Anderson Cooper interview. That's not what she said. If you watch the interview with Anderson Cooper, you will hear her say verbatim that what happened to her was not sexual, was not sexy, quote unquote, it just hurt. And then Anderson Cooper responded to E. Jean Carroll by saying, well, I think that most people think of rape as like this hurtful, violent thing. And then she responded by saying, well, actually, I think most people think of rape as sexy. And the reason why she said that is because we form our own versions of reality predicated on our own
Well, see, and
experiences.
this is where I
when
think
you
we're
have the
wrong. It was
experience of
Larry King.
sexual
It was a
violence,
separate
when you have the
interview.
experience of
It
sexual
was a separate
violence,
interview.
when
I'll
you
pull
go
the
through
clip.
the experience of sexual violence,
I've been through
when
sexual
you
violence. Have
go
you?
through, yes. When
I'm
you go
sorry
through
to
the
hear that,
experience
Dean.
of sexual violence, you're more likely to be more hyper.
You should watch Hassan react to this Jubilee. He only made it halfway through because his chat is so vile to Dean. Nice, but fuck that.
Critical and aware of crazy people in the world around us that downplay it, legitimize it, or fantasize about it. So maybe it was descriptively incorrect. It wasn't true when she said most people think of rape as sexy, but regardless of that, that's not her saying that she thinks of rape as sexy. So stop misinterpreting the genuine claims made by a victim of predicated off of the trauma that they went through. Quite frankly, Lori, I think that is disgusting.
Well, I think it's disgusting because I was a victim of actual and abuse. And if you want to compare what happened in the Epstein files, let me just tell you, I was one of those little girls. Okay?
Sorry,
I was one of those little girls, but the guy was Hugh Hefner. So for you to sit there and say it's disgusting, I'm sorry, I don't agree with the woman as a woman who was abused. I don't agree with the attacks falsely on Donald Trump because of the crap that your side always has to push because you got such bad TDS, it's insane.
TDS.
That woman is a nut job. I knew
Personal
somebody
attack.
that worked with her at Simon Schuster said that she was so inappropriate. She also accused 21 other men of the same freaking crime.
Name 5 of them.
I don't know their names.
Because they don't exist.
We're out of time. We have to pause there. Great job, everybody.
Got him.
We are currently casting 3 new episodes of Surrounded. If you're a passionate debater who fits into any of the categories currently on your screen, we'd love to hear from you. You can apply through our website, jubileemedia.com/casting, or click on the link in the description. Feel free to spread the word to friends, family, or relatives
you
who would
guys.
be eager to join the circle. If you don't see anything that you're right for, fill out our open casting application, and our casting team will reach out if you're a fit for future videos.
My next surrounded claim is abortion should be legal.
If you want to debate this claim, please get to the center in 3, 2, 1.
Hello again.
Welcome back. Mike's yours. I'll let you take it away.
Okay, well, I have a question for you. Okay. Do you believe in equality?
Well, I mean, I think that's a very vague question, but generally, of course.
Okay.
Shouldn't men be allowed to not pay child support?
Okay, so if you do, then all humans are equal, correct?
No, I don't think that all humans are equal, and I don't think you do either.
Oh, I absolutely think that all humans have a right to life, liberty, and a pursuit of happiness.
Really?
It's part of our Bill of Rights.
Okay.
And if you actually love our Constitution and our Bill of Rights, then you would believe what I believe.
Well, I mean, it says people, but small distinction there. I want to ask you a question. Is it murder for a doctor to pull the plug on a brain dead patient in the hospital?
Life, liberty, pursuit of... Also, that's the Declaration of Independence, but, you know, whatever. Okay.
Some people actually write what they want done. You know, they say, hey, if I become brain dead, then pull the plug.
Yeah, but for instance, if they don't do that, okay, like, for instance, I haven't done that. If when I leave the set today, I get into a nasty car accident, I get T-boned by a drunk driver, I go brain dead. Okay, would it be murder for, like, my family to tell a doctor at the hospital, well, because he's brain dead, let's just go ahead and pull the plug? Would that be murder?
I honestly, you're talking to someone that is very skeptical of doctors, okay? And even
of course you are.
They talk about brain dead people that weren't actually brain dead.
True.
So that's why I always leave up to everything to God. So when I die is when I die.
I want to clarify
So
that.
I actually don't want to be killed. But now if you're on all these machines to keep you alive, if it's months and months and you're not getting better, then you're using machines to keep you alive.
But they're still alive, and you still don't think it's murder to kill them. So you actually don't think that all humans have this intrinsic right to life? And by the way,
I never said no. You don't speak for me. Again, I just told you I don't believe in doctors.
Okay.
So I don't go to the hospital.
I have a very
that's
insane.
I have not gone to the hospital in a long time.
Okay, well, I hope that you know,
because
I want to add on a
believe
point of
when it's my
clarification
time, it's my time.
We're claiming my
question
time.
for you.
We're claiming my time.
So when do you think life begins?
I think that life begins at the moment of conception.
Good. I'm glad you believe that.
You're a Christian, and you base your morality
and that's
off
called
of
science.
Christianity.
And see, it seems like
Can I
the
ask
people
you
that
a
say
question?
we're anti-science, they're anti-science because they don't believe men and women. They believe genders.
I want to ask you a question about abortion.
Okay.
You made the claim that all humans are equal. Every single human has the identical right to life. That is a claim that fundamentally everybody
it depends.
rejects
Actually,
in one
no,
way
actually,
or
no,
another.
I didn't say that. So, see, you're putting more into the sentence that I did not add.
Your opener
okay, I
was
said
about
for
equality
life,
for everyone.
liberty and a pursuit of happiness.
Which
now,
would be
if you're a
the right to
murderer,
life.
I do believe in capital punishment, but because of your actions.
Okay.
So
That's
where I don't believe in equality is like,
Can we
is a
push
baby
the
and a
abortion
murderer
bill?
the same? No, because a baby's innocent. A civil society protects the most innocent and vulnerable. They don't go and murder them. That is a satanic society, and I reject a satanic society.
Okay, we got to stop there. You've been voted out.
Okay.
Not
If you want to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, Tish.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Why should abortion be illegal?
Well, let me ask you something. Abortion is legal here. What procedure do you prefer? The suction, the dye in the...
Oh, no.
What is it?
I don't know. The most brutalistic, gross one where we chop up all their limbs and throw them in the
Yes!
trash. Listen.
Really, that's gross. That is so gross.
I know, I'm rage baiting you. Listen,
I have 4 children, a set of twins. I would never ever do that to my children.
And
would you have your girlfriend do that to your child?
Well, ultimately, I think it's.
Or do you have a girlfriend?
I do.
Oh, you
ultimately,
do?
I think that it's a choice of the woman. So if
Okay.
you want to tell me that you never get an abortion,
no,
all the
never
power
have
to you. I love that for you because that's your choice, and I think that's great. But listen, I don't think that abortion is murder because I don't think that there's any trait that we could identify to be true of a fetus in which we fundamentally would value enough to grant the right to life. The last person on the mic said, well, fundamentally, all humans have the same right to life, and that's something that we hear from a lot of pro-lifers. As I was attempting to communicate to her, everybody rejects that view in one way or another. So I want to hear your argument insofar as why it's morally wrong for a woman to get an abortion outside of its gross. Because grotesqueness doesn't arbitrate morality. Like, taking a shit's pretty gross. Shit smells like shit, right?
Okay.
But we're not going to say it's morally wrong to take a shit, even though it's gross. So what's the argument that abortion is wrong?
Let me just ask you this. Everyone's really, really focused on, it should be the right for every woman. Why don't you think about it the other way and think about why don't you prevent all these women who don't want to have babies? Why aren't you guys helping them prevent pregnancy?
We do.
They do with birth control that you guys are all opposed to, by the way.
We need access to comprehensive sex ed in schools. We need free and
Whoa,
fair access
not
to
like that.
to-
Oh,
to-
not
to
like
con-
that.
Yeah, of
At
course.
what age?
There we go. Not like that.
I would
No.
say starting in late middle school because I was in middle school. You were in middle school. We were all in middle school. The second thing that I think is also important here would be free and fair access to contraceptives, and we should also try to find ways to limit financial instability in young women and young men because the leading cause of women accessing abortion is financial instability. But you still haven't answered the question, and you've been up here for a while.
Okay.
I want to hear why you think that abortion is wrong. I think that you're struggling to come up with an argument.
Because it is murder.
And the definition of
But it
murder
is-
would be the unjust termination of human life. Explain why you think it's unjust.
First of all, a woman who has a pregnancy, a baby in there, they have the right to life too.
What grants the fetus the right to life?
What grants it just that it's been conceived?
Or the fact that it's a human?
It is a human.
Okay, so brain dead patients have the right to life too?
So what, brain dead?
Yeah, they're human.
You know what? I've heard of brain dead humans coming out of comas.
Then they're not brain dead. The definition of brain death is irreversible cessation of all cognitive function. Do humans who are biologically alive because of machines with irreversible cessation of all cognitive function have the right to life?
I haven't really researched that, so if there
I
was
haven't heard
no
anything
hope,
about that.
possibly, they should. I mean, that's
So
not and that's not my decision to make. That's a family member's.
Okay,
you know,
okay,
that's
so you
not
think
my
it should be up to the choice of the family to kill a
You know
human
what? No,
that doesn't have the right to life.
doesn't mean.
So you don't think that all humans have the
but
right
if
to
they're
life. So
brain
what is a
dead,
fetus?
but if they're brain dead, are they really alive?
Yes, biologically they are.
You know what? That's a determination that I would have to take with a medical doctor.
Let's say the same thing about women for abortion. Then.
No, I don't believe that a woman has that even right. That a woman should be able to get abortion here in California.
Yeah.
No,
Okay, we have to pause there. You've been voted out.
Thanks for your time, Tish.
Okay, if you want to be the next debater, please get to the center chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, Dean. I'm Enya.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So I couldn't hear a lot of what you were kind of saying a while ago, but what were you saying was brain dead people about if they should be unplugged?
Well, I brought up a brain dead patient as a counterexample to the claim that, well, the reason why it's immoral, the reason why it's murder to kill a fetus is because the fetus is a member of the human species.
Yes.
So brain dead patients on a biological level.
And they should not be unplugged. And I think actually any argument that anyone makes for a brain dead patient to be unplugged is actually coming from the doctors who want to harvest organs and to promote the organ donation industry culture. And I think that any kind of promotion that even manipulates families into unplugging their brain dead relatives is also immoral.
Yeah, I think we agree. We agree on that.
And so
organ harvesting aside, if a family wants to unplug a brain dead family member because it's the end of the road,
that is immoral.
That would be murder?
Yeah. But I think the doctor, it would be murder from the doctor in the same way that
So you truly think it's murder to kill any member of the human species? What about a zygote?
that is also murder.
So if I kill a unicellular organism, I'm a murderer. Do you think that all murderers should go to jail?
Human zygotes, it's about humans.
So do you think that all murderers should go to jail?
All murderers should be put into trial and tried.
But if they're truly murderers, like that's an uncontestable
then
fact.
yeah, they should be put to death.
They should be put to death.
I do believe in the death penalty.
Wow. Okay. So here's the thing. Do you know what an IUD is?
Yeah.
So an IUD, an intrauterine device, in some circumstances,
know where you're gonna go
will
with this.
allow for
And
conception
yeah,
to occur.
she's okay with
but then it
killing
will
those people.
implant,
Hell yeah.
Well, then it will
Take
prevent
'em
the
out.
implantation of the now
The
conceived zygote.
purpose of the IUD
Can you
is to
please allow me to
prevent
finish?
implantation. If it leads to death,
Yeah.
then it's not. Then it didn't fulfill its purpose. It went beyond that.
That's a secondary purpose. So the main purpose of an IUD would be to prevent conception, but when that fails, the secondary purpose is to then prevent its implantation. So if a woman knows that sometimes IUDs will allow for conception to occur, then they kill that conceived zygote, and they still yet choose to be sexually active, then inevitably they conceive a zygote, and it dies
I
because
think
the IUD,
that when people
under
have
your view, they're a
IUDs
murderer.
implanted, it is not for anything beyond just the prevention. It is not done for the murder of any kind of implanted
Well, because
zygotes.
that's a secondary purpose and function of the IUD. If a woman knows that, then she's agreeing to the culpability of possibly having her actions yield the death of another person. Okay, and under your view and hopefully mine, that would be murder, given that the person that she's killing through her actions by secondary
But
order
that was not
is
the
valuable.
primary purpose of the IUD.
Well, if I buy a gun with the primary purpose of going hunting, but then one day I get really mad and I use it to kill my neighbor, okay, I'm still a murderer.
No,
if I
the
buy my
primary
car
purpose
for
of the
the
gun
primary
is
purpose
to
of
shoot. Your primary
better
purpose
example
is
is a car.
hunting. Your secondary purpose by that
A better example
by
is a
that
car.
argument was
If,
to shoot that
if I
person.
buy a car to get from point A to point B, but then one day I get drunk and I use it to like wipe out a family of 5, am I a murderer?
Yes.
Even though that wasn't the primary function of the car?
Yes.
Okay, so
you
then even
use
though
that
killing a
car
zygote's
in
not
the
the
same way you
primary
use the
function
gun
of an
as a
IUD,
weapon. You use that
when it
car
does
as a
kill a
weapon.
zygote, under your view, it's murder.
But even though the primary purpose of the car is for driving, you used it for something beyond that. Its secondary purpose was not to be driven drunk and kill.
Well, the secondary purpose of an IUD is to kill a zygote. But listen, I think that ultimately the primary or secondary purpose argument is irrelevant because what we should be evaluating is, did a valuable life die, and is a person culpable for the termination of that valuable life? And if a valuable life died and a person is culpable for the termination of that valuable life,
because it was used only for its
was not
primary
justified,
purpose
then
of
it's murder.
preventing the pregnancy in the first place.
Okay, so I just want to clarify. You don't think in all scenarios when an individual terminates a valuable life unjustifiably so, and they are culpable for said termination that they're a murderer, well, then you're just completely redefining what murder even is by introducing the abstract nuance of this quote-unquote primary or secondary purpose
You're the one
argument.
who brought that up
At the end of the day, the fact of the matter is, in many scenarios, women will get an IUD knowing that in many cases, the IUD will lead to the death of a conceived zygote, and they will know it will lead to that in many scenarios, then they will still choose to be sexually active, and then the IUD will kill. Under your view, that would mean that that woman is culpable for murder, therefore under your view, that woman should be executed.
You kind of said a
We have
lot
to
there.
pause there. You've been voted out.
Bro, these people
If
are not
you
getting
would like to be the
chance
next
to respond.
debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Howdy.
Hi, Shannon.
Hi. Shannon, Dean, pleasure to meet you.
So I want to know why you think that killing babies should be legal.
Of course, because I'm a brutalistic Satanist and I love the DNC and I'm the leader of Antifa. Listen, the reason why I think abortion should be legal is because I don't think that abortion is morally wrong. I think it's a permissible action. And because I think it's a permissible action, I therefore don't see any good reason to infringe on a woman's bodily autonomy in the legal prevention of her access to abortion. Therefore, it's a human rights violation.
So you don't understand that it's like killing. You don't think it's killing a human being.
No, I do.
And you're okay with that.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I don't
You don't
see anything
think that
morally
we
wrong
should
with it.
focus more on preventable measures because you don't have to have an abortion.
Oh, well, I also disagree there. I do think that we should focus on preventable measures. In my optimal society, there's 0 abortions, okay? Not because we're forcing women to not get them, but rather because the conditions in which lead women to get them don't exist, such as poverty, financial instability, a lack of sexual education, the failure of contraceptives. In my ideal society, those things wouldn't exist.
Do you know that if a woman gets pregnant, she's not financially able to keep the baby and she doesn't want the baby, she could at least take Plan B?
Yeah, and I think that would be a good fact of sexual education to share with the world.
It's like
that Plan B
$20.
exists. Well, I mean, actually, Plan B is
Plan B
$55.
also
There's off-road versions that are 20, and I think that is a
implantation,
good
but you
piece of
can still flush a
recommendation.
zygote,
But
no?
ultimately, if they don't take a Plan B or whatever happens
whatever.
after the pregnancy, they should be able to access abortion. Hey, I want to ask you this question: do you think that victims should be able to access abortion?
No, because they could also take a morning after pill if they get. If I were to get, I would go take a morning after
What
pill
is
the
the
very
difference
next day.
between Plan B and
so
a morning
you think that a
af-
victim would
What?
have an
Okay.
obligation to maintain a pregnancy? Is that because that if they were to cessate or stop the pregnancy, the fetus would die? Okay, of course it is. So I want to ask you a question. Do you know who Max Irby is?
No.
So Max Irby is a 14-year-old guy, and he's in dire need of a stem cell transplant. And this is a true story. You could look it up. And his stem cell type is so incredibly rare that his father set up a quote-unquote fundraiser for his son, taking random DNA samples in from people across the globe. So far, they've collected 40 million samples, and there hasn't been one match. What this means is that there's probably only one match alive on the face of planet Earth that could provide stem cells to Max Irby to save his life. So let's hypothetically assume that you are the one and only match for Max Irby's stem cell type. And the government finds this out. Then the government forces you to provide your stem cells to Max Irby without your consent for 9 months, introducing many physical and mental complications. Do you think that'd be just?
No.
No, because they shouldn't be able to force you to provide your bodily resources to another life, even if not providing your bodily resources would mean that other life dies. That's my position on victims of. They shouldn't be forced to provide domicile in their uterus and access to their bodily resources to the fetus, even if stopping the sustenance of those bodily resources to the fetus means the fetus dies. No difference than Max Irby.
This is a tough one for me because I have mixed feelings about it, obviously, because that's a horrible situation to be in. But I do, like I said earlier, morning after pill.
Well, could you respond to the argument
we
I
have
gave
to pause there. You've been voted out.
Hey, listen, I appreciate you for the respectful dialogue.
By the way, I want to tell you I respect you a lot. I
thank
saw
you.
when you cried for Charlie Kirk. You actually have a soul.
Have a good one.
If you want to
what'd
be
she
the
say?
next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hello, I'm Georgia.
Georgia, pleasure to meet you. You
Nice
said
to
that you
meet you,
work
Dean.
for a pro-life org?
Yes, I do.
Very, very
All right,
interesting.
let's talk about it.
Do you guys
So-
focus on preventative means from pregnancy in the first place? Like, do you guys have policy
Oh, when he
initiatives to
cried for
reduce
Charlie.
financial instability or poverty in
So
women?
what abortion does is it incentivizes people to live in a promiscuous way that further increases the rates of
Fuck these people,
pregnancies
dude.
that are not in a stable situation like marriage. And so I'm actually against contraception.
Being pro-contraceptive would save the lives of more innocent babies under here.
Doesn't
You'd be-
matter.
there'd be
So
less
killing an
unwanted
innocent human
pregnancies.
being is always wrong.
It doesn't matter because, and by the way, a lot of women, at least older women, will know this, okay? Because abortion at times feels more like it's saying fuck you to women and it's using children as a penalty rather than ever having any kind of fucking care or concern for the life of a child. And when you start rattling off shit like this, you validate every single feminist who was ever like, abortion, that has nothing to do with babies and everything to do with fuck women, 100%. That is a crazy stance to take.
Abortion kills an innocent human being. Therefore, abortion is always wrong.
Yeah, I reject
And
one.
allowing abortion just reflects our overall decay as a society when it comes to the way we view sexuality, marriage, and it just leads to a culture of death. When you have abortion, it leads to
things like MAID in Canada. What abortion is we're allowing the government to have the authority to define when personhood begins, because we're separating it from the moment of conception. And if it's not at the moment of conception, then the most powerful person gets to decide when it begins. And that's always subjective. And when more powerful people have that authority or allow themselves that authority to define when personhood begins, you have grave travesties like slavery. If it's a subjective line, then when does that begin? When does personhood begin? And when you say it doesn't begin at conception, it's actually what you're arguing is a very suspicious, mystical idea of when it does. And that sounds more superstitious than Christianity.
Well, thank you for your comments. About your syllogism, I'd reject P1. Don't think it's always wrong to kill an innocent human being.
To intentionally kill an innocent human being, you don't think it's always wrong to intentionally kill an innocent human being?
Like I've said to the last 5 guests, I mean, we do that to brain dead patients all the time.
Okay, so that's to withhold care from them, that sustains their life. That's different than intentionally going there and killing them.
Okay, so then you're on board with the abortion pill, withholding the progesterone supplied through the umbilical cord that would sustain the life of the fetus.
I'm completely against the abortion pill.
But it's just withholding care that would sustain the fetus's life.
It's different though in nature, because what we're doing is what occurs in the uterus is solely for the service of the fetus. The uterus does not exist to serve the woman; they exist to serve the child. What abortion is it's just the actual destruction of that child. It reflects the destruction of our idea of parental duty. Parents have a duty to care for their children. What's your question?
My question is, let's just envision a hypothetical of a 9-year-old girl getting impregnated, and we know that pregnancy is not going to kill her. Per your syllogism that you gave earlier, it seems to be the case that you'd argue it would be wrong for her to get an abortion. Is this true?
Abortion only continues to perpetuate violence, the cycle of violence. It only increases the trauma to that child. And what we would do, we would still try to minimize the trauma of pregnancy for that 9-year-old. I am completely against abortion in all cases, period. And that's the consistent pro-life stance.
Wow. What about when it's the life of the mother on the line?
Okay, so that's nonsense. Different. What we have is we have C-section. And so
what if it's before viability?
That simply does not happen. That's
never. What if it did? Would you be okay with it?
There's no what ifs. Listen.
So it's a good question.
It simply does not
happen. By the way,
happen.
it does absolutely happen.
Okay, our medical technology is so sophisticated today.
Can you just answer the question? Would you be okay with it?
The idea that there is a black and white, the life of the mother. The technology we have today is where we can operate on fetuses, and the child can continue.
If a medical professional determines that a pregnant woman will die if she doesn't get an emergency C-section or abortion.
Okay, then do the emergency C-section, Dean. You just proved my point.
No, I didn't.
Yes, I did.
Because it's before viability.
Okay, when's viability? Viability is based on technology.
1 week. I'm going to go ahead.
Changes.
It is.
Viability
I
is
just
at
want
week
to ask
20.
my question.
One day viability might
So
be
the question
at
that
the
I'd
first
like
trimester.
the question that I'd like to ask you is, let's assume a woman is pregnant. It's before viability per the technological innovations and standards in America, because that's where we live.
When does personhood begin, Dean?
I'll happily answer your question.
When should abortion be legal?
So I think that personhood begins around 20 through 24 weeks for the thymocortical connections, the emergence of a mind. But my question is, if there's a woman that's pregnant, it's before viability per the technological innovation in America, and a doctor tells her that she needs to get an emergency C-section or abortion. It doesn't matter because either way it's going to kill the fetus. And the doctor says if she doesn't get this emergency C-section or abortion, then she's going to die. Would you be okay with her getting one? I just interested. It's I want to see where your ideological underpinnings fall.
So I notice how that's one of your debate strategies. You corner us into these questions. I'll answer your question.
Thank you.
So what doctors do is they take an oath that says do no harm. Doing an abortion not only does obvious harm to the child by killing the child, but it actually does a lot of physical trauma to the mother.
Yeah, less trauma
it does a
than
lot of
childbirth.
trauma to the uterus. And not only that, but many women end up being suicidal after abortion. But regardless of that,
Can you answer the
we
question,
have
though?
this very backwards view of the technology that we have now. There simply are not cases where women need to get abortions in
Notice
order
how
to
she's
save
not
their
answering
life.
the question.
Because it's not a scenario that actually exists. A lot of these doctors are committing medical malpractice, and they're actually lying because they have an agenda.
If it were to happen, would you be okay with that woman getting an abortion?
Absolutely not, because that doesn't happen.
So if it did, you wouldn't be okay with her getting an abortion? That's insane. Fuck.
See, we're
Okay, we got to pause there. We're kind of at an
She owned
impasse.
him. She kind of owned him.
We've
Sorry.
also run out of time, so we're going to move on.
My next surrounded claim is
Your hypothetical
Donald
is
Trump is a
impossible.
terrible president.
All right, if you want to debate this claim, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hi.
Hi, welcome back.
Yeah.
I don't know, let's see. Donald Trump is a terrible president because he slept his way to the top.
No, I actually think that.
Remember that? It was
Well,
brutal. Hey, listen, floor's
he didn't
yours.
do that,
Why
so-
do you support Trump?
I think that he's obviously done a lot of things. I can't say he's a perfect person, but I do think he has done things to benefit us.
What is one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden?
Closing the borders.
So that's not a macroeconomic indicator.
Yeah,
a
it is.
macroeconomic indicator would be something like GDP growth, unemployment, inflation, jobs reports. And by definition, a macroeconomic indicator is just simply a gauge that we could use to determine the health of the economy overall. So
Yes,
once again,
absolutely.
speaking about GDP growth, inflation, like wages,
Well,
so on and
health
so
of
forth.
the economy, if
What's
I can dive into that.
one indicator that's better off today today than it was a year and a
she'll
half
dive
ago.
into that.
The amount of drug use and fentanyl in society has gone down miraculously because it's closed the border and illegal drugs are no longer allowed to come in.
You understand the question I'm asking you?
Yeah, I do, and I'm answering it.
So the amount of people that use drugs in society could, of course, influence macroeconomic variables. Like if everybody was drugged up all the time, nobody could go to work, right? So therefore, the macroeconomic indicator of like unemployment would be really high. Okay, so it's not directly the macroeconomic indicator, but rather it's an influence of the indicators. So directly, what is one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago? Keeping in mind that macroeconomic indicators are things like inflation, GDP growth, wage growth, real median wages, unemployment, job reports, so on and so forth.
Same thing. I'm going to go with drug use.
Dude. Okay.
Dude,
listen.
girl.
So what macroeconomic indicators did drug use influence? Are you saying that now we have like a lower level of unemployment because of that?
By closing the border and not allowing illegal people in here, giving me and so many other people job opportunities that they weren't allowed to have before because companies were employing illegal immigrants, just like the weed farm in California that Newsom was directly supporting. They had children at the age of 9 years old illegally here working for them.
Crazy. Wait, hold on. Jideon got arrested. What happened?
You don't see him? Wait, cop car coming, cop car coming. What does he even look like? Why is the cop coming over here? What's the problem?
McDonald's doesn't want you guys on the property, so you guys gotta leave.
Is he here?
Doesn't matter where he's at. McDonald's does not want you on the property, you guys have to leave.
Who's you guys? Can you be more specific?
You.
McDonald's doesn't
So
want
they
you on the
said
property.
these people?
Him, yes. You
Okay.
guys cannot be on the property.
Hey,
or they're gonna arrest
do you guys want some McDonald's? Y'all want to go inside real quick?
Why?
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Okay.
You're gonna be arrested for trespassing if you go in there.
Bro, why? You don't have any, like no offense, officer, but like, do you genuinely have nothing better to do? Like,
Do you have anything better to do?
officer. So you're actually like supposed to protect and serve.
All right, get off the property. You guys are gonna be arrested for trespassing.
Okay, we'll leave the property, but like, I'm just trying to figure out, do you have anything better to do? Because this is like a.
Yeah, they told you earlier that they don't want you guys on the property, so you guys gotta leave.
Because you've been camping out there for like 20 minutes, wasting taxpayer dollars.
I'm there for about 5. You guys need to leave.
What? It's crazy how you don't arrest a squatter. That's crazy. Here, let's just stand on the sidewalk. Yo, man, I don't know why he's blocking your Mickey D's, bro. You trying to get some McDonald's?
Yeah.
Let's see if there's some McJoes in there. What'd you say?
He's a cock.
I'm just trying to figure out, bro.
Oh boy.
Bro, they're really protecting Joe. Officer, what are you doing? Bro, they're arresting. Officer, they never trespassed them. You can't trespass somebody. Officer, you cannot trespass somebody.
What does he mean? You can't. What?
Here,
What?
give me my backpack, my man. Bro. Officer, you can't trespass somebody. Here, record this on your phone. Record this on your phone. What are you arrested for?
Disorderly person. You're out here yelling, screaming, causing a scene. You're under arrest for being disorderly.
Freedom of speech. You can yell on the sidewalk.
Oh
You're
boy.
causing a scene.
On the sidewalk.
Yep.
So you can't yell? Officer.
Anything I need to know about?
Officer, how fast do you think this is gonna get dropped? Do you really think this charge is gonna stick? Do you guys really think this is gonna stick?
Sure, we have a
Do you want to waste your DA's time? I am a multi-millionaire. I promise you, I can take this as far as you want. Officer,
Why
you will be in a deposition and you will be arrested. Officer. Yo! Call Jake and have him get my lawyer. Call Jake and get my lawyer.
Oh my God.
This is really the route you want to go, officer? Yep.
Tell me anyway.
Really?
Jesus Christ.
Those people are no longer allowed here, giving job opportunities to others. That is benefiting the economy.
Okay.
Period.
So is that why we added the lowest amount of jobs to the economy in 20 years, ignoring recessions last year under Trump? Is that why we had the highest level of
they're opening
unemployment since the
opportunity.
pandemic?
Is it not
So-
opening opportunity?
Yeah, it's not. The reason
It
why
is.
mass deportation...
It is actually, it is.
The reason why
For-
mass deportation doesn't open up job opportunity in America is very simple. Because ultimately, undocumented immigrants as a demographic are very economically productive. They pay over $100 billion in taxes
And
per
those
year
jobs
on
are
the
now
federal, state, and
open for
local
real
level.
Americans
And they
to
pay in
have.
$1.1 through $1.7 trillion to the
They
GDP annually.
actually don't.
And according...
They actually don't. Have you ever
So
met
that's
an illegal immigrant that pays taxes?
So-
I'm sure you haven't.
So my source is the IRS. Do you think the IRS is lying?
Absolutely. I'm sure they can lie about statistics all the time.
So Donald Trump's IRS is lying about how much.
It's not Donald Trump's IRS.
It's the deep state. The deep state's IRS. Deep state.
No, well, the statistics came in from years ago. You've used that since the last time we were here.
Do you know who Scott Besson is?
No.
He's the administrator of the IRS. Do you know who he's appointed by?
Donald Trump,
Donald
I'm
Trump.
going to assume.
And Scott Besson and the IRS under Trump still report that. And listen,
and
it's
so you
not
don't
a
believe that
contestable
removing
fact.
a certain population can allow opportunities for others to come in. You
Because it
realize
makes the economy less productive.
I have family that are refused opportunities, healthcare, and other resources due to the fact that it's oversaturated by people who do not have a citizenship here. And by closing those borders and not allowing
How do they
those
even
people to
know?
in, it gives them the space to have that because that's what my tax dollars should be paying
So
for.
do you think that undocumented immigrants can access like federal Medicaid, Medicare, or
They
so on and so
can,
forth?
actually. They
Do you,
can.
do you know what the Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act is?
I actually know that they can because I
Do
have
you know
family
what the
members
Personal
that can,
Work Order
that
and
can perfectly walk
Responsibility
in
Act?
and they can get checks month per month, living month per month, and we support that. Our tax dollars that we pay, we support
Can I
that.
get a yes or no? Do you know what the Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act is?
I believe it has something to do with jobs and paying taxes no matter year.
No. The Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act is a bill from the 90s that strictly limits and prohibits any type of federal public welfare benefit
And
from being
not
given
everywhere follows
to
the law, obviously.
undocumented
Here in California, we have-
immigrants. I'm going to continue to speak. There was one slight addendum to this with Obama's EMTALA, which just says that undocumented immigrants can get life-saving emergency care if they need it. But the point is, when you suggest that undocumented immigrants are reliant on these federal systems of
And
benefit,
they are.
anyway
They
from
are.
Medicaid to Medicare to Section 8 to food stamps, they're not. It is
They
literally
are. They
illegal for them to
absolutely
collect
are.
those benefits.
And they do anyways
Do-
because
listen,
states like
by-
California allow it.
So
we pay for it.
you're
I believe
confused.
No, I'm not
What you're
confused.
confused
I know
about is the
exactly,
difference between
what I'm talking
limited
about.
state level benefits and federal benefits. So you're right.
But it still happens on some level. Can you acknowledge that?
In 10 of our 50 states, undocumented immigrants have the limited ability to collect
But
social
that's
safety
still
nets.
that still is an ability, and my
that's-
tax dollars in
fine.
California are paying for it.
Well-
Yes.
Well, actually,
can
their
we agree on
tax
that?
dollars pay for it
Absolutely.
because they pay $100 billion
well,
per
my
year in
tax
taxes,
dollars
and they
pay for it.
subsidize you.
And people like my brother with disability that
Yeah.
truly need those things are being cut.
They're completely
cut.
different systems.
They're being absolutely not.
Yeah, they are.
Nope.
What's
Does she
Medi-Cal?
work?
Medi-Cal. My brother gets Medi-Cal, and they also get
No,
Medi-Cal.
it's specifically
Yes,
a
they
system
do.
of benefit for undocumented immigrants. that
No,
no longer
my
exists.
brother
Your
literally
brothers-
just got something in the mail
your
that says
brothers-
for Medi-Cal.
Your brother's on Medicaid.
No,
on
he's
the
not.
state
He's
level.
on Medi-Cal.
Listen,
honey.
the point that I'm trying to make here.
I'm filing for a conservatorship for my
So
brother. I would
the-
know exactly what he
the
gets.
point that I'm
And
trying
it
to
is getting
make
cut day by day because of the oversaturation, the overpopulation of people we don't even know exist.
Didn't Medicaid get cut? Wasn't that part of what was under attack by the Big Beautiful Bill? Was a Medicaid cut? Also, I think you can get Medi-Cal and Medicaid independently, right? Like California has their state-issued Medi-Cal. I don't know how these things work in conjunction with each other, but I don't know why one would necessarily. I don't know. I don't know the deals we're talking about, but I never believe conservatives, so fuck them.
And we are paying for them. So do we not acknowledge that by closing the borders, like I'm going to go back to my point, just like you like to do with everybody else, I'm going to go back to my point that by cutting that population off and allowing more space for opportunity for Americans would benefit the economy.
So you're saying that you pay for the benefits of undocumented immigrants when they're paying over $100 billion per year in taxes on the federal, state, and local level? Well, guess what? They're paying for their own benefits in the 10 limited states that give them. In fact,
do their jobs.
I mean, this is just anti-intellectualist propaganda. That's what the IRS says. That's what the Cato Institute, who's ran by libertarians, which is right-leaning,
that's
says.
disgusting for you to say.
Okay, we have to pause there. We'll vote it out.
Okay.
Hater.
All right, if you want to be the next debater, get to the chair.
Did she say later or hater?
We'll vote it out.
Hater.
Hater? Later?
All right, if you want to be the next debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Later.
Hi, nice to meet you. Marika
Hi,
Member.
ma'am. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I want to talk to you about my point of view as a Mexican, American, Jewish. I'm not saying Trump is perfect, but I'm saying the reason I vote for him and I will vote again. First of all, I want to touch the point that she said about borders, but not about the people. I'm talking about the drugs and the traffic that is coming from my country.
Mhm.
And it's from my government, because Mexico has a narco government. You know who's the only one who has the guts to go right now and deal with the president? Trump. Because the other administration didn't do it.
So
who went to bring
brave.
Venezuela, Maduro to the jail? Trump. And this is affecting United States.
No.
I mean, I'm not saying everything he's doing is great.
Yeah.
And I'm Jewish, so I support Israel. Who is the only one who supports Israel? Trump. Otherwise, I don't know how we're going to be right now.
Oh
by
yeah,
God's help.
let's support a state that's committing a genocide and
Oh, well,
ethnic
don't talk
cleansing of
about it because
Palestinians
that-
and Lebanons, and let's make sure to throw $1 billion a day at a war that's killed 13 of our servicemen and women for another state, per the testimony of Joe Kent. Listen,
This is
okay,
the
here's
first
my point. I
ally
wanna
of the
respond-
United States.
I want to
Is
respond to the first
Israel
thing.
is the first ally of the United States. So we
Yeah,
have the
we
right to
shouldn't.
support Israel. And you know what? God said to Abraham, I will bless whoever bless you, and I will curse whoever curse you.
Yeah.
If you want to be blessed, and this country needs to be blessed, needs to bless Israel first.
Yeah.
Every single
He be the
country
prophet.
has been, every single country who has been cursed Israel is, look how they are
This
right
is
now.
religious
you know,
psychosis.
It's not religious.
It's genuinely
It is
religious
what it is.
psychosis.
Do you
You're
see
saying-
how Chavez
you're-
ended?
listen,
He
you're
cursed
saying-
Israel from
you are
his
saying-
intestine. He said it.
You are
from
saying-
and he's dead.
Okay. Yeah, we have to bless the ethnic expansionist, genocidal, terroristic state, or else we're all going to be cursed and die. I want to respond to the first couple claims that you made, specifically on topic with Venezuela and the border. here. So who brings in 70 to 80% of the drugs into this country per the Homeland of Border
Mexico,
Security?
Colombia, Venezuela. Who is bringing them?
Yeah.
Who is supporting them? It's Mexican country. And I'm sorry to say it. I love my country. But my government is
Okay, I'll
disgusting.
respond.
It's
Thank
a
you. Thank you for your
narco-government.
response. So 70% of the drugs sold in America, brought into America, are brought in by citizens. Why do I bring this up? Because when we say that undocumented immigrants are the issue, they're the people that are just bringing all these drugs across the border, then they come here to like women and kidnap children and commit all these heinous violent crimes, is nothing more than the demonization of a demographic. That's
Okay, I
actually
never said all the undocumented people are the ones who bringing
But that's what Trump
to
has said.
become citizens.
And that's why you shouldn't support Trump.
I'm not telling you he's doing everything perfect. I never say that. I'm talking about the borders that we have more than 2,000 miles border with Mexico, and that's where they came the drugs, and that's where they came this trafficking.
I don't listen.
People
I actually
trafficking
through legal ports of
and
entry for the most part.
weapons that are killing our people in the streets right now.
So once again, a vast majority of the drugs brought across the border are brought in by citizens through legal ports of entry. And when I give you an explanation for this, it's going to make sense to you because think about it. Okay, when a citizen is coming in through a legal port of entry, okay, well nobody just has the innate right per the state to pull them over, scrutinize them, check every nook and cranny of their vehicle because of our Constitution. But when they identify an undocumented immigrant, well they already have an individual who's culpable of breaking federal law, so then they have all the rights in the world to detain them, arrest them, if they need to pat them down or check their vehicle. And that's why a lot of the drugs that come into this country will come in with citizens. But I think my larger point here is I don't think that Donald Trump has secured the border. I think that the reason why we've seen such a drastic decline in undocumented entry has nothing to do with proactive long-term border policy, but rather to do with fascism and human rights abuse. There are people in this country that are getting illegally deported and then tortured in places like CCOT. Executive Order number 14160 attempted to unconstitutionally reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants to be lined up and deported by the DHS, where we're watching people like Alex Preddy get murdered in broad daylight by ICE agents.
I want to answer to you before you continue. You're talking about legal and deportation. I used to be a foster care liaison. When all these kids in cages, that was not true. I was there.
That happened
they called
under
us for an
Obama.
emergency meeting, looking for families to support these kids. Meanwhile, they were reunificated with their families. Reunification with their families. Yes, it was not true that was in cages. That was just the media, what they wanted to portray.
So
You
is
know
your
what I mean?
argument that Executive Order number 14160 doesn't even exist?
What I'm saying is the media want to say what they want to say because they have already,
But this isn't coming from the media. It's coming from the White House
You've been voted
website.
out.
All right.
All right, if you want to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, welcome in. I think we should start this off a little
I
bit.
didn't even sit down.
I know, I'm talking to you while you're standing up. Hi, okay. I'll slow it down. What's your name?
I'm Tia, but you can say Tia. It's a lot easier.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Tia.
Thank
Thank you
you
for being here. Listen, I say we start this conversation off.
This is the one who had the kids who eat infinite amounts of food, apparently. And then the one who, when she was going over our debate, had like an AI version of me getting up to scream at her, I guess. I don't know why.
A little bit differently. Can I
Who
tell
I
you
think is like a little bit of a religious schizo lady, I think.
why I think Trump is a terrible president?
That's what I was going to ask you. I would love to know, actually.
Perfect. Well, I break it down into 3 main categories. His domestic policy, his foreign policy, and his character. Okay? He is the worst president of my life, the worst president of your life, and the worst president of the lives of every single person sitting in this circle. Let's start by evaluating his character. He's a 34-count felon, adjudicated rapist that has boasted about perverting the naked bodies of beauty pageant contestants, depicted black people as monkeys on his Truth Social, and was sued in the 70s for refusing to rent to black people because he thought that they were quote-unquote poor. And there's about a billion other things I could say because of the time on the clock. I'll keep it concise. We look at his domestic policy. There's not a single macroeconomic variable that is better off today under Trump than it was a year and a half ago under Biden. GDP growth is down. We got one of the worst jobs report in modern American history last year, adding only 170,000 jobs to the economy after adding 2.2 million under Biden in 2024. We see that unemployment is up. We saw 1.3 million layoffs. We see the highest increase in the price of gas in 1 month since the Vietnam War in 1967. Foreign policy is a disaster. He said he was going to end Russia's invasion of Ukraine on day one. He didn't. He said he was going to bring us closer to our allies. Now they all hate us because we impose unconstitutional legal tariffs on them. He said he was going to be the president of no new wars. Then he started a new war of choice, Iran, just to deflect away from the Epstein files. And this holistically is why I think that Donald Trump is a terrible president. The mic and the floor are yours.
Okay, thank you. So I haven't been in politics that long as far as like interest. It was like 2016 really opened my eyes. I never thought Trump had a chance, honestly. But I do seem to remember in 2016, a lot of the dialogue around his win was he only won because America's racist. Basically saying everyone who voted for him was racist.
She's trapped
This
in
is after 8 years of
2016,
Obama,
like every
by the
other
way,
fucking
who got reelected.
Trump voter. Wow,
based on
go
that,
figure.
and after 4 years of not being president and now he's back, why do you think that he won if
He
he's
won
one of the
'cause he's
most
the
terrible
best.
presidents in our lifetime?
Okay. Yeah, I'll give a direct answer to that question. I first want to ask a clarifying one. Do you think that Biden was a bad president?
I don't want to talk about Biden because that's not why we're here.
Right. Okay. Well, I'd expect your answer to that question to be no, of course. But Biden got the most votes out of any president in history. We can't say just because people were willing to vote for a candidate to be president that therefore.
She's laughing, by the way, because they don't believe in that election. They don't believe that he got that many votes. They think it was a massive rigged election where all those extra votes were lies, by the way. But wait, this was her clip.
Whenever it got to the point where it just felt like the level was up here and people's steam was coming out of their ears, I was like, red flag, stop talking. And there was very few people who could get him to have discourse that you could call a conversation or a debate. Most of it was yelling. Then it's like the personal attacks. You can feel it when something evil is going on. Whatever you want to title is on you, but you can feel it when something bad is happening in the room.
Wait, if you're me and I'm you, where are you and what am I still doing stuck in this video?
This was some schizo shit. Debating Destiny in the most demonic Jubilee video I've ever done. Politics as a Christian. This was like before... Was it only 10 months ago? The AI shit hadn't like ultra super taken off for like every single YouTube video. I feel like it's been more recent, but... So this is like the early-ish stages, so they weren't as refined yet, so I look fucking wild as fuck here. Jesus.
Before they were the best option. The reason why I think that Trump won the election had a lot to do with propaganda surrounding the negative economic impacts of the pandemic, okay? We saw 9% high levels of inflation, roaring gas prices, and I don't think that these things were caused by Biden. But Biden never was really too publicly outspoken about that, and I think that was a messaging problem with the Dems. The second reason why I think that Donald Trump won had to do with the fact that Kamala Harris only had a little bit over 100 days to run, which I also blame on Biden. He should have stepped down a lot sooner. But ultimately, I don't think Trump won because he's a good president, and that's undeniable. Has your life gotten better in the last year and a half?
My life has gotten better,
How has Trump made it better? Tell me, specifically.
I honestly do feel safer with him president. I mean, we can beat a dead horse with the closed border. That means a lot to me. Like, I'm a mom. I have kids. It's important to me that, and I live in LA, which is like crazy, right? Do you live out here or no?
No, I don't. But you would be safer to leave your children with the average undocumented immigrant compared to the average citizen. They're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes compared to the average US citizen.
In my home with me. That's why I homeschool, and that's why I'm a mom, and my children come first. So for me, being able to do that is a blessing. There's a lot of sacrifices that come with that, especially in this economy. I would be lying if I didn't say, like, it's difficult with the gas prices. It's difficult with the groceries and the tariffs. There's a lot of things. Yeah, similar with Biden, there was a lot. Inflation has not increased in the same amount as it did under Biden.
What did Biden do to cause it?
The money to Ukraine and the open border. You can look and
they never remember COVID. But you better believe if he were to ask why was Trump's last year so bad, she would all of a sudden say COVID. They never. Do you notice how they never bring it up? It's crazy.
can research about how much it cost us to send the amount of money that we did to Ukraine and what
how much money did we send to Ukraine?
What it did to affect our economy, and also with the undocumented immigrants.
How much money did we send to Ukraine?
They are getting Medi-Cal. They were getting money for food and free housing.
How much money did we send to Ukraine in 4 years under Biden?
You tell me.
$220 billion approximately.
Okay.
Now, here's the thing. If you're going to blame Biden's 9% high level of inflation on $220 billion spent over the course of 4 years, then why don't we see like 50% levels of inflation, considering the fact that in the last year and a half, Donald Trump has passed the big beautiful bill, which according to most estimates, is clocked in to cost us around $3.4 trillion over the course of 10 years. Or the simple fact that he's spending $1 billion a day on a war in Iran. He's going to spend just as much money on this war in Iran as Biden did in 4 years on Ukraine in less than a year.
And
on top of that, the cherry is Donald Trump has continued to fund it. Blaming the 9% high level of inflation on $220 billion worth of expenditures nuts, especially when we consider that the Biden-Harris administration spent half of what the Trump administration spent in their first term.
I get what you're saying, and I think both of us, at the end of the day, we want what's best for America. I think we have different plans or strategies to get there. But the main thing I did want to come up here and say, I don't think you really answered it, was if Trump was the worst president in our lifetime, how did he win twice, if not 3 times, depending on who you talk to? Exactly. So if he was that terrible, either we're and I mean, you can say, are we dumb as a box of rocks? Like, are we the stupidest people? I've been told I'm internalized racism, internalized misogyny. I would love for you to be honest.
I don't think that anybody in the circle is particularly intelligent.
Okay, and I understand that that's how people see us.
Yeah, we're gonna stop there. You've been voted out. Thank you. Return to your seat.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time, Tia.
Okay, what is this meta? I wonder if they were told, like, don't interrupt him, because nobody is, like, shouted at him. They've let him get all of his kind of, like, rants off. I say rants, I don't mean that demeaningly. I just mean, like, he's been able to rattle off a ton of facts. And then as soon as they kind of sort of start to respond, they get voted off. It seems like they're getting fucked on this. What?
If you want to be the next debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hi.
Hi.
My name's Leia.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Just a little background. I am currently active duty in the United States Marine Corps. I'm not here on behalf. I'm not here on behalf of the Department of War, by the way. I also grew up in Houston,
Department of War,
and I think that Trump has done a lot for me personally, and I feel like that's what we should all be here speaking about to an extent. I've gotten paid more under him. I've gotten bonuses under him. The military has tightened up under him, and from that perspective, he's my commander-in-chief, and I'm grateful for that.
Yeah. Out of everybody sitting in the circle, you have the most reason to not support Trump. Could I tell you why?
I would love to know why.
Because of your oath. You took an oath to defend the Constitution from enemies overseas and domestic, correct?
Correct.
Can we agree that an enemy to the Constitution, domestic or foreign, would be a person who thinks that the Constitution should be terminated, is intentionally and belligerently infringing upon it?
Can you go in depth with that, please?
Well, I mean, I think
haven't
that
heard
is
about
all
that.
the context that would be required to understand an enemy. If there's somebody that is intentionally and belligerently infringing on the Constitution, has suggested that maybe we should terminate it before, can we agree that person would be an enemy?
I don't know when
to
you
the
said that.
That would be an enemy. I do agree with you, but I don't agree with you if you're saying that's what Trump has done.
In December of 2022, Trump went on Truth Social and said that because of the 2020 election, the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, including those found within the Constitution, would be allowed. And
that's different, though. That's a different thing, though, you idiot. That's different.
And in the last year and a half of his presidency, he has directly infringed on the 14th Amendment, threatened the 1st, threatened the 2nd, infringed on the 4th, infringed on the 10th, and threatened to infringe on the 23rd, on top of Article 1 and 2. Donald Trump is a domestic enemy to the Constitution.
I do not agree with that whatsoever.
So
just because you're stating all these things, kind of like a fact check, but he hasn't actually put those in place.
Executive Order number 14160 was put in place. It attempted to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil. But that is a long withstanding ruling from SCOTUS, regardless of its prior veto in 1989, saying that undocumented immigrants are within the jurisdiction of the U.S., or U.S. versus Wong-Kim-Ark in the late 19th century, arguing that the only people who do not have a constitutional claim to birthright citizen would be members of militant invading forces, foreign diplomats, and Native Americans, which was later updated through federal law. We know for a fact that the 14th Amendment covers the protection of birthright citizenship for the children born to undocumented immigrants. Donald Trump says, well, I'm going to change that, and passes an illegal, unconstitutional executive order stating
has Alito spoken about that yet, though?
Is a domestic threat to our Constitution that you, as a member of our DOJ, as an active duty service member of the Marines, should absolutely protest and stand in wide opposition against.
So that I would not agree makes him a domestic enemy. This is militant. This is what I signed an oath for and what I raised my right hand for. It's militant, and that has not affected us in that military aspect. I don't think so. If you could give me an example of how so, as far as like immigration and all these people who have joined the military to get papers for their parents and stuff like that, whether they were born here or not, it's been in effect and it's been very helpful for them.
What were your thoughts on Donald Trump calling for the execution of 6 sitting Democrats in Congress who reminded you to abide by your oath?
6 what?
6 sitting Democrats in Congress posted a video saying, if you're given a legal order, you don't got to follow it. And you should know that's what the UCMJ says.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And Donald Trump called for their execution because of that.
I don't know much about that.
Yeah,
honestly.
I'll tell you. So
Yeah, please do.
He went on Truth Social. He responded to an article talking about the 6 Democrats in Congress who posted a video saying like, oh, you remember your oath, don't follow any unlawful orders if Trump were to give you one. And he calls them seditious traitors. Follows it up by saying traitors punishable by death, and then he reposts a follower's comment that says hang them George Washington would. Okay, so he falsely accuses them of a crime they didn't commit. You and me could agree it's not treasonous to tell the military not to follow unlawful orders. UCMJ once again. And then he says, well, because of this crime that he's accused.
Sorry, fuck. Hold on. I was looking. Why do people keep posting the SpaceX shit? They IPO'd at 135. Until it goes below 135, posting shit about how it's fallen from a crazy peak is fucking retarded. Please stop posting this in chat. You fucking retard. Stop.
He responded to it saying, Democrats in Congress who reminded you to abide by your oath.
6 what?
6 sitting Democrats in
whether they were born here or not, it's been in effect and it's been very helpful for them.
What were your thoughts on Donald Trump calling for the execution of 6 sitting Democrats in Congress who reminded you to abide by your oath?
6 what?
6 sitting Democrats in Congress posted a video saying, if you're given a legal order, you don't got to follow it. And you should know that's what the UCMJ says.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And Donald Trump called for their execution because of that.
I don't know much about that.
Yeah,
I don't know why you would even come to defend anything. I think at that point you should probably like sew your lips shut and never say another word again. This should be like so humiliating that you flee the country in shame, that you would come up here, especially, trying to front with some military background, and you have no fucking concept of the president of the United States talking about executing people who, like, nobody was talking about this at all in any part of your life. Nobody was mentioning. How is that even possible? That's insane. That's crazy.
Well, I'll tell you. So
yeah, please do.
He went on Truth Social. He responded to an article talking about the 6 Democrats in Congress who posted a video saying like, oh, you remember your oath, don't follow any unlawful orders if Trump were to give you one. And he calls them seditious traitors. Follows it up by saying traitors punishable by death, and then he reposts a follower's comment that says hang them George Washington would. Okay, so he falsely accuses them of a crime they didn't commit. You and me could agree it's not treasonous to tell the military not to follow unlawful orders. UCMJ once again. And then he says, well, because of this crime that he's accusing them of that they didn't commit, they need to be hung. That's him directly calling for the execution of 6 Democrats in Congress.
No, with a trial though. Say the trial.
How can he stand by such a
Say the trial.
No, honestly, we have multiple times gone against if it does not follow along with the UCMJ throughout history in the military, and they've been awarded for that. If our military leader, and for example, Donald Trump is one of them, but if they go against what the UCMJ does, we are allowed to go against that.
Yeah.
And so
all the Dems were saying, and then he said they needed to die because they said that.
No.
Yes, he said.
He said what? Who needed to die?
These Democrats.
Bro, what do you even do? I don't even know. Like, what? That's crazy to me. Like, at the very least, when she retires, it should be like 80% disability from the VA if you're this fucking retarded. Like, she should get some kind of payout. Like, can this person even live on their own? How can you not have heard about this?
Democrats. He said that their sedition is punishable by death. Okay, the sedition that they didn't commit. And then he followed it up by reposting a comment that said, hang them, explicitly, hang them. That was him calling for their execution. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I feel like you're maybe one of the more reasonable people that I've spoken with today. You should be able to see this so clearly. And maybe this might even be an historical moment here on Surrounded where I'm able to change the mind of a guest on the show. That'd be huge.
That would be huge if it was going to happen, but it's not.
Oh, my God.
Out of time, we have to pause there.
No matter what, you're never changing my mind, motherfucker.
My final Surrounded claim is Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about any of you.
True.
If you want to debate Dean's claim, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hi.
Hi, Dean.
Okay, well, I think that my claim here is clear. Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about anybody in the circle. What I mean by that is just Donald Trump generally doesn't care about women. He's a very misogynistic asshole.
Promises made, promises kept.
Opposite.
Number one, he's got more women on his cabinet than most presidents did.
And he's fired, what, 4 of them?
Doesn't matter.
I think it does.
It doesn't matter. What? We got rid of Pam Bondi. We got rid of Tulsi Gabbard. We got rid of Kristi Noem. Was there a 4th one that I'm missing? Are there any left? The Labor Secretary? Susie Wiles is his chief of staff, right? Is chief of staff of the Office of the White House? Is that a cabinet level position? And the Caroline Leavitt? Yeah, I don't know. Jesus Christ.
Every person he's fired so far has been a woman.
You fire.
Oh, the education woman is still there. McMahon or whatever? McMahon? I don't know how to pronounce it.
Pam Bondi did nothing.
Yeah, she was a terrible AG.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She did, and he didn't like that, so we fired her.
Yeah. I think that she was a terrible AG for preventing the...
By the way, terrible AG and a woman? Well, you know, she was just bad on her own merit, you know, because, you know, Trump hired her. If that would have been a Democrat president and Pam Bondi was fired, they would have said DEI pick. 1,000,000,000%, by the way. They would have said DEI pick.
Release the files. I digress. I'm interrupting you. Sorry, go on.
And he pardoned the J6ers, like he said he would.
Yeah. She's one of them, by the way.
And now he created a weaponization fund, which I think is great.
It's
and
gone,
he forgo all his money, which is $10 billion, and he took $1.7 billion, 7 like he said he would.
Yeah.
And now he created a weaponization fund, which I think is great, and he forgo all his money, which is $10 billion, and he took $1.7 billion, 1776, to give to the people that refused to take shots, that were fired because they didn't want to get the vax, that were targeted by the Biden DOJ, grannies that were thrown in prison, people that literally just stepped foot on the Capitol grounds and were thrown in prison for years.
Yeah.
No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, and the lowest prescription prices that we've ever had.
Okay.
Safe borders, no more child trafficking.
Okay, listen. Let's
He
start
cares about us.
with that $1.8 billion
All child trafficking
you said
has
it
been
was his personal
eliminated.
money. That's not true. It's funded by the taxpayers.
It's owed to him.
Secondarily, it is an absolute disaster.
Just like all the money comes from
It's crazy that our president is willing to give $1.8 billion to people such as the J6 terrorists.
Well, they're not
Genuinely.
terrorists.
They are.
Well, I mean, I think they are. For instance, there were
Were you there?
176 people who were criminally convicted of deadly assaults on police officers.
Not
Take, for
good.
example, DJ Rodriguez, who drove a stun gun into
Antifa.
Officer Fanone's
Antifa.
neck while Officer Fanone was on the ground getting beaten with metal rods.
It's been
As the
proven.
crowd
First
was
of all,
screaming
it's
to
been
grab his
proven.
gun and kill him.
Antifa.
And then
Do the
DJ
Antifa one.
Rodriguez
Please, God, do the
pled
Antifa
guilty
one.
to doing this in court after Officer Fanone's testimony and his body camera footage.
Any comments on the police shooting in Canada right now? What? I don't know. My guess is it's bad. What do you want me to say? Did somebody get shot? It's probably bad.
Are you familiar with Roseanne Boylan? She was beaten to death by an officer, Lila Morris. Okay, nobody talks about that. Ashley Babbitt was killed, shot in the neck.
Wait, what?
She was an unarmed woman, a military woman. There was no need for that. We went there. People went there peacefully and patriotically.
Yeah.
Okay,
And that's why they were screaming,
Oh,
hey,
like-
Mike Pence, right?
well,
like Trump
yeah, but
said.
nobody that I've
Was
seen.
that peaceful?
There was a lot of infiltrators. There was over 300 FBI agents in there.
There you go.
And who's
Infiltrating-
FBI?
Exactly, who's FBI?
Who
Right,
was
everybody
president?
says that.
Who was president
But
on J6?
It doesn't matter.
It does.
I read about that the
Because
other day
it was
when they
Donald
said,
Trump.
I read that and read it. Who's
And by the way,
FBI?
who did Trump
It was-
pardon? Did he
it was
pardon
under
the Antifa
Obama.
infiltrators?
It was under Obama.
Obama was
That's
president
right.
on
He
J6?
wasn't Obama. He wasn't president on J6. President Trump was.
Oh, my
but
God.
Obama's the one who's been trying to persecute him.
Correct.
Obama, Biden.
She's got it.
Since
There
day
we
one
go.
with the Russian dossier. Yeah.
Yep.
So Obama infiltrated Trump's FBI.
He's
and
the one.
implanted-
Deep
Not
state.
just Obama, but all the leftists, all
Yep.
the deep state.
There we go.
Nancy
Goddamn
Pelosi.
mind.
Yep.
Nancy Pelosi.
Then
She
why-
literally
listen,
took
here's the,
responsibility
Why
for
didn't
it,
they have
remember?
National Guards?
Well, apparently Donald Trump had the ability to call them there, and this
He
has been
tried
proven
to.
by his
He
second
tried to,
term.
and they said
According
no.
to Donald Trump's
Did you
second
not
term,
hear-
He doesn't need to try to send the National
Did
Guard
you not
anywhere.
hear
He just
Nancy
simply can.
Pelosi where
But
she
I want
said
to do
it's
a
my
quick.
fault?
I want to
See,
do a
Nancy
quick
Pelosi,
witness
it was
testimony
my
on claims
fault.
that
She
you
took
made
accountability
about
for it,
all the
remember?
J6
Yeah.
Antifa terrorists that were infiltrating the crowd to
I
cause havoc.
actually know that there was over 300
So-
FBI
people dressed
agents.
up as
So do we
Trump
agree that
supporters.
everybody who is criminally convicted on J6 has since been pardoned by Trump?
Yep.
I believe so.
So Donald Trump pardoned Antifa terrorists? And now he's offering them
A lot of
$1.8
them
billion.
didn't get charged, though.
Prove
A lot
it.
of the Antifa people didn't get
Why
charged.
don't you give us
Yes!
some evidence for that, ma'am?
Well, I don't.
They protected Ray Epps.
So you don't
Epps
believe
get
in...
charged?
you don't
Yes!
believe in
Oh my
things.
God,
All
the
right, we
triple!
have evidence. So what's
The
the evidence?
triple!
I believe in facts.
Okay, so...
Just like Donald Trump cares about the American people.
Maybe we should get back to that.
First. Yeah.
Okay,
So
so
we got to pause there. You've been voted out.
have a good one.
All right. If you want to be the next debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Howdy, howdy.
Hi.
Hi. Welcome.
Thank you. Would you like to carry on with why you think that?
Trump doesn't...
People keep saying J6 bingo. It doesn't really make sense to play bingo because it would just be, what is it, 25 spots on a bingo card, and they would all be free spots because that's how fucking retarded and predictable all these motherfuckers are. One sec. Oh my God. How do you even argue against that? Bro, these people's brains have been fucking destroyed by social media.
Care about you, doesn't care about anybody in the circle, because he generally doesn't care about women. He has had a lifetime of vapid misogyny, like the fact that he's a sexual predator, that he's a rapist, that he's overturned policy that has led to 60 pregnant victims per day being denied access to abortion in 10 every 50 states, or an attack on our economy. Everything is worse off today than it was a year and a half ago under Giga Chad Biden. I don't think he cares about you.
He almost took a bullet for this country.
What, by choice? What are you talking about? Oh my God.
And he's faced so many assassination attempts.
Yeah.
He faces threats, as you should know. I mean, you cried with Charlie Kirk.
I mean, listen, specifically, this will be 10 seconds or less so we can get back to the topic. I cried because Why
do so many people want to shoot this motherfucker? Please, Dean! I don't expect him to say that, but...
I thought that it was a mass shooting. My friend was less than 30 feet away. He FaceTimed me running away, saying, Dean, I think that there's a mass shooting going on. And regardless of the fact that I didn't like Charlie Kirk, I'll be honest, I think that he's despicable. He endorsed child torture. I still saw a video of somebody that I personally knew, okay, get their jugular ripped open by a bullet. It was rough. And yeah, I shed a tear. That was very... It was very intense. But listen, the
I think
topic
it really
is,
humanized you.
The topic is Donald Trump doesn't generally care about women. He doesn't give a shit about anybody in the circle. You're arguing that, well, maybe he does care about women because he took a bullet
Why
for
would
you.
he put his life on the line if he didn't care?
Well, I think the reason why he's willing to apparently take a bullet to the ear isn't because he cares about you, or else we'd see that demonstrated through his actions, words, and policy, which obviously hasn't occurred, but rather maybe he took a bullet because it was either the bullet or the jail cell for his 34 felonies, attempted coup on J6. And he wants that power, he wants that adoration, he wants that glory, he wants that fame, he wants his name to be in the history books. That's why he's illegally placing his name on the Kennedy Center, or attempting to commit the conquest of America, usurping Iran to be the 51st state, Venezuela to be the 52nd, and Canada to be the 53rd. That's what he wants to get out of it. He doesn't want to help you, or once again, we'd see that represented through his policy, which we don't.
I vehemently disagree with that.
Okay.
He cares for law enforcement. He cares for firefighters, mothers trying to get pregnant. And it's disheartening that the way you describe Trump, it's like you're describing a leader in the Middle East, someone that's an actual dictator, an actual fascist. And it's for someone that has traveled.
Yeah, I mean,
and
true.
Has seen how other countries operate. This is the best country in the world, and we're so lucky to have Donald Trump as a president. And I'm just
travel to where? Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck. Trump kind of seems like a Middle Eastern leader. What? Because he acts like an authoritarian, or that's what she's claiming Dean is saying. Yeah, he kind of does. Like, I like how she's like kind of so close to it. Like she's kind of there. She's like, the way you're describing Trump makes him sound like an anti-democratic, authoritarian piece of shit. You know? Like, yeah.
Heartened that you can't see that.
Okay, you said that he cares about law enforcement. Then why did he pardon 178 people who attempted to assault or kill cops on J6?
On January 6th.
Yeah, he pardoned, like we went over this earlier. DJ Rodriguez, okay, drove a stun gun into Officer Fanone's neck, gave him a heart attack. He had to be raced off to the hospital. DJ Rodriguez was then thrown in jail for 10 years. Trump says he's a patriot, gives him a full and complete presidential pardon, and has now created a $1.8 billion slush fund that's going to line DJ's pockets. Dude, there's no way he cares about cops if that's what he's willing to give to a would-be cop killer.
Well, honestly, I don't know all the details of that.
If everything that I just said was true, would you concede that Donald Trump does not care about law enforcement?
I would be curious why I don't know what information he has that I don't, so I would have to place my trust in the President of the United States.
Did you place your trust in Biden?
You got to pause there. You've been voted out. Please return to your seat. If you would like to be the next debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, Liz.
Hi.
All right, well, I mean, you know my thoughts. I think that Trump is the worst president of your life, and I think that he consistently demonstrates that through his rhetoric and policy. What are your thoughts?
I love Trump. And honestly, I love everything that Trump is doing with Israel. I'm Jewish. I'm very pro-Israel. I know how you feel about it.
I wish my mom didn't have Alzheimer's. If I could throw her up here, my mom is identical to one of these people. She would be clapping in the background. Woohoo! She'd be 1,000,000%. She would be identical to these people.
Israel, but I feel like you probably don't know the facts. I also love what Trump is doing with Iran, because if he does care about women, he wants to free the women of Iran from the Islamic regime. He wants to free the women all around the world. And you tell me what you like about Iran or Palestine and how they treat women.
Well, I actually want to start off with the claim that you made about...
Like, let's see. Who has Trump made... Wait. Yeah. Who's Trump made, like, good deals with? Like, who is his strongest relationship with right now as foreign leaders go? I feel like everybody in fucking Europe hates him. They were kind of friendly with the weird dude in Orban or whatever, although that fucker's gone. Let's see. I'm trying to think for Europe. Anything? I don't know. Okay, let's go to the Middle East. What do we get? We have a $400 million plane from Qatar. We gave him another airfield in the United States to train with. We've got tons of friendly things between Kushner and MBS for Saudi Arabia. We've got, fuck, what else? There was more. Oh, we've got Erdogan's fucking bodyguards beating the shit out of Americans. I remember when Erdogan came here in Trump's first term that Trump didn't have shit to say about. Let's see, what else? We've got, obviously, he's the #1 fucking Netanyahu simp, kind of, or he's just fucking retarded. I don't know. Like, it's kind of crazy that it seems like he's so friendly with all of those people over there. Where are all of our European allies at? Hello? Any of them?
Ron, is Donald Trump negotiating with the IRGC to achieve a denuclearization agreement today?
There's no negotiating with terrorists.
Okay, well, according to Trump, that's not true. He says that...
There's no negotiating with terrorists? What do you think happened in Afghanistan? Hello?
There are active ongoing negotiations and they're performing greatly.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so the reason why I ask you this question is because the IRGC isn't going anywhere. Because Donald Trump has already said that he's achieved all of his military objectives in this...
What? Every time I hear somebody do this, they're like, oh, yeah. Fuck, there's this, Fuck, what? I'm trying to think. There's a, hold on, wait. Give me 20 seconds to think of this meme, or pretend I pulled it up instantly. I think it's episode 4. Fuck, wait. Hold on. Shh. Wait, no. Hold on. Hold on. Shh. How quickly did she just switch up there?
Says that there are active ongoing negotiations and they're performing greatly.
Yeah, of course. Tell me what you like about Iran or Palestine and how they treat women.
Well, I actually want to start off with the claim that you made about Iran. Is Donald Trump negotiating with the IRGC to achieve a denuclearization agreement today?
There's no negotiating with terrorists.
Okay, well, according to Trump, that's not true. He says that there are active ongoing negotiations and they're performing greatly.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
It reminds me of this guy when he asked him if he turned off the web server or whatever.
Hold on a second. Hello?
Did you take down the website?
No.
Well, Nancy says you did.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
I hate these people with a fiery fucking passion.
So the reason why I ask you this question is because the IRGC isn't going anywhere. Because Donald Trump has already said that he's achieved all of his military objectives in this war. He's already, quote-unquote, couped the IRGC and committed regime change by just getting more, quote-unquote, moderate voices to lead the IRGC. And now he's actively negotiating like a 30 to 50-year agreement with them so they will never have the ability to nuclearize again. What this means is that Donald Trump actually wants the IRGC to stay in charge of Iran, or else this denuclearization effort that has costed us 13 lives, $1 billion a day, and higher gas prices and oil prices everywhere would be for
Donald
nothing.
Trump wants
And
to
because the
completely
IRGC is
annihilate
not
the
going,
IRGC.
then he wouldn't be negotiating with him. He wouldn't be trying to get a deal with them. You don't advocate to get a deal with a party that you don't think should exist.
Here's the thing. Islam right now is taking over all of these countries. They've taken over most of Europe. They're starting to take over in the United States. He has to do this in a very careful manner. There are billions of Islamists who are trying to take over they will not stop until they have infiltrated every country.
This is
Their
so
words,
disgusting.
not mine. How it's literally what they say.
It's
they
so
say they will not
gross.
stop until
No.
Islam is in every single...
Like how Qatar invaded... What, Iowa? Where are they building their base at, or was it Indiana?
household.
This
That
is
is what they
insanity.
say, and that is why we need Israel, and that is why Trump is going to do everything he can in his power to annihilate the IRG.
Yeah, hey, you're mad about them going after Israel? Listen, Idaho, whatever. They're not going after Israel, okay? They're coming for you. Israel's just in the way, all right?
PC, which is what needs to happen.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so first and foremost, if I could compulsorily puke on this table without getting you dirty, I probably would, because everything that you just said was legitimately disgusting.
How is that
First and
disgusting?
foremost, for you to demonize and turn all Muslim people alive.
Not all Muslim. No,
into
no,
this
no.
mo- into this model.
Islamists.
You said that
Extreme
there was,
Islamists.
you said that there were billions of Islamists infiltrating
are.
every crook and cranny of the
But
world.
they are.
So I think
Have
that
you traveled?
Listen, I think that we
Where was
absolutely.
the last place you traveled to?
Let
Internationally.
me respond to what you said.
Or have you gone to New York?
I think
where
that
they're literally doing prayer in the streets?
Yes, if you pray in public, then all of a sudden you're extremist. Go tell that to every Christian evangelical that put their hand on Trump's shoulder in the Oval Office on camera. It's different because it's another.
Were they praying in the streets? What? Bruh, you know what I just realized? The next fucking Democratic president, we need to have an Islam ban bill or whatever, where we the name of the bill is to ban Islam, ban radical Islamists, ban radical jihadists in this country. But the text of the bill is all just no more public worship allowed, no more places of worship with tax exemption. So it would all apply to Christian churches and shit. I bet you could get conservatives to pass that because they're fucking retarded.
Other religion, exactly. When it's about Jesus, no, listen to what I'm saying here.
Listen to what I'm saying here. And take over.
Listen to what I'm saying here. When it's about
Jewish
Jesus,
people go into every single country and try and take over.
Oh, right, and that's why they're going into the West Bank. That's why they're going to Gaza. That's why they're going to Lebanon. Listen to what I'm saying here.
Out of Gaza in 2005. Get your facts straight.
And what's going on in the West Bank today?
Hamas has literally been in charge of Gaza since 2005.
And what's going on in the West Bank today?
It is a recognized terrorist organization.
And what's going on in the West Bank?
Israel literally has backed out. When you have people, you have a tiny little country the size of New Jersey. You have every single country around attacking it. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, let's hone this in. Well, what I wouldn't want to happen is vapid war crimes.
Do you think that Israel should
25-mile radius. One moment. I don't think that any country has an inherent right to exist. I think that people have a right to self-determination. A country is a collective of people. Countries in and of themselves are not moral entities.
Explain to me.
I am explaining it to you. Let me speak. I don't want you to interrupt me. I want to answer your last question. You asked me a good one. You said, Dean, do you think that Israel has a right to exist? I think that question is incomprehensible. And the reason why I say that question is incomprehensible is because a state is not a body in which has rights. People are entities in which have rights. A collective of people collectively have a right to self-determination. But the social construct of a state and a government is just a figure of our imagination through the collective of civilization, not an entity in which has rights.
How many Jewish people live in Palestine?
I want to be able to respond to everything.
How many Jewish people live in the 57 Muslim countries?
Liz, what you're doing is you're attempting to overwhelm me with questions, which is a gish gallop. I want to ensure that I have proper time to go over every statement that has left your mouth, particularly the first statement that you made about the billions of Islamists calling them radical because they pray in public. Christians pray in public all the time. That's not why I call them radical because
they pray in public. I call them radical because they literally say that they will not stop until Islam is in every single household in every country and they have completely taken over. And you can see them say that everywhere.
I think that every mainstream religion, wishes that everybody on earth agreed with their religion.
Not at all. No.
Yes, of course they do. Let me explain to you why.
Christians
Are you?
No, what? Hold on. Okay, Dean is about to make a stupid point about how all religions are evangelizing, and it's stupid to make in front of her because did she say she was Jewish or she's Israeli or whatever? Because Judaism very clearly does not seek to proselytize. But then her counterexample that she just gave to him was Christians who absolutely do proselytize. They absolutely do send fucking missionaries and shit around the world. So I don't know why she would give that counterexample when it's there's three religions of the book and you had a 50-50 shot at picking the right one and you picked the wrong one, even though you're Jewish. What? Isn't she? Did she say she was? Am I making this up? I don't know if she's religiously Jewish. Whatever, same thing.
Extreme religion, wishes that everybody on earth agreed with their religion.
Not at all. No.
Yes, of course they do. Let me explain to you why. Are you a Christian?
I'm Jewish.
Okay, here, listen. I'm going to ask you a question to the Christians in the circle. Do you guys think that the only way to get to heaven is to have faith in the gospel?
Absolutely. Jesus Christ.
Amen. And now I want you to put your flag down, if you don't want everybody to go to heaven. Everybody still has their flag up. What that tells me is that everybody with their flags up thinks that the only way to get to heaven is to be a Christian, and they want everybody to go to heaven. What does this mean? They want everybody to be a Christian. So from this guest's line of argumentation, everybody with their flag up is a radical extremist. No.
What do you want, Mootin? What do you want?
Oh, there we go. I can hear you now.
Every day. This shit. Every day in here. It's this shit.
Every day in here.
I changed all my shit earlier also, so I don't know if it's going to work. So.
Well, I mean, Ark, he's got you running rampant.
Well, it's good for them now. I hope you can't hear. All right, here we go. Can you hear this?
Different than the Islamists that want everybody alive to believe that.
Yeah?
Hold on.
Oh my God.
Muhammad is a prophet.
Okay, I have a question for the circle.
Yeah, it better be.
All of the Christians in the circle, do you believe that if someone does not recognize Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior, that they should be killed?
No. Based.
Islam does.
I do.
So,
Well, but they think that you're going to hell.
Okay. Yeah, so that's a really argument to rebuttal. Listen, I agree that when you read the Quran and the Hadiths through a particularly fundamentalist scope, you could absolutely yield the conclusion that we should kill everybody that's not a Muslim, 110%. And I disagree with that fundamentalist interpretation of the Quran and the Hadiths. And I think the people who don't are crazy. But we do the same thing to the Christian Bible. When we look at the Christian Bible and we read it through a fundamentalist scope, well, then all of a sudden it is totally okay to own slaves because of Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46. Genocide is totally fine sometimes because of 1 Samuel 15:3, and sometimes it's okay to impregnate kids because the historical representation of Mary's age under a fundamentalist scope. Under a fundamentalist scope is that Mary was around 13. And the reason why I'm giving you the fundamentalist interpretation of the Christian Bible isn't to shit on Christianity as a whole, but it's rather to say that when you read any religious text through that fundamentalist perspective, you could always yield grave immoralities like slavery, pedophilia, or killing people who disagree with you. But the thing is that a lot of Christians, alongside a lot of Muslims, don't hold to that fundamentalist interpretation of their respective religious texts that yield those grave immoralities and rather practice their religion in a quite benevolent way.
The issue is you have people in Iran who are literally suffering, people who had to flee Iran 47 years ago, who are still suffering to this day, people all around the world, because the Islam extremists, the ones who are also in charge of a lot of these countries, will kill you. They will behead you. They will do whatever they can to harm you if you do not believe with what they believe in, if you do not agree that the Prophet Muhammad is the one and only, and Islam is the only religion, and that should be allowed in the world. Right. So that's the thing. We are dealing with this today with Islam, and that's where the issue lies.
Okay, we're going to stop there. We're out of time. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the dialogue.
All right, I just want to give snaps to everybody in the circle so far. Good job, Dean. Snaps to you. Good job.
Cringe.
Let's take a breath. It's been a heated episode.
Why is it cringe to snap?
Good job, everybody. We want to give snaps out. How about you snap your own, you know?
Wow.
For the last portion of this video, I ask that you look around the circle and select somebody who you want to come back to the center and debate their claim with.
Oh, God. See, there's so many options here. I don't know. People might hit me at home for this one. I wanted to respond to what she had to say. Yeah, let's do it. Get up here.
Yes.
Did he bring the biggest retard up?
They're all the biggest retards.
I'll give you credit.
So.
You're brave to pick me, so that's good.
Or dumb.
My surrounded claim is that Democrats sold our country out.
Oh, boy.
Can I have an explanation of what you mean when you say that?
Well, first off, their open border policies, sanctuary cities, which are completely unconstitutional. Thank God we have Sheriff Chad Bianco running for governor. Hopefully we'll eliminate that.
Christ.
They said Russia, 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 right? About President Trump. Well, who sold our uranium to Russia? And I love when Trump was talking to all of these European countries. He says, you guys keep screaming Russia, Russia, Russia. Why aren't you buying oil from us? Why are you buying it from Russia? So there's so many good things that Trump has done, and the Democrats have completely, I'm from Iran originally. The fact that Obama gave boatloads of cash to that evil regime makes me so angry. So I love that Trump
annihilated. How does she feel right now?
Yeah, you can tell this was recorded a few weeks ago.
She hadn't hit the talking points yet.
Well, the reality hadn't happened yet. Does it say how long ago? Did it say at the beginning? It probably did at the beginning when this was recorded.
General
the
Soleimani.
Reason, people buy Russian oil, right, is because it's just closer and it's easy to handle the logistics versus bringing it in from the United States of America.
Yeah, it's way cheaper.
Yeah.
Proxy guy in Iraq offed him because he killed 10,000 people, including women and children.
Okay.
So,
a lot.
Yeah. So I am so happy for him getting rid of the nuclear facilities along with Benjamin Netanyahu, with the intelligence that they brought in and the weapons, and they are our only allies, and the liberals hate Israel.
Yeah.
This was it could have been World War III. If we didn't get rid of this stuff, you and I might not be here the next 5-10 years.
You should hate Trump then.
Oh, I should love him because he just stopped World War III. He stopped the deep state from destroying this world. And that's what Marxists do. They
own
have
all
no
branches
grip on
of
reality.
government.
Doesn't matter.
Have no God, and they don't understand what's actually going on because they're more concerned about putting men in women's bathrooms in their sports.
Oh my goodness. What's a communist? Can you define that word?
Yeah, it's somebody that thinks that we should not have our own private property. So the government gets to choose, which is, I don't want the government to be my mom and daddy,
Why is he just pivoting and not responding to what she's saying? Even if she's saying retarded shit, he should still respond or else he looks like an idiot.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like he's responded to a lot of stuff so far. I don't know what he's just picking.
I haven't seen this whole thing. All right.
This has all been pretty brutal. He's been talking nonstop for an hour and a half. Every time any of them try to respond to him, they get instantaneously voted off. So it's been just him basically yapping 95% of the video. I don't know. I don't know what their strategy was, but it didn't work. Yeah.
representative government, which is called a constitutional republic. We are not a freaking democracy.
Okay. Well, we're not a democracy.
Wow.
Yes. Go look at John Adams and what he said about democracies.
So first and foremost, you weren't necessarily right about what a communist is. Communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. Now, on to your second point here about
and did it work? Did it work? Have you watched Dr. Zhivago?
Can I respond? So you said that we're not a democracy, we're a constitutional republic.
Correct.
So a constitutional republic would be a type of representative democracy. And what I mean when I say that is these two phrases are used interchangeably. Because under a republic, we have duly elected leaders that then represent, the interests of the constituents of the nation. Under a representative democracy, we have duly elected leaders that represent the constituents of the nation.
A democracy is minus a constitution and the rule of law.
Do they just believe a democracy is literally only if every single citizen is voting?
I don't even know. She just said, I don't even know. I don't know.
So it's basically, if you're saying a democracy, the 51% could go and kill off the 49%.
That's called a direct democracy.
So, but pure democracy.
When Donald Trump said that he took a bullet for the American democracy, he was wrong?
Well, he likes to use that word, I think, to reach out to the Democrats. I believe he's wrong because I don't believe we're a democracy. I don't like the word democracy.
Right.
I have a twitch when I hear the word because
it's almost just like you go
it's
crazy.
democracy, hypocrisy, bureaucracy. I mean,
Okay, now another claim they made there is that about the...
You want to throw up? I want to throw up when I hear the word democracy.
Yeah, MAGA. So listen.
Okay, you said MAGA like a swear word. Why did you say that like a swear word? Isn't that a good thing? Make America great again?
Well, what's not a good thing is saying that you're making America great again by taking health care away from 10 million low-income Americans like Trump did. Taking food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans
like Trump did. He got rid of the fraud in the health care.
Can I speak?
Oh, he got rid of all the fraud.
You're lying right now. You're lying.
So I'll go ahead and restart and I'll give you my sources at the end.
Okay.
Composure is important, ma'am.
You're going to talk down to me?
Ma'am.
I'm your elder. You have respect for your elder.
So, first and foremost, Biden is your elder, and you don't have any respect for him.
Well, because
so let's stop it with the
he's
hypocrisy.
No,
Just don't
he's
allow me
an
to
evil
speak.
man.
You asked me, why do I use
evil,
MAGA like a swear word? Because Donald Trump has used that phrase, make America great again, to represent actions like taking health care away from 10 million low-income Americans through the big, beautiful bill. Per the reports from the Congressional Budget Office, which is ran by Republicans, liberal estimates are a little bit higher, at like 17 million people. Took food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans through the big, beautiful bill as well. And according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, he reduced the purchasing power of the average American, making at or under $51,000 per year. He refused to abide by a court order to pay out food stamp benefits for 12 million starving children in America during the last 12 days of the government shutdown. Okay, he's abused his power and privilege as the president to position himself above the law. One of the last things that you said when we were trying the last prompt was, I thought everybody was above the law.
Yeah, because she knows he's
a couple weeks ago, we woke up in a new America with a new system of justice where you and Trump could commit the same crime, tax fraud. You could be thrown in jail for it, and he can't even be investigated for it because of his deal with the IRS. And all of those things, when they are used to represent the claim, make America great again, absolutely do make MAGA a slur. It's embarrassing to be MAGA. I mean, get a grip, you guys. Get a grip. And I said a lot there. I'll let you to respond. But I have so much else to say. You know, like you were talking about like how we need to prevent Iran from getting nukes. We're at a worse place with Iran today than we were 10 years ago. Thanks to Donald Trump. Obama got us an agreement to prevent them from nuclearizing until 2030. We have all the cards. Donald Trump tore it up because it has Obama's signature on it. And about the whole respect your elders thing. So you can't expect me to respect you because you're older than me. If you're going to turn around and call Biden a good American man with great domestic policy, one of the best presidents in modern American history, a crazy lunatic, evil man with crack with a crackhead son, even though he's 30 years your elder.
Ukraine. It's on record. He said, "I'm not going to get, you're not going to get the $1 million loan unless you stop this investigation to Burisma, which his son was a part of and had zero experience."
That's illegal. That's extortion. Why isn't he in jail?
So he should be. But
why is Trump
because the deep state have the judges. They have so much. They've infiltrated this country.
Donald Trump just hired 400 new judges that are loyalists to him. Why doesn't he use one of them to get Biden thrown in jail?
Because unfortunately, he doesn't get to pick which judge is used, and a lot of these judges are just evil.
Why doesn't he even try? He hasn't tried.
There's been so many lies coming from your mouth. I'm like twitching over there. Every lie that I hear. You said people died on January 6th.
I said that they tried to kill cops.
No, they did not try to kill cops.
Yes, they
did.
It
was self-defense. They were being attacked. 4 patriots died that day, and you don't hear anything except for the one that got shot by the cop. Yeah.
How about this? Can I ask you a question?
There's 4 of them that died, and 0 cops died that day. 1 cop died the next day at 9:30 p.m. from a stroke.
Yeah.
So that was a lie. And I feel bad for people like you in your age because you're being indoctrinated with all this evil. You have no appreciation for life. You're willing to kill the most innocent and vulnerable.
Babies.
But if you were the baby in the room, guess what? You wouldn't want to be aborted. You'd be like, "Mommy, please save me, please."
Damn, she's owning him.
It was a big
She's owning him.
Let's go ahead and start off with this. I want to ask you some general questions about your political beliefs because I believe that you hold them without much information. Name one domestic policy that the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed through Congress, then signed into law that you don't like. Keep in mind, once again, policy is a bill passed through Congress and signed into law.
So I don't know that. I just know what he was saying.
How many amendments are there in the Constitution? How many amendments are there in the Constitution?
I don't know exact off the top
You don't know
of
how
my
many
head.
articles?
Okay, can I?
How about this?
Okay,
how many
again,
continents are there?
You know a lot of information, and I'll give you that.
How many continents are there?
Okay.
Ma'am, how many continents are there?
There's hundreds, but I can't
There's
remember.
7.
Hundreds? I thought countries. Sorry,
Problem?
countries. I thought you were talking about countries. I'm not doing an information war. I'm doing what I saw him do. He glorified a man on Women's Day. He's trying to destroy reality of men and women. That is a bad thing, and that's a Marxist thing. So, you're asking me all of these questions because you're trying to get me. Okay, yeah, I might not have all of these little things that you remember, but what I know is common sense. And Biden's administration is not common sense. They sold us out, just like Obama, giving money to our enemies instead of helping our allies like Israel, who was the only country to stand and take down those nuclear facilities that could have caused World War III. Let me finish. World War III, except for Israel. Israel was the only one. Donald Trump asked other countries to help because they were affecting them too. Yeah. And they had their tail between their legs and did nothing.
So, ma'am, the reason why I picked you to come up to the microphone knowing that it'd be a disaster is because I think that you are a very accurate representation of where the right is at today in modern political discourse and American politics. I think that you and many others are clueless people who don't know what they're talking about, have done no previous investigation or research into the American political system, can't even name a bill that Biden passed that you disagree with, yet you think he's a devil, and blame Obama for all of your problems, including the FBI, quote unquote, going into the J6 riots 4 years after his administration was over. And I think that it is very important for you, me, everybody in the circle, and everybody watching at home to start caring about the world that we live in, start caring about critical thought, and doing investigative research into our beliefs and why we believe them before our world has gone to this shit of baseless claims, propaganda, and just putrid nonsense that is highlighted in the mouths and brains of politicians, the president, and cable news. It's important for us to think critically, and that's something that I don't think you do.
I think it's just straight up one word: projection. Left always projects. That's it. You're projecting all of your faults on me because I actually have life experience, which you don't have, and I have been a liberal, and I stepped out of that when I saw what they were doing with my child at school, who I pulled out and I'm homeschooling.
I've been on the earth for less years than you have, but I've done more with the years that I have.
Okay, we gotta stop there.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause to Crown. Let's give a round of applause to Dean. Thank you, Dean. If you want to let us know what you thought about this episode, leave a comment. But actually,
why do you take the glasses?
Don't do that. Just go for a walk, take a breath. That was a pretty heated discussion.
Wow.
Tune in Wednesday for a follow-up discussion with some of the people in this episode. Thank you for watching. Maybe let us know who you want to see in the center next time. We'll see you next time.
I hate it so much, just seeing people be so lost in their delusion, and these people who believe in these things so undoubtedly with such a high level of confidence are morons.
Well, Dean is the typical liberal man, and he will insult you when he's losing an argument. How many times did he insult me? We had to stop.
I think that MAGA women often get mischaracterized as uneducated or that they're oppressed. And honestly, a lot of MAGA women have come from liberal backgrounds. They've taken a lot of thought into why they believe what they believe.
We're all MAGA in our own unique ways, and I feel like people try to kind of put us in one sort of box. But I think MAGA is about being a free thinker and having some common sense.
I hold on to this baseline assumption that although maybe
if someone calls themselves a free thinker,
all humans
retard.
Conservative 100% of the time.
Yeah.
Have the capacity to be rational to the extent required to unify as a nation politically over such obvious truths.
All right. Yeah, Dean did good from what I saw now.
Yeah, not as good as Hank does here though when he figures out that Gustavo Fring is associated with the. What? Oh, you don't like Breaking Bad? I forgot.
Put the Star Wars in the bag, man.
I'll give this 5 minutes, but I don't think I give a fuck about whatever the fuck these two have to talk about.
If the government would be able to peek into your home and listen into your conversations with your loved ones about how frustrated you are about a government's policies. I mean, it's terrifying.
As threats to free speech escalate around the globe, HASMASPIKER is constantly in the crosshairs. The leftist Twitch streamer has been targeted by multiple governments for his commentary. He was recently banned from entering the UK.
Targeted by multiple governments.
A venue for a rally he was set to appear at in Denver
Dude,
is
Israel.
canceled,
UK,
and multiple
by the
members
way.
of Congress are
She's
actively
lying.
trying to get him deplatformed. So why doesn't more of the left care about protecting free speech online? Why aren't more big leftists speaking out against these draconian internet surveillance laws being passed in the name of child safety or cracking down on big tech as if that's what they do? Well, Hassan is here today to discuss all of that. We're going to dig into why leftists should fight to protect Section 230, what makes the Kids Online Safety Act and other laws like it so incredibly dangerous, how Democrats became the pro-censorship party, and why everyone on the left should be talking about things like the Jawbone Act, a new law that could actually protect against government censorship pressure. Hassan, welcome to Free Speech Friday.
It's great to be here.
So instead of attacking
Unfortunately, under
Republicans,
not such
she's
great
going to use her
circumstances.
time to attack Democrats. She's very smart.
That's Taylor Lorenz, baby. Hell yeah, that's all she does.
So I feel like what's good for Free Speech Friday is really bad for American society, for the Western world in general. And I've been a victim of many anti-speech initiatives, especially as of late.
Yeah, I mean, I think like obviously you're banned from the UK recently. You're
Never banned from any social media platform ever. Never demonetized from any social media platform ever, by the way.
How can she be a journalist if she's saying he's banned from the UK? He just didn't reapply.
Well, that's First of all, she's not a journalist, but also that's what everybody has basically said. So what are you going to do?
And you've just been subject to so much sort of censorship, and I think government pressure to remove your speech from the internet is an issue that you deal with all the time.
Absolutely. And it's interesting because, like, look, free speech is not an infinite concept for the most part. There are very few people that are consistent in terms of like defending speech that they don't like, right? But what I mean is, the way that we understand free speech, or the way we discuss free speech in theory is very different than the established boundaries around free speech, right? There's certain things that are crimes or defamation, for example, that is not
Isn't he
protected
anti-free speech
but
because
free
he
speech
contacted the fucking CEO to get you rebanned?
That's a rumor, and there's no proof of that. And that's
There's
just
there's
no proof of that.
Hey,
You don't
editor,
know.
cut to him pulling up the phone and
That
smiling.
was a coincidence. That had nothing to do with me getting rebanned at all. Dan Clancy confirmed that was just an error, and they fixed it real fast. And then they unbanned, and then Lakari came back and streamed. Okay, so
Yeah,
you're
throw
wrong.
up a fact check on this guy.
to give you an expansive protection, and especially in the United States of America, it's the most expansive, right? And yet, I think my argument always has been that America only gets to have this expansive free speech liberty and free speech protections, which they don't always follow through on, right? The assassination of historic revolutionary black leaders, or the Red Scare, McCarthyist trials, and blacklists in Hollywood, things of that nature have always undermined this fundamental principle that we think we believe in, that we advocate for. And yet, the expansive free speech protections have only been afforded to a country that is dominant, right? America gets to not be threatened by someone like myself and what I'm saying because it's a powerful nation. It's the most powerful nation on earth. And yet, due to geopolitical incidents, due to the decline of American empire in general, it's spread too vast, America no longer feels as unthreatenable around the globe. Its power around the globe and its hegemonic status is waning. And
like, everything he just said is a delusional campus tanky ML take that, oh, America's power is declining because it's spread too far and they can't support. Bullshit. It's because of retarded fucking domestic shit that has absolutely nothing to do with waning ultra-imperialist power or inability to win militarily. It's just because of fucking retards at home. That's the only fucking reason. But good one, Chief.
Powerful nation on earth. And yet, due to geopolitical incidents, due to the decline of American empire in general, it's spread too vast, America no longer feels as unthreatenable around the globe. Its power around the globe and its hegemonic status is waning. And
which he likes. They love that.
They're taking a closer look at dissidents. And as someone who's Turkish, someone who grew up in Turkey, I watched a weak and an autocratic government consolidate power in the hands of the few, while simultaneously taking very aggressive stances against those who are political dissidents. I saw this, I experienced in Turkey, the prosecution of cartoonists and journalists. There's an entire prison dedicated to political dissidents in Turkey. There's numerous prisons now. I never thought that I would see something similar in the United States of America, but I think we're heading down that direction now. And this is unfortunately what weak countries do. And America is becoming a weak country.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting that you bring up Turkey, of course, as well, because Turkey passed a very draconian internet law restricting speech online, and all of you
for children, because Turkey also is a terrible country that tried to ban children from blah, 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 yeah.
social media companies, of course, just went right along with it. And we see a lot of these social media companies constantly go along with speech restrictions, whether it's in India, Saudi Arabia, all of these countries that have, sort of intense restrictions around online content.
Those aren't, wait, okay, those are not, maybe, yeah. Those aren't mistakes that she brought those countries up. India, Saudi Arabia. It's always attacking the West. It's always attacking the West. Remember that framing, okay? Always attacking the West. India, Saudi Arabia. I've got HASMASPIKER on here to talk about the U.S.'s waning power. It's always attacking the West.
Constantly go along with speech restrictions, whether it's in India, Saudi Arabia, all of these countries that have, sort of intense restrictions around online content. Now we're seeing even in the UK, right, them attempting to pass this social media ban, which is effectively digital ID for everyone, where you have to scan your face or upload your documents to use the internet. And here we have COSA as well, the Kids Online Safety Act that is currently, that Marsha Blackburn's attempting to sort of push through Congress. I'm curious how close you're following this like online speech restrictions, because I agree there's been this offline crackdown on journalists. Marginalized people have always been more censored than the powerful, obviously, here. But we're just seeing this, like, I think like censorship also escalate across the internet, and we're seeing some really scary laws like the Kids Online Safety Act and the No Fakes Act and some of these other laws that are sort of meant to restrict speech. And yeah, I'm curious how quickly you're following these and how concerned you are that they could be weaponized against you.
He's concerned.
I mean, it's terrifying. I think that taking away anonymity on the internet is a tremendous opportunity for the surveillance state to start prosecuting people however they see fit. Conversations that you might have in private, or what you think is in private with your friends, in a joking manner, could be prosecutable. I don't think a lot of people understand that reality, and it's and I don't think a lot of people are like ready for what that would look like. I mean, this is one step removed from being able to prosecute people's thoughts. It's as if the government would be able to peek into your home and listen into your conversations with your loved ones about how frustrated you are about a government's policies, a government's initiatives in a certain way. And then, boom, all of a sudden, you got the speech police knocking down your door. Now, in the past, this would have been an exaggeration. Like, people would say that's ridiculous, and yet we are inching closer to that reality. And it's not like the neo-feudal, techno-feudalist overlords are shy about revealing that is precisely what their perspective is. A lot of Western billionaires want to design this panopticon and want to create some semblance of a social credit system in the way that they claim China has, which is ironic because while China heavily surveils its population, certainly they don't even have a social credit system beyond a pilot program that they implemented in one prefecture, and then they never actually used it. Like, they just tabled that system, and it was never as like aggressive as the one that Americans presented it as. And it's really interesting that you have Texas.
He's got the soft cover for anything, like, oh yeah, they're kind of bad too, a little bit sometimes, and then brushes over, does workshopping for their reputation, like.
CEOs going to conferences and literally talking about how everyone is always going to be surveilled at all times, and that's going to make them much more polite. And what they talk about there, when they're talking about politeness, it's not actually about politeness at all. It's about the elimination, the eradication of dissent. They want to make sure that your most private thoughts are both monetized and also surveilled at every given moment. And they want to be able to engage in direct social conditioning. And I think that's a terrifying prospect. Obviously, that's still maybe a decade in the future.
I think it's now.
I'm just saying, like, knocking down your door and like arresting you, or like sending a drone swarm to your house because you're having a private conversation and your TV is spying on you. Because your TV is currently spying on you, but it's not actionable yet, is what I mean.
I disagree. I mean, we have people like the woman in Virginia that was arrested just for being in an anti-ICE group chat. We have the government sending hundreds of subpoenas a week to these social media platforms to unmask anonymous accounts. I mean, I think you're right that it's not as bad as the UK, where they're arresting over a dozen people a day for speech crimes, essentially. I think it was 12,000 people arrested last year in the UK. But it is concerning. And I think what's scary to me is I've been covering this movement for 10 years, really since FOSTA SESTA, which was the first horrible major amendment to Section 230. Terrible consequence. But, it was really driven by the Heritage Foundation, by Morality and Media, aka NCOs, and it didn't have that much traction with liberals. It wasn't until liberals got on board and started framing it as this way to protect children or crack down on big tech that it really started to get motion. And even today, you see a lot of political candidates, Democrats, leading the charge on this stuff in Congress and running in races across the country. Now that you're a Democrat, Democrats are listening to you. What is your message? Because every Democrat that I speak to in elected office is like, well, it's convenient. It's popular with parents. It's an easy political win, to trade away our rights. And obviously, everybody loves mass surveillance.
I think it's terrifying, and they need to not allow this to happen. And I think that it's deeply unpopular with the youth, and it probably would be unpopular with the parents as well if they realize that this has nothing to do with protecting children and everything to do with surveilling them. Oh. And I think that in places like the UK, they kind of understand that now that it's like being initiated. Because how do you make sure that everyone is over the age of 16? Well, everyone has to put their ID and their and their facial scan on their phones, either via by way of Apple or directly put your identification on the internet through these third-party systems that will basically, I assume, operate like a face key. And those things are not protected at all. I mean, virtually every other year, there's another initiative where hackers gain access to a trove of data. And our social security numbers, our social security numbers are out there for whoever wants to access it. And this makes us even more vulnerable beyond the obvious surveillance capabilities that are profound. I mean, the anonymizing the internet is going to make things very difficult. It's just like people kind of understand intrinsically what this feels like when we talk about flock cameras, when we talk about mass surveillance in public spaces, and how your face is not something you can hide, and they can associate that with your identity, and they can track you everywhere you go. And that creates an environment of fear amongst people. But when it comes to the internet, for some strange reason, they don't understand that surveillance is different than a surveillance in the meat space, surveillance in real life. Because at that point, they're basically figuring out what your thoughts are. They can create these unbelievably sophisticated psychographic profiles. And when I say they, I mean anyone can do this, right? Anyone that has access to this data that's readily available, that's either being sold in these marketplaces, or data that goes beyond that, very private data that goes beyond that, can just track you down and figure out with the exact same methodology that the McDonald's application uses to figure out when you're hungry, to figure out when you're angry, to figure out how they can manipulate you. And then you pair that up with like some of these AI initiatives that people talk about as far as social conditioning goes.
On Twitter, on Twitch, etc. Of fucking course they don't want the internet to actually have real fucking people be tied to their online presence, etc. They survive off of it.
Oh, yeah, maybe to some extent. I mean, there might be some... I don't think normal people care as much, though, about this as they think they
online
do.
Retards?
Yeah, I don't know if, like, an average person... I guess I'm not sure. I'd have to have more convos with normies about, like, do you care about this thing? Like, I think... it might be a thing on a survey. You put like, oh no, I don't want to be like surveilled, but like, would you change using a platform for it? Like, it seems like people have never really adjusted their consumption choices for any tech related stuff based on privacy or anything like that.
Twitter's living.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's hard to say.
LLMs are mass adopted at this point, especially for the next generation. They utilize it. There's obviously some great utility for artificial intelligence, but then there's also this terrifying prospect that these are chatbots that you feel a sense of closeness to because they're designed to create this feeling within you. They're designed to be agreeable. And then I hear Jonathan Greenblatt and all these other high-profile Zionists speaking at different conferences talking about how they're going directly to these AI companies to make sure that they upgrade their HASMASPIKER initiatives to manipulate the way people think about Israel and its war crimes. I'm truly terrified about what that future looks like.
If you're watching this video and you like my work, please support me on Patreon via the link below or buy a paid subscription to my tech and online culture newsletter at usermag.co. That's usermag.co. Wow. I don't have any long-term brand partnerships, and a lot of my content is effectively demonetized. I've lost major brand deals for speaking out on certain issues and for challenging power. As you can imagine, advertisers are not exactly eager to work with somebody who covers a lot of the topics that I cover.
What does that mean? My content is effectively demonetized. Does that mean she's not demonetized, but she just says that, or?
Yeah, effectively.
And talks about the things that I talk about. These videos I make are entirely funded by you, and I can't continue to make them without your support. So if you get any value out of the videos that I create and you want me to be able to create more, please support me on Patreon or Substack via the links below. On Patreon, I do bonus episodes, monthly Q&A live streams, and post frequent updates about my work. My Substack newsletter gives you a bi-weekly roundup of everything that I'm seeing and reading and paying attention to online. You can also get my newsletter on Patreon. Once again, the links to everything are below in the description. Every dollar of your support makes such a difference. I mean, it's interesting you bring up AI. There's been a lot of discussion in terms of AI and the First Amendment, and should we have sort of open access to information through AI? And I think you're already seeing, as you mentioned, Israel, but also just all of these different corporate interests and people trying to exert influence over over the information that people can access through AI? And will they be able to get, as people sort of move into this new information age, will information be open and free, or will we just be getting propaganda through these new systems? And because the technology is so new, I think they've been able to get a lot of people on the left on board with terrifying policies by claiming that it's cracking down on big tech, as if mass surveillance ever cracks down on big tech. I mean, this is how we got FOSTA-SESA. It was framed as cracking down on big tech. And a lot of leftists today will say, we have to repeal Section 230 to crack down on big tech. Can you debunk that idea? Because I think a lot of people are very misinformed. I mean, somehow they believe that mass surveillance will, hold big tech accountable.
Yeah, I think any kind of initiative to give the government an opportunity for social conditioning, or more of an opportunity to demand what kind of speech is permissible, is going to lead down a very scary path. I mean, we're already seeing it. Look at the Ellison purchase of TikTok. I mean, that was deliberately done. They very openly talked about the forced sale away from China into American ownership, and what basically pushed that conversation over the hill was Israel. Right? They're very open about it. Mitt Romney would go on these panels and straight up say it out loud. Like, teenagers are going on TikTok and they're developing an attitude that we don't like about Israel's war crimes. So we should exchange ownership over this algorithm and give it to someone who will manage it better, someone who will actually engage in this mass social conditioning. And Ellison was right there. One of the biggest donors of the IDF, and we're seeing that already. It's not like a secret at all. So I am very fearful that the government.
It's about China. No, you retard. It's about Israel. Obviously. What do you mean China? What does China have to do with TikTok? It's obviously about Israel.
Will then turn around and demand further censorship over platforms on what kind of speech they find to be inappropriate, or dare I say illegal. I mean, look, I'm victim of a dual bipartisan messaging bill, a condemnation bill, where they pair me next to Candace Owens, right? And Candace Owens is actually an anti-Semite. Now, should that be bannable speech? That's a totally separate conversation. Should the government have any say over what is bannable speech or not? I don't think so, right? But the reason why they put me on that bill and pair me up with someone who's actually anti-Semitic is to drive home this argument that
you can't be critical of Israel,
anti-Semitic radical terrorist, a speech terrorist, if you will, who must be deplatformed. Because if that messaging bill, which is probably not going to pass, at least according to the congresspersons I've talked to, they're like, this is ridiculous. It's just a donor play for the most part. But if that were to somehow pass, right, that creates tremendous pressure on these tech companies to ban me, to deplatform me because of my anti-Israel advocacy. At a time when my position on Israel is not even this radical position at all. My position on Israel is the overwhelming majority's position on Israel. So this is truly a terrifying prospect for a very different dystopian future that technological availabilities have created. In the past, you had pamphlets and people would try to take down the printing presses, and now they're controlling the internet, and that creates a lot more control over how you feel, how you think. And I don't think enough people are aware of this. I don't think enough people are thinking about it, because they're looking at the other side of this, because there is some validity to the other side's argument as well. Obviously, they have to present a good argument. And that argument comes from the fact that children are constantly on the internet. Their brains are being broken by what they're seeing. Algorithms are driven by, obviously, violence and right-wing reactionary commentary for the most part, that's churning out, the next generation of sometimes nihilistic extremists, as the government likes to call them. And then you have this radicalization pipeline that goes all the way to what they're calling Telegram, right? Telegram channels that are specifically designed to find vulnerable young teenagers, men and women, that are shut-ins for the most part, and goad them into doing acts of violence. And it's been fairly successful for them all around the world, as a matter of fact. The San Diego mosque shooting that happened recently is connected to these groups. I mean, it has the same telltale markers of a Telegram Order of 9 Angles style incident. And I think there are probably much better ways of combating this violence. And it's very clear that this surveillance state has not been able to thwart this kind of violence.
Have you ever
to begin with. There's always that classic.
Like after they did terrorisms?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay. Has Hassan?
The one Houthi kid, I guess? He thought he did.
Yeah.
Why?
Okay. Good enough. I was just curious.
Okay.
When in the aftermath of another mass shooting, they say, oh, he was on our radar. And it's like, well, you guys didn't do anything about it. So you're just surveilling people, and that's it. And yet, what it has been very effective in combating is creating a chilling effect on speech and stopping organizing, because people are fearful that the government will come after them. And this new technology makes it much easier to do that. So on the front end, you have social conditioning and social manipulation. And on the back end, those who still make it through that filter, who are independent thinkers, can be consistently surveilled and maybe even prosecuted for what they're thinking. Not thinking about engaging in any crimes, mind you, but that could still change. Maybe one day. We're looking at this administration right now. I mean, they got a new White House initiative that my name is on as well, alongside many other critics of the administration, the leftist lunacy page that they created. Who's to say that the administration won't find that to be prosecutable? I mean, they're very clearly trying to design a system of surveillance that goes after people who they consider to be anti-fascist extremists and pro-trans extremists, pro-abortion activists, right? It's unbelievably vague. It's unconstitutional. There's no domestic terrorism statute in this country. It goes against the First Amendment. That's the reason why the KKK is never prosecuted, right? Until they do something actually that is criminal, but not their speech or their organizing. And yet this administration is trying to make that illegal, and not necessarily the KKK, of course, but they're trying to make leftist and liberal organizing and political dissent illegal. And if people think, oh, it's just the left radicals, it's just people like Hassan, who I don't always agree with, they're being foolish. I mean, the administration has tried to censor Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel is a vanilla, cookie cutter liberal guy, and he didn't even say anything that was offensive. And even if he did say something that was offensive, why does the government get to have a say on a comedian's offensive commentary? That's, again, terrifying. They'll come for all of them.
Just to go back to something that you said, previously, you mentioned TikTok and the TikTok ban, and I covered the sale of Musical.ly actually to TikTok, and I think
you would think you would hate China. I guess maybe. I mean, I guess it's probably easy if you've never been personally fucking censored. If you've never had like cops actually walk up to you and grab your shit and Oh, wait. Oh, wait, that happened his first day there. And they told him he wasn't allowed to use Twitter in the country. Oh, and he said it wasn't a big deal.
The TikTok ban is such a good, I mean, it's such a clear example of Israel and sort of like all of these interests sort of pressure,
Yeah, TikTok ban was Israel. All about Israel, yes.
Through manufacturing a moral panic about these TikTok challenges and child safety, right? But also, let's not forget that the reason TikTok was, owned by ByteDance to begin with is because Musical.ly was being driven out of business because of Meta, competition from Meta going in and doing all these aggressive tactics to capture their creator community, to capture their user base, et cetera. And I think if we had cracked down on that anti-competitive behavior from Meta back in the 2010s, Musical.ly might have remained independent. You know what I mean? We wouldn't have even had to worry about the sale to ByteDance. So it's sort of like interesting to sort of relook at that case. And there is this movement on the left of like log off, right? Which is great in a lot of ways. We want people offline in the world, engaging in mutual aid, like getting, not becoming totally brain poisoned by the internet. But leftists have also completely abdicated tech policy, I would argue. And even throughout the TikTok ban, you had TikTokers staging these protests at the Capitol that leftists weren't covering, they weren't getting involved with. We had 2 of the biggest antitrust cases last year against Google and Meta. I didn't see any leftist content creators even talking about that. We could have unwound the Instagram deal, right? And obviously it didn't go through, but like there was no sort of motion from the left to talk about tech and to talk about tech policy. Even now, the Kids Online Safety Act is back in the mix. I don't see people covering it. Why do you think the left has sort of failed to connect a lot of these dots? Because I agree with you, what they understand, the vast censorship, they understand the sort of offline censorship. When it comes to online censorship, it seems like a lot of them do buy into this reactionary framing, the moral panic framing, or they're just not engaged on tech policy.
I mean, part of that could be because there's so many different places that the left is hyper focusing on. And maybe they're just oblivious to this as well. I mean, I've covered this stuff already. I mean, for years, and it was because obviously a lot of sex workers that I know were very frustrated by it. And a pattern that is also not dissimilar in that argument is currently being presented right now. The notion that these initiatives are to protect children on the internet. It's the same as it was back then. It's not. It's never to protect children on the internet. That's just the way to market these bills, right? There are probably more effective measures of protecting children on the internet that ironically actually don't revolve around government surveillance, but more so revolve around like real world initiatives, like shifting their focus elsewhere. Creating opportunities for children to be around one another in the real world that would create a healthier balance between their use time online and then also things that they're doing in the real world, especially because like access to the internet for children I think is also very important. There's a lot of important tools that they can gain access to,
the
things
LGBT
that they would not
kids.
be privy to otherwise, things that they're things that abusive parents might want to take away from them, access to information about sexual violence, what that means. Like that's why TYT is very important, and it's part of the reason why the Republicans love
Access to information about sexual violence for minors. What does that even look like? These are, talk about like weirdo, just talking point. Oh my God.
Of banning it in schools, and they claim that it's to protect children. Meanwhile, it's literally to protect the pedophiles for the most part. So there are these sorts of tools, and plus, like having tech illiterate 16-year-olds is probably not going to be good when by the time they make it to 16, and then all of a sudden they're on the internet, and this is now a much more advanced internet that they weren't privy to. So there are a million different.
That what? They'll be tech retarded if they don't have access to.
If they can't be on social media, they're going to be tech illiterate and they won't be able to do anything. Well, no, you use this time to teach the children through the fucking school system on how to actually be able to cope and handle social media.
True. Yeah.
Different complications that I can think of that I find.
It's also like the idea that like people that spend all day on Instagram and shit are like somehow tech competent. Like, I don't know, it's retarded.
Is retarded.
Yeah.
Be troublesome as far as why the left is not involved in this initiative. I don't even know how much power they would even have at this point, whether or not they were involved, but that's somewhat defeatist. They should be involved for sure. And I don't know why they're not as invested in this. Maybe it's because somewhere along the way, I think overall, the left was always in favor of free speech. The left was the protectorate of free speech initiatives forever, right? It was the Nancy Reagans of the world and people like that wanted to create some sort of morality police around what was permissible and what wasn't. And it was the left that said, no, you can have like degenerate content out there. You can have degenerate art out there. Like there's no way, we should not be tampering artistic expression. And I think maybe in the 90s with Hillary Rodham Clinton, the liberal and left also got involved in censorship initiatives somewhat. And it became this bipartisan thing.
Hillary.
And then in the late 2010s, it was the right that wanted to defend being able to say hate speech. And
we have an all-time Trump tweet that I'm so sorry to interrupt with, but you got to pull it up. That's an all-timer.
Right now?
Yeah.
Here is another example of a crazy pro-algae, likely paid protester. Not the pro-algae protesters. The sign says, first they came for the algae, which is in reference to a famous post-World War II statement about Germans not speaking out against the Nazis. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. And FIFA? Wait, is this real? Is it a real picture? I hope it's a real picture.
It is. They had this motherfucker out there. I can't believe he's tweeting about it. This is awesome. It's so retarded. This might be in a history book. That's the craziest thing, is I actually could see this in like a school grade book of like, here's some lunatic shit that Donald Trump was doing.
Jesus.
Pepe wins.
Yikes, Taylor Lorenz attacks disabled Palestinian American activist and comedian Maysoon Zaid. Ugh, is there no way to...
It's Reddit. Come on.
What?
Seeing you like try to expand.
No, I didn't
so
try to do
funny.
anything. It was fine. I'm good with where it is. Talia thought it was appropriate to attack her for not wearing a mask and proceeded to abuse her, perpetuating genocide against her own people because she's not wearing a mask in an interview, while simultaneously denying Mason's indigeneity. Jesus. Genuinely, what the fuck
Apparently
is
he's
wrong
going
with...
off here too.
What?
Apparently Donald Trump's going off here too.
Are the contractors who did the initial work with the reflecting pool, are they to blame for the current condition, or is it the vandals?
We had vandalism. No, vandals. You know, we have 100 and we have a...
Wait a second. Is the reflecting pool, isn't that in Washington, D.C.?
Mm-hmm.
I thought they got rid of all crime.
I mean,
I thought
me too.
all the crime in
No
D.C. was
crime.
gone. What the fuck is happening?
I think 290, 300-foot slit right through it. Probably a box cutter or a knife of some kind. Or we had people lifting up the...
Through the bottom of the... How deep is that pool?
It's... have you seen Forrest Gump?
Nah.
It's like ankle deep.
Oh, so somebody ran across... Are there not like security cameras anywhere out there at all?
There are.
Okay.
Basic, some of the... It's not a lot of damage, but we'll probably have to let the water out and refix it. They went in there with a knife. I was just told by the people over at Parks, they have 5 people are arrested and 5 people are under investigation right now. And it's a sad thing. In addition to that, we put brand new, beautiful grass all around. They put these massive letters on the grass. You probably know about that, right?
Did you see that?
They said 8640.
What, did he make a thing?
Oh, no, sorry. Somebody went to the grass nearby and did 8647.
Oh, in the, that was in another... Wait, was it in the grass or was it in the other pool or whatever?
It was in the grass. It was nearby.
Oh, okay.
Like, it's all very close to each other.
Sure. Because there's another pool that has 8647 in it now, right? Or is that a fucking Twitter meme?
That must have been a Twitter meme. I haven't seen it. There's a pool with 8647 in it.
8647 pool, National Mall? Am I making this up? Oh, fuck. It might have been a stupid fucking...
Oh, you might have thought it was a pool because it's green. You
oh, actually, never mind. That's why, because I've seen so many pictures of the fucking... Yeah, fuck. Never mind. Bro, what is happening? Oh, man.
We put brand new, beautiful grass all around. They put these massive letters on the grass. You probably know about that, right? And they said 8647. They probably got that from the dirty cop, Comey. You know he's a dirty cop, don't you? Dirty cop. He's a crooked guy. They destroyed the grass. So that's a big thing. But we're going to get it back very soon.
National Guard and police have been all over the mall. How would these vandals have gotten so close to do something like that?
At night.
Do you have any proof of this? I mean, we didn't have a lot of them then. Who would think that somebody would go into a pool and take a knife and start cutting it?
But do you have proof of that?
Yeah,
we
have
have
proof.
photos or videos?
Well, let's put it this way. When you have a 350, I think it's 350, not 250, a 350-foot slit from one end to the other, you think that's proof? You think that's proof?
Reporters have been down there today looking for that slit that you mentioned, and there's no evidence of it.
All you'd have to do is see the Parks Department. They'll show it to you. Or see the secretary. But I saw it. They cut it. They cut it very violently. The same thing with the floor. They cut it. And then they lifted it. They pulled it.
This is 1 month ago?
This will last for at least 50 years, and you'll never have a leak. It's very strong. You couldn't, if you had a knife, I don't want to give anybody ideas. If you had a knife, you can't even cut it. So strong, so powerful, it's like powerful rubber. It is beautiful, sealed. And I look at just one of the little pieces that they did to finish. It's like a piece of glass. Beautiful color, beautiful everything. You could never get anything like that. This will last for at least 50 years, and you'll never. And that's what it is. And, we've done over 50 monuments. Number one, we start with, this is now a safe city. It's as safe a city as you're going to get in the country. And when I came here, it was a very dangerous city.
Yeah.
And number two, what we did is the beautification with the parks and the grass and everything, removal of all the tents. And this is like a different place. One of the things we did is over 50 fountains and statues, most of which were in horrible shape. All of them were bad, but some were just absolutely horrible. Graffiti, you couldn't even see the stone. They've all been fixed. We also fixed the reflecting pool. In fact, if you go over there right now, it looks very good. It's up. Somebody said fertilizer in the water. If you put fertilizer in the water, you get algae. But somebody said they might have put fertilizer. They did something to create the algae, but that doesn't matter because that's been purified. It's dead. Laying at the bottom, they're taking it out. They vacuum it out. They vacuum it very carefully out. And it'll be back to health pretty soon. We're going to have to let the water out to fix there's two little areas, very little areas where they were cut. And we'll fix that, but it's not leaking or anything. It's got a base underneath.
Part of what's curious about this situation is we stood here with you in April when you first revealed the plans.
I said what?
In April, you showed us pictures of what you were going to do at the pool, and you said you had a guy who was going to do it in a week for about $1 million.
Well,
it's been 2 months for $16.5 million.
Yeah, okay, ready? Barack Hussein Obama, have you ever heard of him?
Yes.
He spent 2 years and over $100 million.
Hey, Good Guy Grieber, thanks for the 5 tier 1 subs, buddy.
On trying to fix it. You know what happened to it? Never even opened.
Right.
He took the water from the river. You know about that, right? It turned out to be putrid, and it destroyed the whole thing. Spent over $100 million. Him and Biden together spent $147 million. You know what happened? Never opened. You don't mention that, right?
But
we spent about 10. Much of the money we spent are park workers. They're there whether they do this or not, as you know. They work in the park, and they're very good workers. They did a great job.
Wow.
So they were going to spend $300 to $400 million. You know that.
Yeah.
And it was going to take 4 years. I spent about 6-7 weeks.
What? No, you're banned. Don't do it.
Probably in terms of outside, probably $10 million, around 10 million. They say 16, but a lot of that is workers that work for the same thing. So they were going to spend 400 million. I spent 10. They were going to spend 4 years. I spent 2 months, maybe less. And I have a better product. Now, I can't help it if somebody goes in with a knife and starts
There's nothing you can
hacking it up. And we also have pictures of it. You know, we have
Can you
pictures.
release the photos? We've been
At the
asking
right
for
time,
that.
you'll see it.
Yeah,
You'll
we'll
see
see
it
it.
in court.
Yeah.
You'll see it in court. But all you have to do is call the Parks Department. Call the Department of Interior, and I don't know if their lawyers will allow you to speak to them because you know you write fake news. But call the Interior Department, and I understand they've arrested 5 people, and they have another 5 people that are under investigation. Here's the bottom line: we made so much progress in this city. People don't even recognize it. By the way, Memphis, Tennessee, crime is down 78% in a matter of months. It was a hellhole. New Orleans, crime is down 79%. And they had Mardi Gras. It was the safest Mardi Gras they've had in 50 years. The governor called me. Governor Landry called me. Safest Mardi Gras they've had in, and by the way, Chicago, which is a shooting field right now, if the governor would call me, Governor Pritzker would call me, I would solve the Chicago problem. In 3-4 months, you'd have virtually a crime-free city. We'll remove all of the bad ones. You have criminals. You have career criminals that came in through the border because of Sleepy Joe Biden. You ever hear?
Sleepy Joe Biden. Did you ever hear about this?
Sleepy Joe Biden. Do you ever hear of him? He let people come into this country, and we can never forget that that happened. Guys like you should never forget that that happened. They were murderers, drug dealers, mental patients.
I need to rerun this chapter some amount of time. I thought it was 14 you have to rerun. Or do I have to choose like a different thing each time, or? Okay.
7 plus 6?
They took them out of prisons. They took them out of mental institutions. You should never forget that that happened.
Mr. President, regarding
Mr. President, let's leave on a nicer note.
Nasty questions from those reporters, I would say.
Piggies.
I'm good on this.
No.
What? No, shut up. My king. Not this one. The other Isiah is my king.
Welcome to the special edition of Straight Shooter. Listen, I believe that coming together means engaging with people who don't always agree. And that's exactly what Straight Shooter is all about, showcasing diverse perspectives, as I've told y'all repeatedly. On this episode, I will speak with a former NBA player who's now running as a GOP candidate for the United States Senate in Minnesota, and a Houston-born Democrat who was a former candidate for the United States Congress in Texas. Please welcome the Straight Shooter with yours truly, the one and only Royce White, and of course, Isiah Martin. Good afternoon, fellas. How y'all doing? How's everything?
Doing great. Good to see you.
First order of business. Is it appropriate? And I'll start with you first. Same question to both of you. I'll start with you first, Isiah. Is it appropriate to call you a liberal, or is there something else you'd like us to call you? And in your case, Royce, you a conservative, or is there something else we'd like you to call you? Isiah, I'll let you answer that question first, just so the audience knows who they're listening to.
Yeah, I'm definitely a liberal, but you know, I'm a Democrat. You know, I've been a Democrat my whole life, so I guess that would be it.
What about you, Royce?
I'm an American citizen and a patriot.
Conservative, MAGA, conservative, Nazi, fucking, oh my fucking God.
Bottom right.
I would probably describe my politics as Krystal, nationalist, and populist. Ultra MAGA, America first. If we had to be specific, but I'm an American patriot.
They wear populist with the badge of honor.
What? Yeah, everybody does these days. What do you mean? Kyle Kalinske, all these people all think populist. It's like a pro to them. Yeah.
Nope,
they think it's good.
I don't know. I always just thought of like populism as like bad. Okay,
it is, but they love it.
Involving America right now, the state of affairs going on in America. Let's start with you, Royce. How would you describe the state of America as we see it right now today?
Chaos, crisis, unmoored from reality, a lack of leadership, a lack of sacred honor, a lack of genuineness, forthrightness, a lack of people who are not willing to be bought and paid for, a lack of epidemic of sellouts. There are a lot of problems.
Would you point to the Trump administration as being included in the soliloquy you just gave?
No, he's fighting.
I would say that there are elements of the administration that are having some of those issues, for sure. I think overall, the President of the United States is a man who, by all measures, was willing, and you need these kind of guys to stand
against
up
the tide
and be crazy enough to say, crucify me, if need be. None of our leaders are going to be perfect. All of them are going to be extremely flawed, increasingly, and an increasingly decadent culture that we've created in this country. So every leader is going to be flawed, but you do need people that are just crazy enough to stand up and say, crucify me, against all of the all of the momentum of social norms and the convenience of the status quo. And I think President Trump has done that for the better part of 10 years now. He celebrated his 80th birthday recently. So he's at the tail end of his career and at the tail end of his life. Younger people are going to have to pick up the mantle and lead this country in the right direction. And I'm proud to be one of the candidates trying to do that.
Isiah, you just heard what Royce had to say as a liberal, a Democrat
4 days old,
in this nation right now. I'll ask you the same question that I just asked Royce about what do you believe the state of America to be right now, and how much of that do you attribute to this specific administration more so than anything else?
Well, I actually agree with the beginning of what Roy said, is the lack of leadership. The President of the United States has utterly failed at pretty much everything that he set out to do. He said that we would have gas prices as national average for less than $2 a gallon. That never happened. He said he would bring inflation down. That never happened. He said he was going to bring energy bills and cut them in half. Instead, they're up by more than 13%. Healthcare premiums are up. Everything in America costs a lot more than what it was when Trump got started. So yes, it is a lack of leadership. And personally, I don't believe in participation trophies for these politicians. And I believe that a lot of people that are on the conservative side are constantly looking to give Trump participation trophy.
True.
He has utterly failed. And I think that personally, we need an agenda in the United States that prioritizes common sense. And I believe that that is using our tax dollars to invest in America, to go and provide things like universal health care, universal child care. That's the type of direction that I think that America needs to be in. And I think that, frankly, if we get the right leadership, America can be much stronger than what it is today.
Before I go back to Royce, Isiah, let me ask you this question. What do you say to those that would look at the Trump administration and say, at the very least, it's better than what Biden gave you during his 4 years in office? How would you what would your retort be to that?
Fake news. I mean, point blank. You can look at facts. Don't really care about, feelings in many ways. And like I said, if you look at inflation, inflation is up and unemployment is up. You can see that in private sector investment to build new manufacturing facilities are up. Everything, is down. And we see that ultimately the things that Donald Trump set out to go and do, he has not delivered on. So when you look at the economic standpoint of this golden age in America that he thought that we were going to receive, none of that stuff has ended up happening. And if we've been following the news of the last 24 hours of the developments of this.
Check out this Royce guy's Twitter. He's crazy. What, the guy who described himself as Ultra MAGA is crazy? Mike Lindell is an American hero.
Oh. I like Mike Lindell. I can't tell you how many people I hear say this shit. It's insulting. It's embarrassing. It's disappointing. I like Mike Lindell a lot. Mike is great, but he just can't win. Can't win what? The rigged fucking elections? Every time somebody says that, all you have to do is ask them one simple question. Do you believe the elections are secure? And watch their entire worldview collapse under the weight of its own contradiction. Plus, it's a lie. 1.1, estimated 1.1 million low propensity conservative and Christian voters didn't cast a ballot in 2024. Mike Lindell and I certainly can win if these types of people actually get out to the polls or have their votes counted properly. And any other answer is not a real answer. Trying to lie to communists and socialist Democrats or liberals or...
I actually have no idea what he's saying. Is he saying... It sounds like he's saying the elections are not rigged. Why are you saying that? We just need to get these people out to vote, and it's stupid of you to say they're rigged while running for office. Or it sounds like he's saying that they're obviously rigged.
They are rigged.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't tell.
That's what yeah.
Center-left moderates or independents or people who have never voted before trying to lie to these people about the principles of our platform only to what? Get elected and then govern different than we promised is not a real answer. Under any circumstances, that is not a real answer. Certainly not a real answer for a Christian.
I hope you will continue to help me gather vital information for my research.
Okay, I don't know.
Iran deal is an America last agenda that ultimately is leaving Americans behind.
Royce, how do you respond to that?
I think the criticism of President Trump in this particular case is coming from the left. And I regard it to be illegitimate on face value from the outset. Any criticism of President Trump and his administration from the left is political theater. The only legitimate criticism of President Trump's administration is from the right and saying that he hasn't gone far enough in the things that he wanted to do or said he wanted to do to help save this republic, in great part because the public scrutiny and criticism from the middle and from the left would be incredible. Like, for example, securing our elections, which our elections aren't secure. And if you need a reference, you can go back and listen to Amy Klobuchar and Kamala Harris in the 2018 documentary Kill Chain say that the machines can be hacked. They actually held a senatorial committee demonstration.
Okay, because he doesn't believe in the elections
where
being
they
secure.
demonstrated that the machines can be hacked. So that's one thing. But you say another, like, restoring the border or closing the border. We sealed the border up for the most part, but the border's not restored until we deport the 15 million conservatively illegal foreign invaders that Joe Biden and his administration led into this country intentionally. And we can go further on down the line, but the only real criticism that I count as legitimate is from the right that President Trump hasn't gone far enough. And the reason he hasn't gone far enough is because the center-right Republican establishment is favorable to liberal and Democrat policies, and they always have been, which is why they protect that status quo. And Amy Klobuchar, actually, wait a second. Amy Klobuchar is the perfect example. You have all these leftists who say free Palestine, but then they're willing to vote for a person like Amy Klobuchar in Minnesota, who's one of the most well-funded AIPAC candidates in the entire country. The contradiction is intergalactic.
What do you say, though, when Isiah brings up the fact that inflation, the cost of living, affordability issues, those are incredibly pertinent issues that President Trump campaigned on, but he hasn't addressed because you even have MAGA Republicans, maybe not you specifically, I don't know, I'm going to let you answer that question, but MAGA Republicans that haven't been on this show yet anyway, they've bloviated and they've lamented the fact that he hasn't put America first, that he's been dealing with stuff overseas entirely too much, that he hasn't prioritized what's in the best interest of America, and he's left the American citizens behind. He's gone against what he campaigned on, which sort of touches, at least to some degree, on what Isiah alluded to. What do you say to that?
Well, I would say there's perfect utility to a lot of those criticisms, especially the America Last agenda in our foreign policy. Our formation of foreign policy is not rightly ordered. St. Augustine said it best. The definition, a perfect definition of virtue is rightly ordered love. Rightly ordered love, rightly ordered charity. Our foreign policy is not an example of rightly ordered love or charity. And I would agree with those things. A lot of the America First wing is not happy with the war. I hope that it ends as soon as possible. But again, the spectrum of the criticism is important, because even if we said we're going to reallocate some of these resources and focus to our own home, what is the plan at home? See, because if the plan is anything like we're going to let in another 15 million foreign invaders, that's not in America's interest either. And I am almost certain, because I hear them. I'm in Minneapolis where they had the anti-ICE protest. They said there's no such thing as illegal on stolen land. This is a fundamental pillar of the Democrat platform. So it's not like if we weren't in Israel or in the Middle East dealing with this war, then our priorities would be rightly ordered under Democrat rule either. We saw that under Biden. So I'm not buying it's a scam for them to don't even bring up the war. They were all okay with dumping trillions of dollars into Ukraine.
Trillions,
None of them had
by
a
the
problem
way.
with dumping as much money as they possibly could find in their black bag slush funds into Ukraine. You got biolabs popping up there in Ukraine. They didn't mind funding them. They didn't mind funding of.
I love how they have like a whole different set of like it's like anti-English. Like you have English and then anti-English, where they have like different pronunciations for everything. That's another thing that my ears perk up sometimes when I hear someone say Ukraine. If they won't always say like the Ukraine, they'll be like Ukraine or Kamala. They always have like slightly different pronunciations of everything, so you know that they're always on some crazy fuck shit.
Projects with the biolabs and whatever gain of function research. So these people who criticize President Trump, they're only doing it opportunistically because there's a fracture on the conservative side about what our priorities should be.
Isiah, I saw your facial expression, wanting to respond to some of the things that he said, particularly when he brought up immigration and obviously when he brought up the war. Your response?
You know, Stephen A., I'm really, to be honest with you, fascinated that I just heard a United States Senate candidate say that it was a scam, that people in this country are rightly concerned with inflation. The fact that Trump went and put these inflationary tariffs in place that effectively put broad-based tariffs on everything that comes to this country did raise prices. The fact that Trump went and got rid of ACA subsidies had a direct increase to healthcare premiums, which has led to a 26% increase in healthcare premiums across this country, particularly for those in Minnesota. So Royce can talk about the conspiracy theories all he wants, but people can look at direct actions of the Trump administration to see how it has raised their prices. And when you ignore your own intelligence, you ignore Tulsi Gabbard, you ignore Joe Kent, you ignore Richard Blumenthal, a Republican, an independent, and a Democrat, all three that said that there was no immediate threat to the United States when it comes to Iran, and you ignore that, and you go and you launch a war despite your own national intelligence, and you raise people's prices as a result, that's someone that does not have the leadership and, frankly, the IQ necessary to go forward and actually deliver for the people of this country. And the fact that Royce cannot get on this platform and call that out is absolutely a disgrace, in my opinion.
Royce, your response?
Well, I mean, there's so much wrong with that. Where do I start? But to answer the first last and work my way back, I did call it out. I just said that I'm not in favor of the war, and I think the America First movement has the right perspective on our foreign policy. Again, the contradiction is that the Democrats have any difference of opinion fundamentally on foreign policy. And I gave you the Ukraine war as an example, a very recent example, mind you, of the exact same interpretation of foreign policy. So your criticism of President Trump as it pertains to foreign policy is without merit by your own conventional and traditional Democrat platform politicians. Furthermore, I never said that inflation shouldn't be a concern for the American people. What I'm pointing out is the contradiction for Americans who favor themselves Democrat or critical of the president, who say that they're worried about costs and what our government spends money on or allocates resources to, but they're perfectly okay with giving credit cards and free healthcare or education to illegal immigrants, which is a pillar of the political ideology. It's not, it's not third or fifth rail. It's like the primary, it's like the driving sentiment of the Democrat Party platform is we will
most well-educated
allow
illegal immigrants on the
unlimited
planet.
illegal immigrants to come into this country, and we will fund it with your tax money. So how can you talk about the use of tax money when you're giving unlimited money to illegal foreign invaders?
Isiah, I'll let you chime in and answer that question, but I'll do so by asking this and then let you go wherever you want to go with it, all right? Which political party, in your estimation, is somewhat rhetorical? I know this from both of you, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Which political party do you believe has done more damage to working class Americans over the last 20 years? And more importantly, what's your strongest evidence to prove your point in answering that question?
The Republican Party. the Republican Party, I mean, you know, if you want to go back to the previous answer for just a second, I just want to make sure that it was clear. Royce did not address the fact that there was broad-based tariffs that Donald Trump went and put that led to an increase in inflation for everybody across this country. He did not address the ACA subsidies that had a direct increase of 26% for healthcare premiums. He did not do that because ultimately those are direct actions from the president that has led to price increases. But when it comes to over the last few years, when it comes to who has had the biggest troubles, I guess, for working class Americans, is very clear. You can look at the job numbers. You know, up until recently, I think 50 of the last 51 million private sector jobs were created under Democratic presidents.
Not real.
You can see, for example, the unemployment rate is much lower under Democratic presidents. You can see, for example, the S&P 500 performs better under Democratic presidents. You can see the rate of inflation generally performs better under Democratic presidents. So ultimately, you know, if you want to talk about the national debt, the Republicans are the ones that spend like children with their mom's credit cards and Toys R Us whenever they get in charge. They are responsible. Trump himself is responsible for more than 25% of the national debt, which ultimately, you want to talk about a long-term problem, that is what is going to increase interest payments in the federal budget for years to come. And ultimately, it's going to be less money that we can use to invest in things like universal health care, universal child care, those things. It's the Republican Party that consistently votes against working conditions, that have consistently voted against raising the minimum wage. I happen to believe that the minimum wage should be indexed with inflation and should go up with the cost of living. The Republicans do not support that idea. The Republicans were against the tax incentives that were used to create millions of jobs over the previous 4 years when Biden was in office. It led to record lows when it comes to unemployment. It's the Republican Party that consistently uses our tax dollars to give tax cuts to the richest people on earth, while we see that when they get those things, they invest less to create jobs in America, they invest less to create new manufacturing facilities in America, and they invest less in the American worker, and that's a problem for the people of this country.
But wouldn't people have an argument when they say that Biden spent more money than Trump? Wouldn't people have an argument when they point to, you know, letting illegal immigrants into?
The Isiah guy is a king. He just stands on business super well. I hate this format though, where it's just like somebody says something. There's no actual back and forth, but.
The country and being willing to spend money on them, particularly at the expense of some American citizens, there would be no argument in their favor in regards to that, Isiah?
Absolutely not whatsoever. Because if you look at, for example, the Trump administration in 2025 and in 2026 is spending more money than what the Biden administration spent prior to that. If you look at for the Committee for Responsible Budgets report, it literally shows $8.4 trillion was added to the national debt was approved by Trump to the national debt the first time he was in office. You compare that to Biden, it was about $4.8 trillion. And if you want to be even more fair to Trump, you can then take out COVID-related spending, because that was something that affected both Biden and Trump. That number is about $4.3 trillion under Donald Trump compared to about $2.2 trillion under Joe Biden. The math does not add up. The Republicans are the ones that are the responsible
just for clarity purposes, before I go back to Royce, you're saying that, I know about 25, 26, got that. But in Trump's first administration, you're saying that the Biden administration spent less than Trump's first administration? I'm just asking. I'm not saying you said that, I'm asking.
Yeah, they approved less. So the way you got to look at it, right, is who goes and approves.
Oh, and he even has this is a good talking point, because by the absolute numbers, you can argue that Biden spent more, but like, when he's talking about approval here, you're talking about prior approvals from Congress for spending, and then also the massive revenue loss from those Trump tax cuts, which is bullshit. That I imagine he's going to bring up too. I'm glad he has this.
I'll give you a perfect example. So when Trump was in office the first time, he went and signed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which was there for the entirety of the time that Biden was in office. That was adding to the deficit under Biden, but he was not responsible for approving that legislation. So what you have to do is you have to tag it, and that's why there's a committee called the Committee for Responsible Budget, which is both Republicans, Independents, and Democrats come together and look at legislation by legislation, executive order by executive order, budget by budget, to determine how much national debt is being added by each specific president. And when you do that, it's very clear the Republicans added double on both occasions.
Royce?
Well,
I just think it's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, and these talking points are, you know, they're dishonest, but they're uninteresting to me. There are no more party lines. I mean, of course, I'm on the right side of the aisle per se, but the real scam is to pit black and white people in this country against each other so they can make off with the green. And that's the uniparty. And the point that I'll make about our economy, and I want to say this, I was thinking about it earlier, even the term affordability has become a MacGuffin. You know what a MacGuffin is, Stephen?
I do not.
A MacGuffin is a literary device used to drive the story forward, but it's not really a part of the plot. Like Maltese Falcon. The movie's not really about a falcon, okay? Affordability is this, you know, term that's thrown back and forth as a political football and strategically weaponized in certain terms or certain parts of certain terms to get everybody all hyped up about the economy, when the truth is the underlying pillar of the economy is death and debt. And the modern monetary theory that informs our monetary policy and the radical inflation or printing of money goes back to an institution that transcends the two political parties. And that is what the uniparty in this country has tried to preserve The devaluation of the dollar, the inflation of money, the crushing of the working class. And there's only one political party that's even thrown the red flag on the whole deal. And in fact, if I go further, it's the Republicans from within the Republican Party that have done just like Isiah has said, that have fought candidates like me who are genuine dead offs. So there is that part of the Republican Party, or at least I represent that part of the Republican Party that says the working class has been getting crushed since the inception of the Federal Reserve in 1913. And the devaluation, the devaluing of our dollar and our citizenship go hand in hand. And that philosophy is a post-World War II, post-industrial, liberal philosophy. Liberal philosophy, the modern monetary theory that informs that we can print as much money as we want, regardless of our, our domestic production or anything else.
Liberal, like they're associating like liberal Democrat, but then they've read that like this is like a liberal system, so they think like liberal as in Democrat as in bad. It's just fucking retarded. Also, if this is another thing, if you're gonna have this position, which all the tech bros have, that like the debt is literally the worst fucking possible thing to ever happen to the United States, then certainly you must agree that Donald Trump is the worst president then in all of U.S. history. Right? Because what the fuck otherwise, right? Like he's accumulated so much debt. He's not even through his, we're like a year and a half through his second term, and he's like responsible for almost a quarter of the debt.
The liberal idea that Republicans who are soft on debt and economics fall victim to out of political viability. You have to be electable. In order to be electable, and Isiah mentioned, the growth of unemployment or unemployment is, you're giving a lot of jobs to people in the government. Republicans' fundamental philosophy is self-governance. The greatest expansion, you put your hands up, but the greatest expansion of new jobs came from the government. We don't believe in the expansion. It's crazy to me that Democrats like AOC and Ilhan Omar say the whole system is guilty and white supremacists, but their fundamental philosophy is to keep giving more power to the federal government as it expands in the name of new jobs. It's so contradictory, it's laughable. Only person with a sub 100 IQ would even go for that kind of thing. But we've taught a lot of people in this country to be radical materialists. And that's what I'll say finally, Stephen A. When I say affordability is a MacGuffin, we have a death and debt culture in America and around the world. And our mentality about the economy, our mentality about what is affordable and what isn't, is greatly geared towards radical materialism. And so our perception of what we need to live, what we need to be prosperous, what we need to have a great quality of life has been skewed intentionally by the internet. You don't need $1 million to live great. You don't need to be able to go to Mykonos in Greece and take pictures on Instagram for people you don't even really like or know. Right. You need to be able to take care of a family. And the Democrats have made it almost impossible to do that because they don't believe in the private ownership of business. They believe in the complete consolidation of government-run business, or the merger of government and corporation, which is by definition fascist.
Isiah, go ahead.
Jesus.
I was going to chime in, but I know you look like you got a lot to say. Go ahead.
Royce, I mean, look, facts don't care about your feelings, bro. I mean, and I say that with all due respect. The reality is that you can just go and look at the facts itself. Inflation is up under Donald Trump. You can look at unemployment is up under Donald Trump. And that's exactly why I talked about private sector spending to build new manufacturing facilities, which is a number to go and look to see who is building to hire more American workers. And that number has decreased under Donald Trump. So it's like, if you, let's look at, for example,
you're going to believe the government that is the Fed, controlled by the Fed, the
Uniparty? This man literally had
a
reduction in the amount of spending to build these new manufacturing facilities in America, despite the fact that he said that was the whole purpose of his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. You put Joe Biden in there, then he goes forward and passes the infrastructure bill, the CHIPS Act. He did so many other things that created these target incentives for private investment, which led to a 3 times increase in those new manufacturing facilities that people have bought. I mean, so you don't really know what you're talking about here, Royce, respectfully. And I just think that, when you talk in these, talking points that are not rooted in facts, it leads to really dangerous outcomes.
Well, here's my problem. Hold on, Royce. As somebody in the middle who is completely ignorant compared to the both of you, let me put that out on Front Street right now. I don't know what y'all know, okay? But I like being a conduit for discussion. I'm trying to figure out, how can an accord ever be reached? Let's say, hypothetically speaking, even though I don't think it's that much hypothetical, considering what we're witnessing in America today, that you've got people on both sides of the aisle who feel directly the way both of you feel. How can an accord ever be reached, or some level of, I don't know. I don't know the word for it. You're just wondering whether or not that could ever get to a point where folks can reach an understanding like, well, you know what, we agree, but we're going to have to agree to disagree, as opposed to both sides saying, y'all facts are wrong, because now you're forcing two sides to pick one side or the other because neither is willing to acknowledge there's any level of credibility what the other's saying. How do we come to an accord in that regard? I'll start with you, Royce.
Oh, there's no accord. We're well past the accord. These people just lie. Like, for example, I brought up the illegal immigrant situation. He hasn't addressed it one time since he's talked, since he's spoken. He refuses to address that the Joe Biden administration and the Democrats as a party, as a political movement, believe in and support, condone, let in 20 to 15 million foreign invaders. He won't even address it. And that's not by accident. It's on purpose. This country cannot be the only country in the world without a border. Okay? We should not let unlimited amounts of people come into this country. And it does have an effect on our culture, on our communities, and the economy. But that's not even the real issue. And what I said about the economy is 100% accurate. He's talking about President Trump. I'm talking about how the system works, which is why after George Floyd died, I led people to the Federal Reserve because I wanted to educate them on how monetary policy actually works. Not to point all of their anger and animosity at police, which are government workers, by the way, working class people who bear a lot of the same economic burden that many other people who protested them bear. But how does the money actually flow? How does it work? That's not even the real issue. When I say there's no accord to have, these people believe in cutting off little boys' penises, mutilating children, giving them hormone blockers. It's a pillar of their platform. They're not shy about it. Minneapolis is now the transgender capital. You're talking about people who are under 13, 12, 11 years old being influenced into something that is completely unjustifiable by any medical standard worth its salt that hasn't been captured by the same academic philosophy, but certainly by any historical standard. The two universal standards for having a country: you have a border that you control, and you do not normalize cutting off your son's penises or mutilating them through hormone blockers and medicine. So there is no accord with these people. They're unmoored from reality, and they want to talk. They talk fast. They bring a bunch of buzzwords and things like that to distract you from the issues. The reason they don't like me is because I'll bring you right back to the root issue. You let in 15 million foreign invaders, and you believe in cutting off little boys' penises. We should never give these people the government back under any circumstances. So there's certainly not an accord.
Isiah?
Yeah, what do you got for
this
that?
is really interesting. Royce not at any point wanted to address anything when it comes to the economy. And, I understand that you might not necessarily have anything when it comes to that, so it's not really surprising. But ultimately, Stephen A., I do think that to get back to the root of your question about how we can come to an accord, I think that it's just by using common sense. And I think that one of the things that you do very well is that you go and you kind of cut through a lot of the smoke and you kind of stick to the facts. And I think that that's really what we need more of. And once again, when you have a Republican, an independent, and a Democrat coming together to say that there was no immediate threat to the United States and Trump launches a war anyway, I would say that's a lack of common sense, especially Stephen A., because you know how difficult it is in Washington for people of all sides of the political spectrum to come together to agree on anything. I would say the same thing when it comes to this absolute waste of our tax dollars that's going on in our government right now, with Trump spending unlimited sums of money. People say that the tariffs, the broad-based tariffs, were completely ridiculous, but he did it anyway. The Committee for Responsible Budget, Republican, Independent, and a Democrat, all are on this committee, and they've come together and they've said these things. So, I think that ultimately we've got to be able to operate off of a set of facts. But, Royce did bring up the border, so I think this is a really good time to go talk about it. I don't support open borders. I've never supported open borders. I'm somebody who's visited the border multiple times. I hope, Royce, that you've done the same. I've talked to multiple Border Patrol agents, and I know that ultimately, in order for us to go and have a strong border, we've got to give Border Patrol the resources that they need. I fully support doing that. Now, I say that you then have to determine what you're going to do for the people that are here that are undocumented. I happen to believe that if every single person that is illegal and they haven't committed a crime here or elsewhere, and they agree to pay every single tax, state, federal, and local, and they agree to pay an additional tax of 7% for 7 years, and they do that, that's something that we'll be able to give American citizenship to.
I don't think I've ever heard anybody else give an idea like that before. 1 trillion%. Why can't? Where do we have? We don't have this like. Whoever does he have like a? He's not like part of like a media podcast or show or whatever, right? I know I see him on Jubilee and stuff, but like, yeah, border. That's important. We should be able to enforce our borders. Illegal immigrants here. What are we going to do about them? I don't know. Give them path to embassy. Charge them some fucking percentage fee of their income. I think I've said this almost exactly. Yes. Having like strong, good, easy ideas like this are just it's so nice to hear this. Liberals can never come out and just take like strong positions on this. Jeez.
Is illegal and they haven't committed a crime here or elsewhere, and they agree to pay every single tax, state, federal, and local, and they agree to pay an additional tax of 7% for 7 years, and they do that, that's something that we'll be able to give American citizenship to. It'll create billions of dollars for us right here for the taxpayer that we can use to cut taxes for Americans and ensure that we can actually go and put trades back in schools for our young people. That is something that is an America First policy that is vastly better than the hundreds of billions of dollars that Trump is in line to spend to go and do this mass deportation program, which ultimately hasn't yielded anything.
And doesn't do anything for us. Waste money.
Saying while he was talking.
Makes everybody hate ICE.
Of course he believes that.
He believes what? Of course he believes what?
Of course he believes we should tax these people and find these people and let them stay in our country. It's a tax revenue. For tax revenue, right? For the expansion of the IRS and the federal government. Further expansion.
No, I just told you to cut taxes and to put trades back in schools. Are you opposed to trades in schools?
When has the federal government ever expanded?
Are you opposed to trades in schools?
When was the last time the federal government expanded and the tax rate went down?
Are you opposed to trades in schools, Russ?
When was the last time the federal government expanded and the tax rate went down? When was the last time the federal government expanded and the tax rate went down?
You're doing a lot.
Is he saying that the marginal tax rates have always been the rate they are now? Doesn't everybody say they were 90% in the 70s or whatever bullshit? Like,
you're doing a lot of dream shaking like Elijah on the summit right now. I'm just asking.
When was the last time the federal government expanded and the tax rate went down?
Royce, we're talking about.
When was the last time the federal government expanded?
See, this is what I'm talking about, Steve.
Royce, let him answer. Go ahead, Isiah.
No, wait, I didn't answer my question.
Okay, well, go ahead. I'm just saying, but you have the same question 5 times. That's all I'm saying. He's asking. Go ahead.
So let's go back to the original point. The original point.
He doesn't want to address it.
I've already addressed the economy at a fundamental level.
I just told you about what I just believe.
One at a time, fellas. One at a time.
We have a death and debt culture that we've accepted because there are benefits for everybody across the aisle. Modern monetary theory, which is a progressive political and economic philosophy, is a debt trap for all working class citizens across a big time horizon. I'm going to talk about the border right now. Of course, you would say that we should tax and fine these people because it's a passive-aggressive way for the Democrats to get the goal that they had, which was to import unlimited, unfettered illegal immigrants.
And now I don't support illegal immigration.
No, you do because you want to let them stay.
I don't support illegal immigration.
Isaiah, he's saying you do because you want them to stay. You're not willing to find them and deport them. That's what he's saying.
Well, because this is what I'm saying. What's happening right now is what Spain is spending on their military to go and deport only 5% of violent convicted criminals. To me, I think that is a lack of common sense. What I said needs to happen is that for those people that are here that are undocumented, excuse me, Royce, for those that are here that are undocumented, if they have agreed to pay.
Let me say this real quick. Neither one of y'all getting cut off. So just one at a time, because I ain't edited any of this. You trust me. This ain't television where you get cut off in 8 minutes. So you ain't got to interrupt one another. It's airing, all of it. Go ahead, Isiah, and come back to yours.
what I'm saying is that we have to determine as a country, what do we want to do with our tax dollars? Royce might believe in spending hundreds of billions of dollars, potentially trillions of dollars on this wasteful mass deportation program. I say that for those people that are here that are undocumented, this is an opportunity for them to have an earned pathway to citizenship that will create billions of dollars for us that we can use to put trades back in schools for our young people. We have a big problem in America where a lot of children are told that they have to go to college in order to be successful. And while that
I like this framing too, because and he was kind of attacking him on it as well about the, like, do you want to fund schools or whatever? Like, if you really think that the illegal immigrant problem needs to be solved because it does a bunch of bad things to the country, and you're like, well, we can do it by taxing them and then keeping them as part of the economy, and then we don't waste all this other money otherwise, then you kind of have to start attacking it from a very weird, like, racially motivated or xenophobic perspective. Because it's like, why would you not want to do that? It's like, well, I just don't want them here. So all the other reasons were bullshit, right? The economic shit, the working shit, the tax shit. You didn't actually give a fuck about any of that. You're just xenophobic, right? Which it forces them to own that position a lot harder when you actually give, like, a realistic pathway to citizenship policy, I think.
Might be the case for some, and for many people in America. I happen to believe that we should create another pathway. I think that we have gotten away from trades back in schools for so many people across this country, and if this is an avenue to fund an America First policy, which is to teach our young people a trade if they do not want to go to college, I do not understand how someone like Royce can get on here.
Wait. We have achieved peak retardation. There's no higher level. Huh. Uh-oh. President Trump, unfrozen assets on Iran will be used to buy food from our farmers. Well, I would need to see the source of the
and be against that. To me, I think that's an America last.
Royce, floor is yours. Royce, floor is yours.
First of all, I'm not against that. I think trades are great. You do this thing where you try and conflate like three different issues into one point, and then the bottom line is you're contradicting yourself. And this is what they do. The Democrats try and bait and switch you by using Spain's military spending as a juxtaposition to our deportations. First of all, Spain's privilege, and it is a privilege granted to them by America, and how much they do or don't spend on their militaries because NATO subsidizes Spain's military defense, which is subsidized by America. We subsidize the entire European Union's defense to a substantial margin, an increase, which is why a lot of America Firsters wanted us out of NATO, which Democrats defend vehemently. They defend
NATO.
Of course, yeah, absolutely.
How does NATO work, Royce?
Right now, it works that it's breaking the American people's back, or the working class of a bunch of Europeans. They're giving their continent and their countries away to foreign invaders.
He has no idea, bro. Running for Congress, by the way. Actually, I'm sorry. I think you can knowledge check people. If you're running, he's running for the Senate. If you want to run for the Senate, I'm sorry. You should be able to be. This is the lightest form of knowledge check. What the fuck do you even think NATO is? If you can't even give a coherent answer to that question, get the fuck out of here, bro. He ran in 2024 too. Yeah, because he blamed Amy Klobuchar and everything for the rigged election back then as well, right?
It's the same way Democrats want to do
Can
here.
Can you point to me where the United States budget, it has a line item for NATO and Spain's defense? Where is that in the federal budget?
Are you saying that the American taxpayers do not fund
I asked you a question.
I'm asking you.
I asked you a question.
Why don't y'all answer each other's question? Why don't y'all answer each other's question?
Not even start from the same reality. If you don't accept that America subsidizes NATO, then you're not even dealing in reality.
How does NATO work? I don't think you
Does America subsidize NATO?
What does that mean?
Does America put in the lion's share of the funding for NATO?
You think there's
Isaiah, that is a direct question. Does America put in a lion's share of money to NATO? That is a direct question.
It doesn't make sense, though. He thinks there's like the NATO standing army that every country sends money and citizens to go and like be in the middle of the ocean on Zanzibar, fucking the Metal Gear Solid 5 military platform. Like, that's why Isaiah's asking the question, like, what the fuck do you think NATO actually is? What does that mean?
Isaiah, that is a direct question. Does America put in a lion's share of money to NATO? That is a direct question.
No, because I don't think that Royce understands how NATO works.
All right, well, tell us.
Tell us. Look, NATO means that every country has their direct investment that they spend on their own military.
On their own military as part of that's the 2%, 5%. Correct.
For defense spending that these countries.
Yes, this guy. I like this guy. Fuck, I love this guy.
Have. It's not like America is paying that. That's saying that you want the United Kingdom.
When you were below your target, and these are like simple facts too. When you were below your target spend, that doesn't mean that America was giving you money to fund your military or whatever. That's not how that works. It just meant that you weren't meeting your own military requirements. Now, you know, if you wanted to make a more advanced argument, you could say, well, technically, by not spending more on their military, it's depriving the United States of potential revenue because if they were spending more on their military, they might be ordering more weapons and stuff from the United States. Maybe, I guess, but like that's a way more sophisticated argument that's way beyond this fucking retard.
You want France, you want our NATO allies to go and spend that on their own defense. Royce, you seem to believe that there's a line item in the United States budget for Spain's defense or for France's defense. And if you believe that, then Royce, why don't you go and show me where in the federal budget this is instead of spouting conspiracy theories?
I didn't say that. I said that we are the lion's share majority of subsidization for NATO. We give the most out of any of the other countries. They don't carry their weight, and they don't carry their weight to a degree where if they need to go to war with an enemy on their border, such as Russia, they have to call us to help them to do it.
What do you think NATO is?
Which is exactly why we're still in a war in Ukraine now, because NATO couldn't fight Russia without America's help. So we do put in the money. We do put in the money.
Not even in NATO.
Okay. Exactly right, sir. That is exactly right.
But what is your point?
So why is the entire European Union in America by NATO decree going to the aid of Ukraine to the
Bro, get me out. I don't know, man.
Detriment and debt of our own country?
Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum was?
Yes, I do.
What?
Well, first of all, good job for you knowing it.
Is it, Royce?
The point is, this is what
Tell me what it is.
He has no idea.
Question. Wait, you didn't answer my question.
Tell me what it is, Royce.
Wait a second.
Stephen, I think this is very important. If we're going to talk about Ukraine,
You didn't answer my question.
Can you just
Why?
tell me?
Why?
What is the Budapest Memorandum? You're a United States Senate candidate, Royce. Why can't you just give me this answer?
This is what they do.
I mean, like, if you're going to have this strong of an opinion, now, technically, remember, there are orders of magnitude of things off where if somebody's incorrect about a thing and they're so far off, you would question their expertise at all. Like if somebody was to tell you, I give a million examples. Like, how many gallons of gas do you think your car holds? I don't know, like 100 gallons maybe. Like if somebody said that, you'd be like, you've never gotten gas in your life for your car? What the fuck do you mean 100 gallons of gas? What do you drive? Like a fucking camper? Or I don't know what the big whatever things are. But like, this guy said earlier, did he say $1 trillion to Ukraine or trillions of dollars to Ukraine? Excuse me? What, trillion? Trillions? Even 1 trillion is like 5x the amount of money. That's an insane amount of money. What are you talking about? But like, how can you have all these strong positions on Ukraine and our support for them and not know what NATO is or have any idea what that means to fund NATO or not have any idea how much we've given to Ukraine or not have any idea what the Budapest Memorandum is or have any idea why Europe would want us to defend Ukraine against Russia? Or like, it's just nothing. It's fucking retarded.
You're a United States Senate candidate, Royce. Why can't you just give me this answer?
This is what they do. When I debunk one of their answers, then he goes to this random question about. And well, you don't answer this one.
Talking about Ukraine.
Oh, the reason why he says random is because he doesn't even know what the tie-in is for the Budapest memorandums to Ukraine. Oh man, rip.
No, wait a second.
What? I've answered a lot of questions, Stephen. It seems like he doesn't want to answer this.
But the reason why you don't like me is because I don't let people do that. That's corny. What you're doing is corny. Every time I debunk one answer, you jump to another lily pad.
Oh my
That's what you do.
God.
The bottom line is.
Let's finish. And then I'll come back to you, Isiah. Go ahead, Royce. Finish.
Even furthermore, we got way off on Spain and NATO. The bottom line is this: Spain's military spending should not even be brought up in conjunction with our effort to deport illegal foreign invaders. Even the idea is
okay, I will admit I've missed this. Is Spain's military spend? Is that like a common like counterpoint? I've never heard this this back and forth so much about Spain's military budget. Is this like a thing that people have started talking out recently or what?
I've never heard anybody talk about Spain's budget.
Okay. I don't know. I've just never heard this talking.
But people are probably mad at Spain because they told Donald Trump to fuck off and you can't use our area for jets and shit. So maybe that's why we're moving towards that.
Well, I guess, but wasn't that like almost every European country that said that? Like,
yeah, it was,
yeah. Okay.
Idea is an internationalist sort of globalist philosophy. I don't give a shit what Spain spends on their military. We're going to deport every single foreign invader that Joe Biden let into.
But is that rational though, Royce?
Absolutely.
Can you really deport? Can you really locate 15 million immigrants and deport 15 million immigrants in this country? You really think that can happen?
We better.
But hold up. Wait a second.
We better.
We just witnessed.
Wait, would China do it? Hey, wait a second, Stephen A. Would China do it? Would China deport every foreign invader? Because these Democrats are proto-communist CCP, fans. They love China. They love how many roads they can build. They love how affordable it is to live in China.
China and Russia would do a lot of things.
Oh, okay. Because Spain's military budget is the same as our ICE budget, and that was the comparison. Okay, that might have been it. Okay.
United States wouldn't do it.
But wait a second. Would China deport every foreign? What happens when you cross the border illegally in China, Stephen A?
I mean, come on, Stephen A.
I say, what happens when you cross the border in China?
We're going off subject. I got you. Go ahead, Isiah.
That's not off subject.
No, it is. It is because I'm only talking about
our national mortal enemy, and it's not relevant what the standard is, what the universal standard is of how you deal with illegal foreign invaders from one country to another. They're our national mortal enemy.
I'm saying your point is made without me having to get into China and Russia. That's all I'm trying to say. But go ahead.
What I'm saying specifically is, if you cross the border illegally in China, they don't take the time to pleasantly deport you back to your origin.
But this is not them. We're not them.
Wait a second. We are in a.
We're like way off. No, we're not way off. He's like in Siberia right now.
I had a couple of other issues I wanted to get to before I let y'all out of here. But go ahead.
Stephen A., there is a. Wait a second. When Russia crossed over into Ukraine and invaded Ukraine, we used an escalatory ladder to determine the military action we should take to Russia based on their existential threat to our country, and a lot of Democrats argued for that.
No? What are you talking about? No, we didn't. Ukraine is not a NATO member state. There was no military action whatsoever that we took towards Russia, and it was just arguing over how much we should send them in terms of like military support or funding. What the fuck are you talking about? Stephen Smith is clearly a MAGA mouthpiece, though. No, he's like a enlightened kind of like centristy guy. I really do think, from everything I've seen, his heart is in the right place. He just gets like a little bit algo fucked. I don't think that like Stephen A. Smith is like I'm a centrist, guys, but he's actually like a super secret Trump dick suck. He just like falls victim to the algorithm like so many other people. Unfortunately, that's the feeling I get from everything I've seen of him.
That we can't let Russia invade Ukraine because they'll roll across Europe. And some Democrats even advocated that we use short-range tactical nukes to push Russia back. Now we get to a conversation about China and their deportation policies, and all of a sudden it's not equal. It's not equitable to analyze it.
He might even be better than fucking Bill Maher. Well, he's way better than Bill Maher because Bill Maher has no excuse. Bill Maher has been doing political commentary for decades, at least. Well, not what, I suppose about centuries. Like, Bill Maher's been doing political commentary for decades. He has no excuse. Stephen A. Smith has kind of sort of dabbled in it because now every single person on the planet has to be a political commentator, and it's like the new thing, I guess.
Across the two countries, we're in an asymmetrical war with a national mortal enemy. And in China, they don't pleasantly deport people back to their origin countries, and they certainly don't assimilate them and give them free credit cards and healthcare education.
Got it.
They shoot them in the back of the head, Stephen A. is what they do in China.
Isiah, go ahead.
We're not going to do that. We want to deport them.
Isiah, go ahead. Wherever I got a couple more questions before I let you get on out of here. I just didn't want to rob you of the opportunity.
I mean,
you good?
Yeah. I mean, no. Here's what I want to say. What I'm saying is that I think Hakeem Olajuwon would be proud of this pivot because again, your dream.
Let me move on. Let me move on, guys.
Wait, I just want to address this, Stephen. Royce,
let him talk, man. Please go ahead.
Look, all I'm saying is this: we were talking about Ukraine and why NATO countries were defending Ukraine, and he thought that was a gotcha. That's why I asked him, "What is the Budapest Memorandum?" He cannot tell you. That's why he's trying to pivot to China and all those things. It's called gish galloping. So I just want to ask, point blank directly, Royce, what is the Budapest Memorandum? Because I think that if you answer that, you will then have the answer to all of your questions. Can I just get an answer from that?
No, it's not. No, because what you're doing is you're trying to forward an international. You're trying to forward an international.
Doesn't even know what the Budapest Memorandum is.
No, I know what it is. I don't regard it as.
Then tell me. Explain it.
I don't regard it as legitimate, and I don't regard a lot of these.
Royce.
I don't regard a lot of these international.
He cannot tell you.
Treaties. I don't. I'm telling you my answer. You don't get the thing about me is you can't make me answer it the way you
listen, for my viewers, I got.
I'm sorry. You think I'm a cuck? What? You're gonna force me to answer a question in a debate? I'm not a cuck. You can't force me to do anything. I'm gonna sit here and not say shit. Fuck you. Jesus Christ.
For my viewers, I got something more important than Ukraine and Russia or the Rubio.
Well, in '94, there were 3 countries that signed 3 respective Budapest memorandums. They were signed in Budapest. It was, I think it was Kazakhstan.
Oh, is this the getting rid of the nuclear items?
Kind of, yeah. Ukraine and Belarus, where they would give all their nuclear weapons back to Russia because it was the Soviet Union fell and they had their nuclear stockpiles.
And then they said, we'll never invade, right?
Kind of. It was like, they were just kind of, everybody's like, we promise we won't like sanction your people or fuck with anything or kind of invade you. Like everything will be like chill. And then that was it, yeah.
Pepe laugh, yeah.
Let's remember, I got some more point to deal with. I wanted to get, and this is an overview.
Can I answer one last time, Stephen A?
Go ahead.
I don't regard some of these international treaties and agreements as legitimate. They are a relic. In many cases, they are relics of a globalist foreign policy, the same foreign policy that informs that we have to go defend a country a world away instead of defending our own borders and making sure our own people are prospering. So the Budapest Memorandum is not something I'm going to go into the details about because I don't regard it as legitimate.
Okay, got it. Let me move on because I want to get to the.
And when he says like goes into the details about, I want to say like there are 3 identical agreements. These are like, what, 2 pages long? Maybe? This is not like a super complicated thing. Maybe 1 page long? Whoa, shit. Wait, nope, hold on. The Russian Federation, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the United States reaffirm their commitment to Ukraine in accordance with the principles of the reaffirm their obligation to refrain from the threat or use of force against territorial integrity or political independence of Ukraine, and that none of the weapons will be used against Ukraine except in self-defense. The Russian Federation, the UK, blah, blah, blah. Refrain from economic coercion designed to subordinate to their own interests to the exercise of Ukraine, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. It's a pretty quick thing. I feel like it's not the same. I feel like I've seen other PDFs of this, but like it's super short. It's like, it would take you like 2 minutes to read this. So I think the idea that there's some like super complicated international treaty that you'd have to go into the weeds on is like really fucking retarded.
No justice system that exists in this country because I think it's important in the light of the Carmelo Anthony verdict. And I wanted to ask this question overall, not so much specifically about that verdict. You can go where you want to go with it. But I wanted to ask a bigger question about young men in America today and a real crisis of purpose that we're talking about here. If so, Who or what bears the most responsibility for the state of affairs that exists in this country when it comes to young men? And don't get me started with it being specific about young black men. Answer that question. I'll start with you, Isiah.
I think that young men, young women, young people in general want to see an economy that works better. And I think that there's been special interests on all sides of the political spectrum that has been pushing against policies to make that happen. I think that there's been a lot of corporate ownership of homes in this country that's stopped a lot of young men, young women from going out and buying homes. I think that that ultimately is a problem. And I think that they've been lobbying all sides of Congress to make sure that that can happen. I think that it's a problem that many people can't go out and get good jobs because of the fact that so many special interests are instead using the money to go and do stock buybacks instead of actually building for America.
No,
so
I
look,
haven't.
I think that there's a lot of big economic social problems that's going on right now.
Stream,
but I would say the biggest fault of that is money in politics because that has paralyzed a lot of action on the big things that many people care about in this country.
Royce, as condensed as succinct as you can be. Go ahead and answer that question yourself, please.
Hard to do it, but I will say this. This is where the secular humanist philosophy on the left just goes completely off the rails. And when I said earlier, to tie it back to my answer about the economics earlier, it was a much deeper answer about our culture. When I said radical materialism, this is what I mean. And this is a hallmark of the Marxist philosophy, to reduce the human existence down to price, to make everything about price, affordability, the cost of things. While those are important things, and I already said, the three-card Monty is to pit black people against white people or Republicans against Democrats or whatever, men against women, to make off with the money of an ever-expanding federal government, which is true. Poverty does not give people the excuse to do heinous and terrible, immoral things. And the fact that we continue to forward that idea across the eternal house of history is a sign of our own decadent culture. You can be poor and still make sound decisions. The Democrats, for the most part, accept this idea that poverty is going to be a net result of debauchery, immorality, crime, violence, chaos, self-destruction. There's nothing remotely appropriate about that. There's nothing even vaguely appropriate about that idea. People should be able to both be poor or be, in a position that's not their most ideal economic situation and be good people and follow the morals and ethics of a given community, or in this case, a nation. And to tell young black men specifically anything else like, well, if you're born into poverty, of course you're going to go in and rob a corner store. Of course you're going to be angry, so you stab a kid in the chest at a track meet, is absolutely insane. Almost as insane as giving a prepubescent kid hormone blockers. Almost as insane.
Before I let y'all get on out of here, I'm going to end by asking this question. Both of y'all are on opposite sides of the aisle. If the other side's worldview wins over the next 10 years, what does America actually look like, let's say, in 2036? Isiah?
Well, I think that you'll see a deepening inequality problem in America. I think you'll see the richest folks in America continue to get tax breaks. You'll see things like, for example, in the Stop the Bacon Act, something that they're pushing that's literally allowing for big ag to allow for these pigs to basically be disgusting meat that's just rolling around in America. You will see a deregulation of our food. You will see, ultimately, I think in America that allows for, like I said, the richest people on earth to get richer. I think personally the way to do that, you got to get big money out of politics. I've really been a big proponent of that because I think that's really what's driving a lot of the political divide in this country is big special interests putting people against each other. And I think that we have to get that under control. But,
Royce?
Frankly,
well,
I was just going to say, I just think that, frankly, I think we can fix these problems. We got to get better people in office.
But by putting better people in office, is that what you said?
Yeah.
I got you. Go ahead, Royce.
Well, when you say Republicans or Democrats or who's in office, again, I don't regard the conventional framework of our political parties as accurate. I don't regard the current political landscape as Republican or Democrat, although I know people, find utility in that. And sure, we have two political parties. But right now in my own party, I'm going to fight against the people who want unfettered, increase of debt, who want to be in wars all over the world at all times, who even make a sort of workaround for a Dignidad Act where we're going to assimilate all these foreign invaders. And I think if we continue on the path that we're on now under that uniparty rule of the status quo, that is completely beholden to special interest and lobby money. We always talk about moderates and people who can agree and shake hands across the aisle. The biggest shaking of hands across the aisle has been the special interest and lobby money, but then they tell you those are the only people that are electable. I mean, it's, they talk out of both sides of their mouth, and a lot of those people are Democrats, or at least the Democrat media. I think we have to have a radical change and shift, even further to the right than what President Trump is willing to do. And I think we can and we should at least set the aim to deport all the illegal foreign invaders that came in under Joe Biden to start. And we can do that. And we should know where they all are because we gave them all credit cards and cell phones, or we gave a lot of them. I think there was estimated like 2 million didn't take the cash. You got to wonder what they're up to, that they passed on the cash. But at least 13 million, a conservative estimate, 13 million got cell phones and credit cards. We know exactly where these people are. The question is, do we like the convenience of low-cost labor? And what's going to happen if we allow, if we continue, look, it just blows my mind what's happened to this country about people, especially black people's perception of citizenship, the value of their citizenship, and the sovereignty of their borders and their country, especially a country that we help build and that we currently help keep afloat. The fact that we've just given away the idea of national pride, national honor, having a country, having sovereign borders, valuing our dollar, and demanding that our politicians do the same it should be a non-starter.
I'm going to say this, and y'all can comment about it, or I can end it this way. I think the thing that really, really bothers me as a guy respecting both of y'all, knowing what y'all know, and proud to have y'all on this show, and you're always welcome back, both of y'all, just so y'all know, is that I keep telling folks out in the streets of America, look, damn it, you can't have everything. You can't have everything. Everybody's got to do without something. Or this notion that you get to get everything you want, the way you want, how you want it, it's not realistic. And Royce, when you say and you explained it, but you talked about there is no accord. That's scary because it's like, wait a minute. Well, if there is no accord, then the one side's got to have their way, whichever side of the aisle it is, because the left has certainly acted that way. To some people, I say on the left, have acted that way. And I'm like, where does that get us? Because that means you're going to have millions of Americans utterly disgusted, and they're going to go for it, and they're going to be determined to cause chaos because they didn't get, they felt left out of the equation. They didn't get what they want. How the hell does that help us moving forward? That's all I wanted to say. Anybody got a close comment about it? Go ahead,
Isiah. Let me say this. Stephen A., I think one of the things that hopefully I think that you and Royce and we all can agree with is that there's a lot of big special interest money in politics.
I agree with
and
that.
It does make a lot of political decisions.
I totally
think that hopefully we all can eventually come together to say that this has to come to an end. We have to demand that politicians that are Republican, Democrat, Independent, no matter what you are, that it has to get out. We've got to get big PACs out of politics. We've got to put spending limits on elections because that is really the root, I think, of most of our political problems in America.
Royce,
amen. Oh, amen. I completely agree. I think we should put a nationwide ban on PACs and lobbies altogether. In fact, it's a part of my political platform. So yeah, we agree completely on that. But to your point, Stephen A., about you can't get everything you want. I think it's a misrepresentation of at least what I'm saying is, and you're a sports commentator, and congratulations, the Knicks just won. It was awesome to see them do that.
Let's go,
but imagine, Stephen A., if you started the game, you jumped the ball up, and the players could literally run wherever they wanted to on the court. I mean, back behind the benches, in the stands, and it'd be like the Globetrotters. It wouldn't be the NBA, right? So you have to.
Wait, is it true that he had to quit the NBA because he didn't want to get on an airplane because he's scared of flying?
I don't know if that's why he had to quit the NBA, but that apparently was an issue. Yes.
Okay, King.
A baseline of reality, and I think we're really having a fundamental argument in this country in politics about reality, not so much about the details, but about reality itself. And that's not something that you can easily negotiate, compromise, or just move past. And I go back to this not as a distraction, but I really do mean the trans thing is a canary in the coal mine for reality. And if we can't agree on that baseline reality, like you can't cut a little boy's penis off and he become the other sex. If we can't agree on that, of course we're not going to be able to agree on the tax rate or how many illegal aliens we should deport, because one side of the aisle has a philosophy of politics that has that baked into it, and the other side has something that the left regards as unacceptable or non-starter, which is obviously God, right? I mean, they say if you believe in God, you believe in Jesus, it's a sky daddy, it's a fairy tale. We don't regard that as a legitimate way to go about framing government or society. So we're at a fundamental impasse, and I'm just being realistic about that.
I got it. Listen, man, I know this much. If I ran for office, both of y'all would be in my ear. I'd listen to you because, damn it, you got stuff to say, and I appreciate that. Listen, you don't have to always agree, but at least y'all can have this kind of conversation, and that's the kind of thing that I'm trying to create with this platform that I have available to me. Cats being willing to sit across from one another and have a conversation, because Lord knows we need more than that. So Isiah Martin, Royce White, thank y'all both for your time. I really, really appreciate it. And no, both of y'all got a home here. Anytime you need it, I'm here for you. I appreciate y'all, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right,
y'all.
God
bless you guys. Thank you.
No doubt. That's it for this edition of Straight Shooter with yours truly, Stephen A. Getting on out of here. Remember, every Wednesday night, SiriusXM POTUS Radio, channel 124. That's where you'll find me. Plus, you'll find me right here on my YouTube show at least twice a week. Additionally, right here on the Stephen A. Smith Show YouTube, Straight Shooter, or with Stephen A. YouTube channel. So check it out. Talk to y'all next time. Royce White, Isiah Martin, riveting discussion. Two brothers that got an idea what the hell is going on in this country. Know what the hell they're talking about. And I mean it when I say it. Everybody's welcome as long as you got substantive stuff to say that you believe is in the best interest of America instead of acting like you crazy. That's where I'm coming from. And that's where I'm going to continue to come from. Until next time, ladies and gentlemen, peace and love. Signing off, Stephen A. Peace.
Peace. What do you think about that? What do you think about that, Moot?
It was the least retarded thing I think I've seen Stephen A. do.
But it's time for lefties.
Stop! Time for lefties losing it. Great.
Obama.
What do you mean by that?
Quite trimple.
Okay, wait. If I do this, tell me what is streaming. We close that. Oh.
Finally, I'm getting the fucking real game.
Shut up.
Get these cringe politics out of here. It's time to see Cloud and Jesse.
Time to bang your mom.
Hey, bang your mom. Hey.
You fucked up, you're a lol cow. Now me and 3 other guys on disability are going to dedicate our lives to making fun of you weirdly. Based.
Algae filling the
Jesus Christ. Federal judge halts Trump administration effort to subpoena Walls, an immigration enforcement probe. Okay. Found the dominant purpose of the subpoena was to coerce Minnesota officials into assisting the federal government with enforcing civil immigration law and to harass and retaliate against them for failing to do so. Weaponization of the DOJ, that's not good.
They don't do that.
Who could ever?
Reflecting pool here in Washington and peeling paint are leading to vandalism claims from the president and criticism from Democrats. Trump is now threatening vandals with a 10-year prison sentence for defacing the newly renovated landmark. Democratic Senator Jeff Merkley took his critique to social media, saying, quote, after railing about waste, fraud, and abuse, the Trump administration spent $14 million on a reflecting pool reno that's now peeling and chock full of algae. I'm pressing to get answers for this embarrassing waste of resources.
President Trump says the reflecting pool will probably need to be drained again and work will begin immediately. This to fix what some consider just to be a really bad repair job. He says it is vandalism. Several people were arrested over the weekend for allegedly vandalizing the pool, including a 3-time U.S. Olympian. The president claimed that some of them were pouring toxic chemicals into the water. They say they were just touching the paint at the bottom that was peeling off. Want to get right to CNN's Tom Foreman. Tom, I know you spent a lot of time there over the last few days. I'm glad to see you are not in federal custody. You're here to report on what you have seen.
Yeah, talk about money literally down the drain. They're talking about draining this thing now, and I guess kind of starting over to repair what happened. What the White House and other officials are claiming is that people went in there and at some point slashed or sort of pulling up this material from the bottom down there, this hard sort of plastic material. It's all this blue here called paint. It seems to be more of a true liner that was sort of formed there. Nonetheless, it is.
The problem is this administration is just so fucking horny to publicly post every single incriminating thing they have that they've ever gathered ever about anything that I just don't believe it. If people had really been slashing this stuff and they have security cameras, I feel like they would have posted the footage immediately. Like, you really think they'd be holding on to this? Why?
They did that immediately with the guy who tried to kill Trump in the ballroom or whatever.
Sure. Yeah, true. Yeah.
Is coming up in some places. We don't know how many, really. And they're fighting the continuing algae problem. And if you listen to the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, they are pledging to use the full weight of the law to go after anybody who's messing with any of it. Listen to her.
And there are several citations that have been handed out to individuals, and these are cases that will be prosecuted to the full extent. If there are more serious products that are put into the reflecting pool to create more algae or a bigger problem, then we'll consider more serious charges.
Oh, my God.
Here's the thing. There's no evidence being offered by the authorities that any of this happened, especially this idea of adding chemicals that cause the algae. In fact, all the experts we have talked to have suggested from the beginning that the liner itself was perhaps not a great idea. Dark blue would spur more algae growth by capturing more heat. That was one of their ideas. And that algae this time of year has always been very common here, and that nothing that they did to renovate this pool would have addressed that issue. That's why it continues to be very bright green. We do know from one person who was arrested, a former Olympian.
It's just so retarded, bro.
David Hearn, a man who competed for this country. He says he was arrested because he was touching the surface there. He competed in the slalom canoe for the United States. He said he was touching the bottom of it because he's trained in material sciences. He was just curious what the stuff was, but that he made no difference to it. He didn't damage it. He didn't break it. There's nothing about the reflecting pool that was in any different condition after I left there than it had before I went there yesterday. I didn't remove anything. I didn't break, tear, peel, or rip, or destroy anything, and yet he says he was taken into custody for several hours. We have been trying to get authorities to give us any more information on who the other people are and what exactly they supposedly did that now has the President of the United States saying they ruined his great big project. Nothing yet. All we know is that this is $14 million, 7 times more than the original prediction made by the president for the cost of this, and there's no real sign.
What?
Did you know that there is a ballroom that hosts like 1,000 people that we have been using for quite a long time that's just not on White House grounds?
No.
That's like a mile away or two?
No, why? What about it?
Yeah, I didn't know this either. Well, I thought that the ballroom was actually fucking needed, but it's not.
No, of course it's not. He literally tore down the, what is it, the East Wing or whatever?
Wing?
Yeah, if we super needed a ballroom, you don't think people would have, I mean, where do we do the White House Correspondents' Dinner at?
That's just at a hotel.
Oh, I mean, like, what do we need? No, I feel like if we would have, if there was a desperate need for a ballroom, I feel like we would have had one built by now. Yeah.
Yeah, you got me.
Any better off?
You fucking got me.
$14 million already. That's not counting what it will cost to drain it again, maybe paint the bottom again, and do the whole thing over again.
Yeah, they wanted it by July 4th, which is closing in really fast. So it's hard to imagine that all of that could be done fast. And by the way, the sped up schedule to get it done fast has a lot of experts saying, well, that was the key problem. This needed to be done slowly, methodically, over time, and you tried to rush it, and that created a problem.
And still no comment from the algae. Tom Foreman, thank you for your reporting on all of this. Appreciate it. With us now, CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Holding. If these people, as they say, were touching floating paint pieces in the pool, is that really a crime?
Well, if that's indeed all that happened, John, then no, there is no federal crime for merely touching federal property. There is, of course, a federal law that prohibits people from destroying or damaging federal property. And by the way, if you want some instances where that's been easy to apply, look, for example, at January 6th. Dozens of those rioters were charged with destroying property at the Capitol. Or, more recently, look at examples of...
They got a pardon, so...
Anti-ICE protesters who were charged and convicted for destroying government property if they destroy government vehicles or damage government buildings. In this case, it's all going to come down to this, in all of these cases. If these people were leaning into the reflecting pool and ripping up or tearing up that lining, then yes, this law could apply at its lower levels. But if all they were doing was leaning in out of curiosity and touching the lining or touching floating paint, then no, there is no crime to that.
So the line may be between touching and pulling. Let's say they were pulling here. Ellie, what kind of a crime are we talking about here specifically? So it's, the dividing line here is $1,000. If a person causes more than $1,000 of damage to federal property, then it's going to be a felony punishable by up to 10 years in prison. All of these cases, however, including the ones that have been charged, are going to be misdemeanors because it's under $1,000. Now, that's really important because misdemeanors are procedurally different from felonies. First of all, the max penalty on a misdemeanor is just 1 year in prison. Almost nobody ever goes to prison on a first-time misdemeanor. Also, in a misdemeanor, prosecutors don't actually have to go to a grand jury to indict. They can do it unilaterally under a document called a criminal information. And last and most importantly, depending on what level of misdemeanor it is, a person may or may not be entitled to a jury trial. So if a person's charged with what we call a Class A misdemeanor, which these would be, you can get a jury trial. But if you're charged with the lower level misdemeanors, Class B and C, then you're not entitled to a jury trial. You just have to go to a judge. But the cyclist, for example, is charged with the Class A misdemeanor. So he's going to have an option of having his case adjudicated either by a judge or a jury. That's going to be up to him.
There's only so many judges available, okay?
And what would you maybe advise
Yeah, they're busy.
him here? Or what would he be thinking in terms of whether a jury trial would be good for him? You know, a lot of misdemeanor defendants waive the jury trial and say, I'll just go with a judge. But in this case, if I was advising this guy, I would tell him 100% you are taking your jury trial because this is Washington, D.C. Donald Trump, we know, is very unpopular in D.C. In all 3 elections that he ran for president, he got under 10% of the vote in D.C. Start with that. We've also seen evidence that D.C. grand juries and trial juries have been rejecting some of these cases that they see as political. We've seen D.C. grand juries refuse to indict protesters, anti-ICE protesters. We've seen D.C. grand juries reject the potential case against Senator Mark Kelly and other Democrats. We've seen a D.C. trial jury reject the case, you'll remember this, of the individual who threw the Subway sandwich at an ICE agent, even though he did it on tape. So if I'm advising this defendant, I'd say take note of that. These DC juries and grand juries, they've had enough with what they see as political prosecutions, and I think that would be his best chance. Ellie Honig, thank you so much for the legal side of what is a political and frankly reconstruction.
It was okay.
Hezbollah to go strong. Who wants Hezbollah to go stronger? No one. They're fundamentalist Muslims. They can't possibly help Lebanon. And if they do harm to our interests as the state of Iran or Syria, we will crush them. And they know it, right? It's that they keep firing the rockets into Israel. You can't keep firing rockets into Israel and go, oh, wow, look at that, they invaded. I never would have suspected that.
Crazy.
So, and that's Iran and Syria encouraging Hezbollah and Hamas to do that because they want to stir up trouble. Palestinians in the Gaza Strip who decided, hey, you know what? Let's launch some rockets from our side onto Israel's side and hope that nothing happens. Well, that was a pretty bad idea. We have a deterrent value here. We tell Iran, Syria, and anybody else in the world, if you mess with us, we're going to bring the wrath of God upon you.
Huh. Wonder what was going on there.
APAC, probably.
Oh, true. They were getting that good APAC money. And now it's gone. Okay. I might be back later.
No. No. Where are you
Stressed
going?
To go bang your mom. Boomer, powder, head, alpha, soft, X, lead, times.
Soft my dick.
What do you mean by that? Primary, silent, thing, short, popsicle by Bangkok. This is like multiplication, I think. The main thing. Some of these are so easy, and then some of these are fucking impossible. Really? Hold on. Wait, I had it. What was going on? Soft, short, stressed, powder, Bangkok. Oh. Boom. Pow. Pop. Bang. And then different types of vowel sounds. Wow. It's like 15 years old. You're going to die on the hill that a stance can't change. What were you saying 15 years ago that you might disavow today? Well, so 15 years ago, I was a 2-year-old StarCraft 2 player. I wasn't doing professional political commentary. Number one. Number two, it's not always so much like the fact that they had a position that might have changed. It's that they even like knew things around that time of like why people felt the way they did. It's okay to change positions and to have an evolution in your positions. That's fine. I'm sure I've changed political opinions over the past 5 or 10 years. It's just interesting when you pretend to be so one-sided or not know any of the facts on the other side now. That's like the answer is so obvious. That's just kind of a suspect, I think. That's what I would say. Okay. I might be back tonight just to play games, okay? Be careful. Have fun. Stay safe. Yeah, I want to be offline when the MSJ drops after hours, which is definitely going to, okay? Absolutely, definitely going to.